Hello, this is Skylit Lake reading Super Science by thatchickendude. Chapter 1 A New Purpose. This was the end, at least that's what Izuku thought as he looked over the side of the bridge he was on. Today was the day he'd finally end it all. He has thought about this for a while, but says that there will be there'll be nothing else. He had no other avenue or backup plans. He gave it his all. Honestly, that is the one good thing he could say for himself. But no more. The words of all around him, his best friend, and even his idol, all ripped away every last shred of self-drive he had left. All it would take was one final step. But before he could do that, something grabbed his hand. He turned around and saw a man who was red in the face, breathing heavily, and standing on shaky legs. It was obvious he was in a hurry to get somewhere. In his hands was a cluster of papers, but that detail didn't matter as he heard the man speak. "Young man, wait," he said breathlessly. "Don't do it," he pleaded. Izuku ripped his hand away and snapped. "Why not? What's the point? I have no reason to go on any more. I have no purpose." "Then let me give you a new one," the man exclaimed. Izuku looked at the man. Near to the verge of tears, he asked in a soft tone, "What?" Just answer me this," he told him, while collecting the paper in his other hand. Holding them out, he asked, "Do you write these?" Izuku looked at the papers and saw that they were the remains of his old hero analysis notebook. He remembered when he was on top of a building, tearing sheet after sheet, letting them fly off into the wind. He was also reminded that it was one of the many times he tried to end it, but chickened out before finally finishing the deed on this bridge. At least then his body wouldn't be found, just forgotten, like he wanted. Why? How? Izuku stammered out. "I saw you when you were letting them fly free. It took a day, but I got them all. Then spent the rest of that time trying to find you. And I'm glad I did," he explained. Izuku said nothing as he dropped the sack, making the man quickly retrieve them. Izuku turned around and told him, "You should just forget about them. They're worthless." He said the last part with a shudder. The man looked at him incredulous and stated, "Worthless? What are you talking about? They're amazing." Izuku felt a shiver of pride run up him as the man continued his praises. "Never in my life have I ever seen a more amazing talent. Such intricacy, such detail, such passion. You have a truly unique gift, quirk or no quirk," he said with the kindest tone ever given to him. Izuku looked at him with shock and asked, "How did you—" The man then stood up on the bridge with him before sitting down and letting his legs dangle as he told him, "I kind of figured. A lot of suicides are from the quirkless. You must have been through a lot." Izuku didn't sit beside him, instead choosing to squat and hug his knees as he asked, "Why do you care? I'm just some nobody." The man looked at him again like he was crazy and ranted, "Nobody? Nobody? Young man, you have a gift for detail and analysis on a level that's even better than most valedictorians. You have something greater than any quirk in the world, a sharp mind. and being able to think is better than being able to punch, he told him while poking his head. Izuku felt his smothered emotions break free as he muttered, "All my life, I've always wanted to be a hero." "I figured," the man said softly. "But everyone told me I couldn't, that I was weak. But I didn't care if I had a quirk or if it was strong. Heck, I didn't even care about being a popular hero. I just wanted to help people with a smile on my face," he told him, pouring his guts out in thick tears before sniffling back and saying, like, 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 like All Might, the man finished, making Izuku look at him. The man gave a small chuckle and told him, "Yeah, I idolized him when I was younger." The man then leans back and looks up while telling Izuku, "You know, you and I aren't too different. I have a dream that people say is impossible, and I start to believe them." Izuku looked away, wanting to bury his head in his arms, thinking he knew where this conversation would lead. That is, until the man followed up, saying, "Until I put in my blood, sweat, and tears into my dream, and I finally made something I know will change the world." Izuku was now on his butt as he saw the man's fist tighten, and looking at him with a mix of determination and desperation. He admitted, "But I need your help. Your help." "Me?" Izuku asked, while pointing at himself. "You say you're hopeless and in the pits of despair without any other purpose in life?" the man asked Izuku while grabbing his shoulder, looking him dead in the eyes. "Then let me give you one. You may not have power, but you have brains, and that is the thing that brought us to where we are as a species." He told me seriously before pulling away and bowed to him. He begged, "So please, young man, become my assistant." Izuku was silent for a long while, which made the man worry he'd deny a jump. But Izuku did neither. He just sat and thought, and after a long thought, let one single tear run down his face as he replied, "Being a hero was a long shot. I knew it wouldn't work out, but I wanted to give it my all." He then looked at the man and stated with confidence, "I accept." Chapter 2: The Lab. After accepting his proposal, Izuku was led off and away from the bridge towards the town. Not once did anyone bat an eye towards them, even when on the edge. The man walked close beside Izuku, almost as if trying to protect him or keep an eye on him, while the two of them walked in a comfortable silence. Izuku took a close look at his features. He was older than himself, but younger than his mother, so maybe 30 or so. He was tall and thin as a twig, especially his legs. He was nearly a full torso taller, and he wasn't very short himself. His hair was messy, matted, and sandy blonde. It made his hair look tame by comparison. His eyes were an unusual pale color, making him appear blind, and thick glasses framed his patchy, freckled face. He wore a white lab coat, blue jeans, and green shoes that looked a lot like his own. On his chest was a name tag that read, "Hello, my name is Professor Egon Cristallo." After taking this all in, Izuku took a deep breath, which made the professor quiver like an animal getting ready to move, and emptied his mind, allowing himself to go into autopilot and walk with him. After a long time walking, they eventually made it to the more suburban area of town, when Izuku's mind came back from La La Land. He was in front of a modern yet large suburban home. After looking over the house, he turned to his walking companion and asked, "So, this your lab?" "It's my house, but yes." Izuku's face deflated at this response, and replied in an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry, sir, but I was expecting more?" Egon asked as Izuku turned away, trying not to show his disappointment. "I understand. Truth is, I was kicked out of my old job for being too persistent in the pursuit of something unrealistic," he said in a mocking tone with air quotes. "You're unemployed?" Izuku tried his best to not sound shocked. "Yes," he answered honestly, only to backtrack, seeing Izuku's expression and body language, looking ready to bolt. "But trust me, I have a plan. As I said, I need your help and your mind," he told him while poking his forehead. Izuku gulped and asked, "So what was this dream you were chasing?" Egon giggled like an excited schoolgirl and waved for him to follow while saying, "I'll show you." Curiosity grabbed his mind as he followed the man into his home. After unlocking the door and letting him in, he saw a quaint, yet very messy and somewhat smelly house with a cat. After being led through stacks of paperwork, old takeout, and pizza boxes, and many corkboards filled with notes, he was brought to a room that was lined with some kind of metal, and sitting in the center was something covered in a sheet. Grabbing the sheet, he looked at Izuku excitedly before ripping it off and proclaiming, "Behold!" "What exactly am I beholding?" Izuku asked while looking at a very large and very strange-looking white glowing crystal. "I call it the Singularity Soul. Life energy runs through every aspect of this crystal. Creation, evolution are at our fingertips. At least, that's my working theory." Egon told him with zeal. "Is that really what it does? What else can it do?" Izuku asked him with amazement and wonder, getting closer to it. "I have no idea. I was always busy with my work that I rarely had time to work on it. But that's where you come in," Egon admitted with a shrug, making Izuku fall to the ground from his previous statement. "I need to figure out what it can and can't do. That's where you come in," he told him while poking his chest. Izuku took a more serious demeanor and stepped back while saying, "Before I commit fully to this, I have two questions. Question 1. How are you supporting yourself without a job? My parents died some time ago and left me a fat inheritance. I hadn't started to use it until a few weeks ago, but it won't last long, and at the rate I'm going, I'll probably only have enough to get by for the year at most," he admitted while rubbing the back of his head. "Sorry about your parents," Izuku told him, feeling a bit of shame at asking, only to get a wave off from Egon. "Second question. How did you come up with the theory that this thing is crystallized God?" he followed up. "Well, it has to do with my quirk," he explained, rolling up his sleeve and producing a transparent crystal from his palm. "It's called crystallized manufacturing. I can create any crystal I want to. Only problem is I've never practiced much with it, or studied the structure and chemical compounds of crystals, so I can only create one type, but that's all I need for it," he explained before breaking up the crystal and putting it against Singularity Soul and saying, "Observe." Within a few seconds, the white light that emitted from the Singularity Soul seemed to pass from it and into the clear crystal, turning it into the same soft glowing white. Egon pulled it away and placed it into Izuku's hands. Looking over the crystal with wonder and awe, he could only say, "Wow!" Now, the power in the Singularity Soul is in this crystal, holding all its properties. As such, I have named these Soul Splinters, or Splinters for short, Egon told him proudly. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and Izuku asked in a worried tone, "Wait, won't it run out if you keep doing that?" "I thought the same, but I'm fairly certain it's limitless." He then turned to a closet door, and just before opening it, said, "Come and look at this." Izuku looked into the now open door and saw it was a nicely sized walk-in closet, lined with the same metallic material in the room with the Singularity Soul. However, lining every available space in the room was an enormous amount of splinters, like the one Egon just made. Holy wow, Izuku said in awe, while stepping into the room that was lit up from the many splinters stored inside it. Turning back to Professor, he asked, "How many are there?" 576. 576? Told you it was limitless, Egon chuckled. Izuku licked his lips, his mind racing with thoughts and decisions, until he finally made a consensus in his mind. He knew that being a hero at this point was hopeless. He had given up on that to the point of wanting to take his own life. So what other choices did he have? Nothing. But now the winds of fate have blown in a different direction. Here he was now. He smiled, looking up at the man, and asked, "When do we start?" Egon smiled, snapping his fingers, and exclaimed, "I like your enthusiasm. Tomorrow, here at my place, after you're out of school." At that moment, Egon saw Izuku's face turn from elation to doubt, and finally hopelessness. "What's wrong?" he asked him. "I just remembered. I have schoolwork and tests to do." Izuku grumbled, knowing that school, even with time management, would eat up most of it. Egon thought, looked at the boy's uniform, then asked, "You go to Aldera High, right?" Izuku nods, and he waves a hand while saying, "Wait right here." Izuku does as he says, and only has to wait for a few minutes before Egon comes back with a plastic bin and plops it right at his feet, saying, "Okay, here you go, use this to help with time restraints." Izuku opened the tub and saw it was filled to the brim with papers. He took the first one on the top and instantly recognized it. "Wait, I know this test. We took it today," he exclaimed before realizing, "Wait, is this?" Egon nods and tells him, "Yep, I used to attend Aldera. And before you say anything, of course it'll work. They never change the curriculum. Ever." "Isn't this, cheating?" Izuku asked nervously while fidgeting with himself. Egon shrugged and offered, "Maybe, but it's not like they ever gave you a chance, did they?" Izuku grips the paper hard and looks away with a deep scowl forming. "So you used to coast through everything to get a passing grade so you can spend more time working on the Singularity project with me," he told him with a smile. Izuku's lips quiver, and before he could stop bawling, he bows deeply and yells, "Thank you so much!" Egon, waving it off, pulls him up to tell him, "Don't worry, and don't mention it. Now get home and rest up. You've got a busy day ahead of you." Chapter 3. The First Find. Several weeks had gone by since Izuku had started to work with Egon on the Singularity Soul. It was strange at first, to say the least. Izuku was wary of Egon for a long while when he started. He was strange, to say the least. The way he would jump at the most insignificant thing, changing his tone and mannerisms in a severe way, depending on the situation, and at the drop of a hat. The way he spoke, many times stuttering or just talking so low he looked like he was just mouthing words. Looking off into space with a glazed expression, his reasoning for doing certain things, overworking himself, over-carrying things to the point it was comical, and so much more. Then, one day, Izuku realized something. This is how other people perceived him all the time. With that revelation made, Izuku became much more at ease with him. Despite what seemed like madness of trying to juggle school and research, he eventually came into a rhythm. He'd get up, change, eat, say goodbye to his mum, and head out. After school, he'd head to Egon's home and go through the tub of papers to pick out what he needed for homework or answers to a test he'd have to copy down. After this, he'd go into his own designated office space and begin experimenting. After several hours of research and experimentation, he'd go home, eat, bathe, and go to sleep. Hey Izuku, whoa, you sure are focused. Anything yet? Egon asked as he walked into Izuku's office space. Coffee mug in hand, he saw Izuku looking through a microscope and skimming his computer before writing something down. Without looking, he answered, just looking over its structure and chemical compounds to cross-reference anything that matches up. How's that going? Egon prompted him, while looking over at his notes, which were just chicken scratch. Izuku sighed dejectedly and tells him, Not well. It doesn't match up with anything, at least on Earth. I had a feeling it might be alien, Egon said with a chuckle while taking his drink. Then a stray thought crossed his mind. He turned around to ask, Where'd you find this anyway? Egon got a serious look on his face and put the mug down, two things that were never a good sign. Then he interlaced his finger, putting his thumb under his chin and a finger over his nose. Yet again, another bad sign, and Izuku knew he was in for a ridiculous story. Well, back at the laboratory, a small group was sent out on an investigative dig site from a crashed meteor, myself being amongst them. Anyhow, I unearthed the crystal in a completely different site, far away from the meteor crash site. They told me it was a really big crystal formation, but allowed me to take it back anyway, he explained while forcing a smile. Izuku looked at him, then at the crystal fragment he had under the microscope, then back at Egon where he asked, So how did you manage to get it here? I kinda stole it, Egon admitted while twiddling his fingertips. Izuku blinked, then his face fell as he replied, I don't know what I was expecting. I'll run some tests and get back to you on my findings. Then, one day, Izuku stormed into Egon's office, causing the man to spit his coffee and to knock over stacks of paperwork as he was typing on his computer. Running up to him in a frenzy, he began his absolute nonsense spree. Sir, Izuku yelled while barging in. What? Egon answers while trying to calm himself from the shock. Crystal. Yes. I did it. Okay, enough of the SpongeBob references. Just tell me what's happening, Egon told him firmly while grabbing his shoulders. Okay, so I was running several splinters through several different tests, and I finally found something that the energy source inside is capable of, Izuku quickly and breathlessly explained. Egon, sitting back in his chair, straightened him and his coat out, sat with his legs crossed, and stated, Okay, start from the beginning and leave nothing out. Izuku nodded and explained. So, first I took several of the crystals and placed them into various jars submerged in several substrate, like blood, urine, sweat, saliva, tears, and he dropped off. And? Egon prompted him. Semen, Izuku admits with a cough. Egon blinks at him before sighing and saying with a shake of his hand, Maybe I shouldn't have asked for the details, but go on. After a couple of days of soaking, I found out that almost no change had been made to them, so I decided to take them out and try out some other working theories. Except I forgot about the one that was still in the blood. When I finally realized and pulled it out, it had changed color from pale glowing white to crimson red. After cleaning it off, I felt some sort of strange connection with it, almost like it was a switch inside my head, and when I turned it on, the crystal began to leak blood. I told him with excitement building in every word, making Egon grow more and more intrigued. So I decided to let it drain out into a jar, thinking it absorbed blood inside. But after a while, I found out that wasn't the case. Instead of just expelling all the blood, it continually kept making more and more. When I retrieved the crystal, I felt the same connection again and flipped the switch off, and the crystal stopped producing blood. Egon's eyes widened at this revelation, but didn't say anything till he was done. So I decided to do the same thing, but this time I put several into different jars filled with medicine, such as liquid aspirin, hydrogen peroxide, burn cream, and alcohol, among some other things. Anyhow, after leaving it inside it to soak for about 5 days, the same thing happened. It liked blood crystal. I was able to turn them on, and they produced all the substances in consistent amounts without signs of running out. Izuku exclaimed with his arms in the air, pure zeal taking over every word. Incredible! Egon jumped up from his chair with him before being struck with a thought and asked, "Did you try to make a blood splinter absorb anything else?" Izuku nods, then tells him, "I did, but nothing happened. I also found the splinters are very flat. I also found the splinters are very fragile, and if broken, it stops producing the substance." Egon raised an eyebrow at this and stated, "Fragile? I have a hard time trying to break these things when I make them, even with the energy inside them. I guess they become more brittle when they absorb something?" Izuku guessed with a shrug. "Did you find anything else?" Egon asked. Izuku nods, taking out a clipboard and flipping a few pages. He tells him, "Yes, I've tested a few with other states of matter. For solids, no results, no matter what I try. For gas, it works so long as there's no other air particles in the homemade vacuum chamber I made. As for plasma, the only thing I would think to do is try to directly conduct it as a power source, and now it generates its power signal." Egon blinks before exclaiming, "You caught lightning in a bottle?" Izuku looks off to the side while making an uncomfortable expression while replying, "I guess, but I would like to try that one day. As of now, it's just enough to power a few appliances. Any more and it'll shatter," making Izuku shudder and be sent on the edge. All before he exploded into a smile, grabbing the boy, lifting him in a hug, while saying, "Amazing! I can't believe you discovered so much in a few weeks. It would take university students and professors months, if not years, to do what you've done, and make results out of it. You should be proud." Izuku couldn't help but smile back as pride and joy swelled in him. Once he was let down, he told the professor, "There is one other thing." Egon raised an eyebrow at this, letting him continue. "When I was in close proximity to one of the splinters without anything absorbed into it, I find myself far less tired than what I do when I'm not. So after putting it through a radiation detector, I found it gave a sort of harmless radiation," Izuku explained. Egon placing a fist into his palm and stating like a revelation, "I have been wondering why in the world you seem to be so full of energy all the time despite the work effort you put in. Having said that, I don't want you to abuse it. Who knows what could happen with long-term exposure. Izuku nods in agreement as Egon backs away from his previous scolding mannerisms. On the offhand, with a bit of tweaking, we could go completely off the grid. On the other hand, he draws out while thinking off to the side and telling him, I think our money situation have, I think our money situation has just been solved. How so? Izuku questions. Is Egon, sitting back in his chair, thinks a bit more before coming to a consensus in his mind and telling the teen, I'm going to use most of my resources to get medical drugs and other such things. Izuku, I want you to make splinters of each one. After that, we're going to go dumpster diving, getting into contact with as many hospitals and medical providers in Mustafu. Izuku nods rapidly and states, I'll do my best. Chapter 4 Big Money. A couple of weeks later, the two scientists set out to do as they said. With Egon's connections, he was able to acquire medical-level drugs and other medication alongside many other types. Once they had it, Izuku set to work making sure that each would be copied into their own individual splinter. The whole process would take 5 days, so they set off on their other chores. Going down to a beach that was covered in junk, the two of them rent a pickup truck and spent the next 5 days taking plastic water cooler jugs back to Egon's house, washing them out, doing it over and over again. They even managed to find a huge fish aquarium that was in perfect condition. After having all these empty containers, they set to work on the most tedious part, filling each container with a different medicine. It was hard for them to figure out when they were filled, even when away, so they had a sensor that would go off to a wireless alarm when they weren't home or paying attention. They even took time to experiment with one of the splinters, making it fill over a dozen water cooler jugs and the fish tank. To their surprise, it did just that without stopping. While this was happening, Egon went around calling every hospital that would listen to come to a showing at a theater that he had rented out. A few weeks went by, and everything was finally set up. Egon stood behind the stage with a mic in his hand and nodded to Izuku, who was on the other side of the stage. They had practiced this situation for days on end. Now they were ready to sell their new miracle product. Hopefully they would bite. Egon walked out from the curtain, and the theater grew quiet as he addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, CEO and managers, thank you for all the time you have taken out of your busy schedules to come here today. He complimented them, getting a thank you round of applause in return. As he raised his hand, the clapping stopped. Once they were all quiet, he spoke. Now, I bet you're wondering why you should even give me 2 more seconds of your time. Well, I'm glad you think that, because I have a little something I'm sure you'll be wanting to clamber over each other to get. What is it that you ask? I'll show you. He then reaches into his lab coat and pulls out a splinter that was colored off-light. Behold, the splinter. No reactions from the crowd, just confusion. So he continues to tell them, this small crystal, made with my quirk and infused with a special energy source, is capable of recreating any liquid or gas-based substance after prolonged exposure. This one contains a mixture of lidocaine, bupivacaine, mepicaine, and nitrous oxide, or as most of you know it as, anesthetic gas in liquid form. At the sound of this, the whole crowd broke out in loud conversation amongst one another. and to the professor, who had to calm them down, telling them, "People, please, no questions until after the showcase. I'm pretty sure I'm about to answer all your questions and concerns. First off, a demonstration. The splinter needs a mental command when in physical contact to activate it. Doing so will cause the splinter to leak out its content." To show what he meant, he took a glass beaker from his pocket, turning on the splinter, and placed it inside the moment it started to leak. He left it in his hand, holding it for the crowd to see as they all watched it, massive, intrigued. After a few minutes, the beaker was completely submerged in the liquid. Egon then took the splinter and turned it off while placing the beaker on the ground and telling the crowd, "As you can see, the splinter has filled this cup in a short time." A few mutterings went around, but Egon continued, saying, "Now, I'm sure you're all thinking that it'll run out, correct? Well, allow me to put your mind at ease. This particular splinter has been put through extensive tests. We have came to show what has been produced consistently over a period of 2 weeks." Egon clapped his hand, and Izuku started to bring out small pushcarts with water-cooler jugs, same fluid as the cup on the floor. Izuku kept going back and forth, bringing out jug after jug until it took a few minutes to bring out the fish tank, filled to the top with the same fluid. At the sight of this, the crowd once again exploded into talking and excitement, some even offering money. Egon put a halt to the jabbering and explained, "However, I must warn you that they are extremely fragile. Observe." With that, he dropped the splinter in his hand, and the crystal shattered on contact with the floor, breaking into so many that it looked like bits of crushed ice about to melt. This made the crowd to become dejected. Some were even skeptical. However, Egon once again put their minds at ease with another demonstration. And for those who are still unsure if what I just brought out was the real deal, perhaps a demonstration would work. He then clapped his hands, and Izuku brought out a hospital gurney with a man that looked like a pig laying on it, with his back supported up so that he could see and be seen. Next to him was a heart and brain monitor. "This is Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang was kind enough to volunteer for this showcase," he introduced the man while taking out a syringe and explaining, "I will now take the liquid from both tank and the cup I just filled to demonstrate, using no more than 10 cc from each." He then took a sample from each spot and injected it into the IV injector on his arm. After a minute or so, Mr. Wang's eyes started to flutter, and he passed out right in his seat. A slight murmur blanketed the auditorium. Egon motioned to the man and said, "As you can see from the monitor, Mr. Wang is completely under the effect of the anesthesia." But before any commotions around the price could be made, Egon exclaimed, "And that's not all. I have splinters of all different kinds of medicine and drugs." He waved his hand, and after taking away the asleep man, Izuku brought out a rack full of different splinters that held different medicinal drugs. This leaves the crowd in awe and excitement. Now, as far as pricing, I'm sure you can understand that such an item is bound to save any of you millions from having to order time and time again. So it will cost any of you around 20 years of what you would spend on that particular medicine or drug. But think of it this way, he quickly proclaimed before the crowd could get cold feet, locking their attention. "In the long term, you'll be making all that money back tenfold," he exclaimed, and that seemed to once again grab their interest. After seeing the crowd start to warm up and get hotter by the second, Egon put on his most friendly face and, in a sweet voice, asked, "So, what do you say?" Several hours later, Izuku had sat at a table back in Egon's office at his home, the two of them staring at a screen with Egon's bank info on it. The two of them had their mouths open in shock and awe at what they saw after the showing. Neither of them said a word for a long time, but eventually Egon was the one to state the obvious. 50 million? $50 million. We just made $50 million in one sitting from a couple of splinters and all those tubs of medicine, he exclaimed in zeal while jumping around in his chair. Well, people are offering more and more. It turned into an auction, Izuku stated, trying not to act like his mentor. This is amazing. I've never seen so many zeros in my account, he exclaimed while picking up Izuku and spinning him around, before stopping and asking him, "Do you know what this means?" "No more money trouble?" Izuku answers. "No. Well, yes, but it's not the only thing. We could use this money to start our research facility. If we offer these to other hospitals in the other provinces in Japan, we could make more," Egon told him. "I'm glad to hear that, 'cause I've been doing a little cyber searching and found this," Izuku said to him while bringing up a new page on the computer and showing a nearly run-down research facility. "It's pretty beat up and in need of a lot of rework, but I'm pretty sure it's cheaper than trying to build or even buy one already made. We might need to budget it for a while, but it's more doable. Also, I found a good construction company to help in the first bit. Uraka Construction Co., Izuku explained with a nervous smile, unsure of how Egon would react. "You have been a busy little worker bee," Egon praised while rubbing his head. "Of course, then comes the expenses of trying to get new equipment, paying bills, and employees. We need to find a more sustainable way to make money, at least until we can get our feet off the ground." "Oh, I have a few ideas for that," Izuku excitedly proclaimed. Egon smiled at this before his face turned into one of foresight and asked, "By the way, kid, have you told your parents about what you've been doing? I can't believe I haven't thought to ask this before, but from an outside perspective, you spend so much time with me. It seems strange, to put it lightly." Izuku's expression shifted and he admitted, while avoiding eye contact, "No, I haven't told my mum." Egon sucked air between his teeth and told him, "That's bad. Now that you mention it, there is a strange rumor going around about me saying that I'm going on dates with older rich guys," Izuku admitted while putting a thoughtful expression on his face. "Ew. I don't even like to date people my age. Forget someone younger." Egon shivered with disgust while saying, "We need to fix that." "Yeah," Izuku admitted, already feeling the weight of responsibility hit him. How in the world would he be able to easily explain all this to his mother? And how would she react, or would she even accept it? Only time would tell, and the meetup date. Chapter 5. Permission. Izuku sat at his dinner table, silent in his thoughts, as his mother made them a hot meal. He played with his fingers, lost in his thoughts and emotions about what he should do. It had been decided that they should confront their problem head-on, but saying it on paper was far easier than putting it into practice. The plan was to ease into what's going on before getting into the heavier stuff. This is where he was now, waiting for an opportunity, or rather just to work up the nerve to say it. He sighs and decides now would be the best time, especially since Egon would be here any moment. So, Mum, Izuku starts as his mother just hums in reply. He gulps and finally admits, "You know how I've been telling you that I'm doing after school activities, which is why I'm always coming home late?" Taking another breath, he relented. "Oh, well, I was, I was lying." "I figured," she said back. Izuku's eyes shot wide open as he stared at her. Mouth gaped in shock and he blabbered out, "Wait, you knew?" She giggled and tells him while looking over her shoulder with a smile, "I'm your mother, sweetie. You can't hide anything from me. So what have you been up to?" "Well, it has to do with the friend who I told you would be coming over today," Izuku told her while looking at the third plate that was set up. Before he could continue, there was a knock at the door, and Izuku told her, "That must be him." Inko turned off the stove and slipped off her mother mitts. As she followed her son to the front door, Izuku unlocked and opened it while introducing, "Mum, I'd like you to meet." Before he could finish, Egon stumbled through the doorway, clearly leaning on the door in the best business suit he owned. A thick stack of papers was in his hands, and he tried to stay on his feet and prevent himself from letting the papers go everywhere. Once he fixed himself, he adjusted his glasses, looked at the short, pudgy woman, and stammered out in a half-exhausted mess, "Hello, Miss Izuku. I'm Professor. No, wait. I'm Professor Izuku. Wait, no. No, uh, you're Miss Ego. No. Hello, Miss Green Midoriya. I mean to say Midoriya." While Inka was more than confused and a bit on edge, Egon started to rifle through his papers and told her, "Hold on, I have it here somewhere." He then pulled out a sheet of paper and read quickly, "Hello, how are you? That's great to hear. I'm Professor." Before he could continue on his half-pronounced gargle, all the papers he was holding slipped from his hand, and they flew all over the front entry. Egon panicked so hard his glasses fell off and exclaimed, "Shoot! Not again! I had all this set up for maximum success." He then started to rapidly look through all the papers and pulled up some quickly while reading them off. Potassium, zinc, hydrogen, nitrogen, sugar, oxygen. He paused after saying that, looking up from the paper with tears in his eyes, saying, "That was the chemical compound for chocolate milk?" "Professor Egon," Izuku draws out as the professor scrambles. "Izuku, sweetie, what's going on? And who is this mess of a man? I'm honestly a bit freaked out," Inko asked while getting closer to her son in defense. "Professor, I told you not to overthink this," Izuku scolded the man. With tears streaming down his face, he blubbered out, "I tried, I couldn't help it. How are you going to explain this to my mum if you can't act normal in a non-business or professional manner?" Izuku half yelled at him. "I have no social skills," he yelled in self-shame and pity. "Izuku," Inko spoke once more, feeling freaked out. Seeing no way out of it, he bit the bullet and admitted, "Mum, this is the reason why I've been out of the house so often." "Izuku!" Inko gasped while grabbing her son's face and telling him on the verge of tears, "If you needed money, you could have just asked. Don't do something like this." Izuku was confused at first, but realized what she was implying, and exclaimed, "What? No, 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 Mum, it's not like that." Finally forgetting his papers, Egon stood up and defended himself. "Ma'am, I know I didn't give you the best first impression, but believe me, I have no intentions of that nature." "Then what has a 30-year-old man and my son been doing all alone for several weeks, she assumes back, while putting herself in front of her son. He has been working with me, Egon told her quickly with no explanation. Huh? Inko choked back, confused once more. Izuku knew this was his chance. He had to use his ace in the hole. If he didn't, his mum would go for the phone and everything the two of them had been building would be destroyed. So he took a deep breath and readied himself. Mum, I don't want to be a hero anymore, he said out of the blue. Wait, what? Inko asked, stupefied by the proclamation. She turned to her son and held his hand. She asked, Izuku baby, what happened? You wanted to be a hero for as long as you could walk and talk. Why would you suddenly change that? I gave up on that dream a long time ago. It's not worth it anymore, Izuku admitted while looking away. Izuku, Inko said in a small, shaky tone. Miss Midoriya, ma'am? Egon butted in as respectfully as he could, with a few papers in his hands. Several weeks ago, I found these papers from one of your son's analysis books. I was floored by the amount of detail and information on each page, finding things that others wouldn't. His intelligence and observation skills are unmatched. So I tracked him down and asked him to help me with a project I was working on when he was in a slump. And thanks to him, in the last week, he's made huge discoveries and some money to boot, he exclaimed with an ever-growing excitement while handing the torn note pages. Then a key word hit her mind in the midst of all her confusion and emotions. She said baffled, Money? Around $50 million, Egon casually told her. Dropping the papers and holding the wall, she exclaimed, 50 million? Egon nods his head excitedly and tells her, Yes, and it's all thanks to your son, ma'am. Your son is a true genius, like none I've ever seen before. He is a gift that so many neglected or failed to gain. Your son is amazing. He then started to get on his knees and told her while bowing, So I ask you, no, I beg you, please, allow your son to continue working with me. He could change the world. Izuku was silent for a long while, allowing everything to sink in, before turning to her son and asking, Izuku, is this really what you want? He nods and tells her with full sincerity, It is. I don't think I've been so sure in my life. She sighs, holding her son, and relenting. Then I guess I'll have no choice but to support you. Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Egon practically yelled from the floor. But you know, my son is still in school, Inko asked, as he brings up his head. We've taken care of that, Egon tells her. He doesn't have the right certifications, Inko argues back. He can work on his degree while working with me. I know of some websites that allow you to get a legal degree, Egon assures her. He's about to start high school, she continued. I never really made it through high school myself, he admitted. Inko thinks it over, then barters. I want him home at a more reasonable time. Trust me, I've been trying to do that myself. Egon rolls his eyes while glaring at Izuku, who looks away. I want you to pay him, Inko tells him. Egon nods and tells her, I was already planning on that. Once things had got up and running, and he had his degree, I was going to make him vice president. My son, a vice president? Inko gasps while holding her chest. Her lips then began to quiver, and before either of the two men could act, Inko began to shed tears like a faucet. Taken aback by this reaction, Ego jumps up and steps back a bit. Are you okay? He asked. Mum, please stop crying, Izuku begs her as he too started to cry, the same as her, making Egon think this was going to be a long dinner. which it was. Chapter 6. Sufficient Funds. Izuku and Egon sat back at his kitchen table, with the room constructed into a mock meeting room. There was a large whiteboard hanging on the wall, with Egon at the front, and Izuku sitting at one of the 4 chairs around the dining table. Egon with a pointer stick in hand, and many whiteboard markers in hand, points to the board with a crudely drawn American dollar. "Well, Izuku, we have a problem," he told him while pointing at the drawing. "Money?" he questioned while looking at the drawing. Egon nods affirmatively and erases it while drawing more crude pictures and explaining, "As you well know, we are nearly out of the 15 million earned from the hospitals. Between buying, fixing, and expanding a new laboratory, plus all the costs of the machinery we got, we're almost at nothing, and we still have more expensive things to buy, more high-tech equipment, and items used for experimentation, the monthly bill to run it, taxes, and of course, employees." Izuku thought for a while. "We could go to the other provinces of Japan and sell some splinters to those hospitals." Egon thinks of this and draws a picture of a splinter and a chart, then says, "That would pay for most of it, if not all of it, but it's not sustainable in the long run, and trust me, it'll go fast," he told him while making the chart grow and then plummet, before sighing in exasperation and complaining, "Sometimes I wish Japan wasn't so small. We have to think of a way to have a large and consistent cash flow without direct funding from the government." Izuku nods and says seriously, "Last thing we need is for them to get their hands on what we have." Egon nods back and states, "I agree. The less the better. Until we are more assured in our funds, what ideas do you have, or what discoveries have you made?" Izuku takes out his notebook and flips through it while telling him, "Do you remember how one of the splinters absorbed blood and was able to reproduce it?" Egon sighs, as he knows where this is going. "If we sell blood splinters of every type to every hospital, we'll be right back to where we are." "Not that," Izuku explained firmly, making Egon jump from the suddenness. Izuku sat back down, calming himself. Do you know the one person who's been making rounds in the medical world? The one with a unique blood quirk?" Egon raises an eyebrow, thinks, and then realizes what he means. Then replies, "The man with a blood quirk that instantly changes to any blood type it comes in contact with, even rare ones? The blood that can even replace diseased or cancer-ridden cells? Blood that's more packed with cells per square millimeter than any high-altitude animal on the planet? I know about him. If we could get a sample and put it in a crystal, we would sell it off in individual blood packs along with every other blood type," Izuku offers with excitement. Egon smiled at seeing the kid's far-thinking and smiled sadly before informing him, "Normally I'd agree with you, however, there's one glaring problem. Getting that blood is near impossible. He's constantly hounded by every hospital just for even a syringe full of his blood. People pay him billions just to get some. We'd have to pay him a good chunk of our 50 million just to get a small sample. And because of all the money he's gotten, he's become an absolute self-entitled douchebag. Samples of his blood on the black market go for hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions. I don't think we have to worry about that," Izuku tells him while reaching into his coat and pulling out a vial filled with red liquid. "Is that?" Egon asks while coming to him and taking the vial. Looking it over, he says, while ruffling his hair, "Shut up! But wait, how did you—" "I had to get my hands dirty. And face." Izuku looked away while rubbing his black and blue cheeks. Egon's eyes widened at this. He looked over at Izuku, seeing the many injuries that he covered up with clothes or makeup. He asked in a terrified voice. Izuku, what did you do? You know how he's prejudiced? Izuku tells him. I'm aware he's one of those quirkest bastards. Seriously, what did he do? Egon asked in a concerned and fast tone. I bumped into him by accident after he got kicked out of a bar. I tried to sweet-talk him, but he wouldn't have it. Izuku began to explain. Egon bit his fists and said, I don't like where this is going. Then I told him I was quirkless and he started to beat me. The teen finished off while looking away. What? But I defended myself, and in doing so I got a sample. He tried to reassure the man while holding the vial like it was gold. It took hours to get rid of all the alcohol inside of it, but it's a pure strain, he said in an excited tone. Egon grabbed his shoulder and asked him in worry, Izuku, why did you do that? He could have killed you. I was prepared. We needed the money. Izuku argued back. Egon rapidly shook his head and told him, That's no excuse to purposely put yourself in danger. There were other methods of getting money without you getting hurt. Izuku looks down, realizing his mistake, as Egon leans against the board and says in a trembling voice, If your mother finds out, she's going to not just have a whole cow with me, but a dang elephant. After he gets done venting about this, he sighs and holds Izuku in a hug. He asks, Just promise me you won't ever take any risks like that again. You're far too young to be acting like this. I promise. Izuku hugs him back. Egon pulls away and says to him, Good, anyway, this will help us subvert much of our costs, but we need more. We could only sell these at maybe a couple hundred a pack. Then of course, that super helium we've managed to make with one of the gas splinters. I have one other idea that I've put into practice, Izuku admitted as Egon walks away to think. What else have you been doing behind my back? Izuku pouted and argued, I haven't been doing anything behind your back. You're just never there to watch me. Egon sighs and tells him, Well, I am the one who's in charge of making sure we don't go into the red. We'll discuss this later, but for now, tell me, what is it you've been doing? You know how the crystal radiates a kind of radioactive energy? Izuku asks him as he nods in return. Well, I decided to see what would happen if something was exposed to it for a long period of time. I don't like where this is going, Egon says under his breath. Izuku waves his hand and tells him, No, it's okay, I promise. I just used a pigeon for an experiment. Egon blinks and states seriously, Izuku, the last thing I need around here is a giant, laser-shooting murder bird. Do you see one? Izuku stares back. Egon looked around and sat in a chair and said, Okay, well, I'm not sure what happened entirely, whether it evolved or devolved or genetically morphed. Izuku ranted off. Getting concerned, Egon asked him, Izuku, can you please just get to the point? You're starting to freak me out. Izuku then went to another room, came out with something behind his back, and brought it out for a while, admitting, I made this. Placed on the table was a creature that was a bird, about the size of a turkey, but not one. Egon blinks, adjusting his glasses. He leaned in, making sure he wasn't just seeing things. He sat back, not taking his eyes off the bird, and stated, Okay, first off, that's the least bad thing I would have expected. Second, is that what I think it is? Egon exclaimed while pointing at the bird, spooking it and making it run. Before it could jump off the table, Egon grabbed the bird and and examined it, all while saying, it makes some sense. Dodos and pigeons are biological cousins, with the dodo being large and flightless. Also, how did you hide this from me? You don't use the space you have properly. Izuku said with a shrug. Egon opened his mouth and argued, but stopped and admitted, "Fair enough. So what's your plan for essentially resurrecting an extinct species?" Izuku then went to the microwave and pulled out a meat dish while offering, "Taste this." Egon shrugs and pops a piece of the meat in his mouth. After chewing it for a bit, he saws and observes, "A tad gamey, but pretty good." He then makes a connection. "Wait, is this?" Izuku nods. Once he makes a relation, he guessed aloud, "You plan to capitalize on the invasive and wild pigeon in the city, turning them into dodos and selling the meat for profit?" Izuku nods, then assured him, "Don't worry, I tested the meat in excruciating detail. It's completely safe. It's pretty much no different from FDA certified poultry meat. And I got a butcher on our side with a little bit of incentive," he told him while making a money sign in his hand. "I was suspicious why there was such a large deposit to a butcher shop," Egon stated to himself before asking suspiciously, "Anything else?" "I was hoping to test out the crystal's radioactive effects on different plants to see if we could potentially make a superfood," Izuku tells him in a pleading tone. Izuku sucks air through his teeth and tells him, "Let's put a pin on that. We don't need to be doing a recreation of Little Shop of Horrors." Izuku looks disappointed by this, so Egon comes up with an alternative and asserts, "But you can do one plant at a time, and nothing else, making sure they're just small flowers or vegetables." Izuku nods, then blabbers out, "If only we could use one of the splinters to make gold." Then a thought strikes him and asking Egon, "Wait, can't gold be made liquid? And my crystals are heat resistant to a few thousand degrees." Egon tells him as the wheels in his head start to turn. Then the two of them directly look at each other, and Egon seriously states in a hissed tone, "I'll get some gold and smelt it. You run some tests. We take this to our graves." Izuku nods and runs off to his office space as Egon does the same. Chapter 7. Celebration. After another long and boring day at school, Izuku finally made it to his front yard. He didn't go to Egon's house today since he told him that he wouldn't come for some reason. So he went straight home, and now he was at the door. After unblocking and walking in, he called out, "Mom, I'm home." Just then, at the door, the dark house exploded into light, and the sound of popping hit his ears, with confetti and streamers falling on his face and head, followed up by two voices cheering, "Congratulations!" "What? Huh? Mom? Professor? What's going on?" Izuku asked, dumbfounded. "It's a party," Inka explained. "For you." Egon follows up. "Me? For what?" Izuku asks back, still unsure of what they meant. "You seriously don't know?" Inka asks as she shakes her head. She giggles and tells him, "Izuku, you passed." Egon saw that Izuku didn't understand, so he jumped in and explained. "You passed your last test and aced it. You officially have your 4th degree. You have a doctoral degree. You can officially, and most importantly, work for me." "I thought I still had 2 left," Izuku stated, a little confused and overwhelmed. "I honestly wouldn't be surprised if you didn't try to shoot straight for an honorary degree," Egon praised him. It's also the day that your research facility has finally completed construction, Inko told him. This finally snapped Izuku out of his funk, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Wait, for real? That's awesome! It's also your graduation day," Egon added in. "But I thought that wasn't for another 2 weeks," Izuku asks back, feeling confused and concerned since he could have lost track of time, which he did a lot recently. Inko nods and tells him, "It is, but since you'll be so busy, we thought it would be best to have this party now." She then brings her son into a hug and tells him, "Izuku, I'm so sorry." Taken aback by this, Izuku pulls back and holding his mom's arms, he questions her. "What? Mom, why are you sorry?" "Because I feel partly to blame for your previous situation," she admitted while looking away. "When I came to terms that you wanted to be a hero, even without a quirk, I was beside myself with worry. As a mother, I tried my best to support you, but in the back of my mind, I prayed that you'd given up. I'm sorry," she told him with tears in her eyes. Looking away in shame, she wipes her face and tells him with a more upbeat attitude, "But seeing you here and accomplishing more than I could ever expect, and more than anyone else in the world, especially myself, at your age, I can't help but feel proud. So very, very proud," she told him with teary eyes. "Mum," Izuku spoke back on the verge of tears before wrapping her in a hug and telling her, "Thank you for always supporting and believing in me." "Izuku," Egon interjects lightly. Pulling away, the man wraps his arms over his shoulder and tells him, "This time is all about you. If not for you, none of this would have happened. You and you alone made all this happen. You should feel proud of yourselves for all you've managed to achieve. As far as I'm concerned, you're my hero, Izuku." Izuku's dam finally breaks and he plunges his face in his chest while sobbing, "Thank you, Professor, for giving me a chance when no one else would." Egon pets and rubs his back for a bit but soon pulls him off while drying his face and proclaiming, "Okay, enough of the waterworks. Let's eat and be merry." Chapter 8. Last Confrontation. Izuku sat up from his desk and rolled his shoulders after sitting hunched over on his desk. It had been another normal, quiet, and boring day at school. Actually, it's been nothing but boring since Egon gave him all the coursework to simply copy directly from and get a passing grade. Surprisingly, no one, not even Bakugo, had bothered him once in the past months. It was kinda nice to be ignored by everyone and not have to deal with them. And he wouldn't have to any longer, since this was the last day of school. Their teacher left early, allowing them to do whatever until the bell rang. And boy was Izuku glad that it did, because he could swear he could feel Bakugo trying to burn holes into his head as he sat behind him. So, after a stretch, and waiting for everyone else to leave, he muttered under his breath, "Thank goodness it's over." "Oi, Deku!" the loud voice of Bakugo yelled at him. "Oh no," he mumbled with a sigh. He turned around in time to see the seemingly ever-furious Bakugo trudge toward him with his two tagalongs. "Don't you ignore me, nerd!" he demanded. "Yes, Kachan?" Izuku asked in a neutral tone, seeing him not even reacting like a scared dog, Meet Bakugo, making an expression crossed between irritation and confusion, as he asked while poking his chest. "What's up with you, huh? You've been acting weirder than normal, quieter, more reserved. You're practically not here. Hell, I've forgotten you were even here for a few weeks." "So?" Izuku shrugged in reply. "So!" Bakugo exclaimed. "So what? I'm not bothering or looking down on you like you hate so much. What's the problem? I thought you'd like it," Izuku told him with no emotion in his voice or expression on his body. Bakugo growled and exclaimed, "It pisses me off. It's like you're planning something or doing something behind my back." Izuku sighs exhausted and asks back, "Will nothing I do ever satisfy you? Whether I'm in your face or as far away as possible, you'll never seem happy about the results." "What did you say?" Izuku flinches as Bakugo gets face to face, but calms himself down and turns while saying, "Goodbye, Kachan." "Hold it!" he yelled while grabbing his collar and holding him up to his face. "I'm not done talking to you, nerd. You're still acting weird, and I want to know why," Bakugo said, as Izuku did nothing while being held up, making the teen growl and yell, "You better not be trying to be a hero." In the past, Izuku would have been like his usual self, squeaking and cowering in fear, protecting his face from any attack. But ever since the day that Bakugo told him to, he's become completely numb to anything he could do or say. It didn't affect him anymore. The fear, it no longer controlled him, and Bakugo couldn't use it to control him either. "I'm not," he said in a cold voice. "Well, you better wait, what?" Bakugo said, going from angry to straight up flabbergasted. Izuku sighs again, pulls off his hand, and yells at him, "I'm not Kachan. I give up. You're right. I was wrong. You win? Happy now?" "I... what? Why?" Bakugo blabbered out while taking a step back. This time it was Izuku's turn to demand back. "Why? Why do you care? You never cared before, so why start caring now?" Bakugo took another step back, completely confused as to what was happening. Izuku continued, "I've stopped trying to be a hero, okay? You'll never see me again. You won't have to deal with me again. Isn't that what you wanted?" Bakugo said nothing in return, just stared at him with his mouth open in shock. Izuku dropped his arms and told him, "And you know what? For whatever it's worth, I'm glad I won't see you again." Izuku grabbed his bag and just before walking past him, "See you never, Kachan." After leaving the school, Izuku made a beeline straight for the newly constructed research facility. It took him about 30 minutes by foot, but only because he was thinking so much about what happened and how it would affect things from here. But before he could get any more lost in his mind, he arrived at the front of the facility where Egon called out to him, "Ah, Izuku, there you are! Me and your mother were getting worried," Egon exclaimed as he waved over the boy, his mother standing beside him. Izuku turned his head after trotting over to them, saying apologetically, Sorry, I was kinda dragging my feet. Did you have a good last day? Sorry I wasn't able to come to get you." Inko apologizes to him as well. "It's okay, Mum. We're fine. We're here now," Izuku assures her while changing the subject. Then a sharp ahem grabbed both their attention, and they both looked over to Egon, who had a large set of scissors while standing in front of a large sheet of paper that covered everything in the front. and the front 8 feet up. Well then, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you our brand new research facility, Egon cried out while cutting the banner and exposing the new building for the two Midoriyas to gawk at. The building is what you would expect to see out of a research facility, a huge building with squared off everything, made of white stone from the inside, with huge glass windows and more offshoot buildings that had almost no distinguished marks, nearly uniform to everything else, all except the front, which was the most creatively designed part, that had stone stairs leading up to it as it stood on a raised surface. As they stood in awe of the building, Egon came up by Izuku's side and placed a hand around his shoulder while motioning to it, saying, "Look at it, Izuku. This is the culmination of all our hard work. Together, we're going to make some big discoveries and even bigger changes. I hope to see it through as long as I can," Izuku told him with a smile. So do I, Egon agreed, while looking up at a long-time dream becoming true. Wiping a tear from his eye, a thought crossed his mind. "Say, what do you want to start on first?" Izuku thought for a moment, looking like he didn't want to tell, but finally opened up and said, "Well, I'd like to do more experiments with the singularity soul radiation on plants and animals for starters, and..." "And?" Egon questioned him after hearing the boy fall off. Izuku shook his head and waved it off, while saying, "Never mind, forget it. What about you, Professor?" Egon placed a finger to his chin and answered, "Truthfully, I'd like to figure out a name for this place. You got anything?" Izuku thought about this for a minute before finally saying, "How about..." Chapter 9 Experimentation Log. Subject: Plants. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting from the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Lab, or NIP for short, performing and recording our first experimentation on the singularity soul and the effects of its radiation. The first subjects I will be using for this experiment are different kinds of plant life. My previous attempts at this experiment back in Professor Egon Kristallos' home were less than ideal. Allow me to explain. Since we do not have the proper technology or facilities that would amicably be used in cases of some sort of emergency in which a plant became too dangerous, the professor had strictly forbidden me from doing multiple experiments on those of much larger plants. Instead, he had me do it on smaller things such as flowers. Unfortunately, after a time of being subjected to the singularity soul's radiation for long periods, even in the most compatible conditions, they would all die within days to hours. The longest living species I had was a bonsai tree that only lived for about a week after prolonged exposure. Hopefully, in the future, I will be able to adjust the radiation from the crystals so small plants may be able to survive and show some sign of change. In saying that, we now have more resources and facilities needed to combat any sort of unforeseen hiccups. Anyway, the first batch of plants I've been using are as followed: 1 American cherry tree sapling, 1 crawling ivy sprout, 1 pumpkin seedling, and 1 adult American pitcher plant. Note: Professor Egon told me not to use Venus flytraps since it might, in his words, make an Audrey Jew. After planting all plants into the facility's newly constructed greenhouse, I planted 1 empty soul splinter into the soil so the energy may be absorbed in both roots and air. I had the plants on an automatic water and light timer for maximum production. and consistent readings for all plants in the controlled environment. I will report back when any changes are made. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting to say, that didn't take long at all. I've only been gone for about 3 days and results have already been made. Massive ones. All the plants I've used in the experiment have all grown to their adult size, which explains why all the flowers I used to die so quickly. The energy didn't kill it, it aged it to the point where it died of old age. I must note this down for future use. Anyhow, as expected, not only had the plants grown in size, but changed on a biological level. First, the American cherry tree. In addition to growing to the size of the adult tree of its genus, it also changed color. Its leaves turned blue, its flowers a bright red, and its fruit a bright white. After a bit of testing, I found that the cherry fruit will explode like firecrackers upon being broken. However, if frozen for 20 minutes, the fruits turn a cool pink and become edible for human consumption. Note, they have a tart taste to them. Next is the crawling ivy. It too grew so massive and quickly that it reached out of its pots and up toward to the glass roof. When I attempted to cut them back, several vines wrapped around me and began to tickle me relentlessly. After freeing myself, I took a leaf sample and saw that it was covered in a toxin response to the tickle response in our skin, using it as a defense mechanism. Note, use fire at a distance. Then we have the pumpkin. Unlike the regular ones, which simply grow a few pumpkins on one vine, this one grew several dozen tiny ones on a single vine and from a single flower. After some analysis, I found that not only were the new mini pumpkins the size of cherry tomatoes, they tasted very sweet. In addition, when touched, they emit a faint purple glow. After a round of different tests, I discovered that when broken from the vine and blown into the stem, the pumpkins will begin to inflate like balloons. And, contrary to what I thought, no matter if the gourd is broken, bruised or cut, it will not deflate. It'll keep its size and it continues to swell up from more air pressure as long as its stem is intact. I even put it through a high-powered air pressure pump and made it swell up to 14 inches in diameter. I would have let it go longer, but I theorized it may not have a size limit. Note, this could help the worldwide hunger crisis. And finally, the American pitcher plant. Boy, did this one change. Not only did it asexually reproduce, but grew far bigger than any other currently known pitcher plant species. In addition, it gained several large back leaves and a new set of vibrant colors on said leaves and its body. Its innards make us very sweet and insisting aromatic that even I was drawn to. When I got within 30 feet of the plants, they began to rustle and bristle their leaves. As they did so, the waving and vibrating colors began to induce a sort of hypnotic effect, and with the sweet smell dampening my senses, I began to walk toward it. Luckily, I managed to break out just in time, though even if I had gotten too close to the plant, they were still far too small for me to fit in, and couldn't move any other part. Note, I am really glad I listened to Professor's No Venus flytrap rule. From this start alone, I have now several working theories on what may happen. I will attempt one more mass test and see what happens from there. I'll update again when I have started the process. This is Dr. Izuku reporting again on the next round of experiments. So, a day has passed and I've set up the next round of experiments. This time I used a corn seed, a potato sprout, a garlic clove, a carrot seed, and 2 types of cactus trimmings. More specifically, a golden barrel and saguaro. I'll report back when the results have been made. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting once more to bring an update on the new rounds of plants and their effects on the Singularity Soul's radiation. And, like last time, it came quickly. I'll start in the order I've listed in my last report. First, the corn. Like all the others, it grew full maturity in just few days and surprisingly sprouted the same amount of ears it normally does. However, when I opened one of them, the corn kernels were colored and reflective like glass. When brought up to sunlight, they reflected it very similarly to how magnifying glass would, and I had to quickly cover it up before it shot rays of the deadly sunlight at me. In addition, I found that when dropped, whether in or out of the leaves, the corn kernels would explode and scatter like hand-thrown grenades. Note: attempts at making popcorn are now prohibited. Then, the potato. I was surprised to see that it was one of the few that didn't change externally. I had wondered what it could do until I placed one of my phone next to it, and it began to charge from the wireless function. After a bit of testing, I found out that the natural electric charge had been amped up tenfold, and now it was like an industrial battery, no matter its size. Note: food made with it has an electric taste to it. Next, the garlic. When I pulled it out, I almost thought it wasn't ripe because it was green. Then I found out it was, when I accidentally ripped off the stem, and it quickly changed from green to yellow, then orange, and finally red. I figured out what was going on after yellow and threw it. After it hit red, it exploded into a gas compound that irritates the throat when inhaled and smells bad. Luckily, I was close to the airflow controls before it could hit me. Note: I'm guessing onions would be the same, but with tear gas instead. Now, the carrot. It's gold. That's it, it's gold. But it's edible and can be eaten raw. Surprisingly, it acts like a revitalizer in the video game. I was at my 5th cup of coffee when I ate one and I felt all my exhaustion disappear. Note: don't try to trade it in for money. And finally, we get the 2 cacti. The golden barrel has turned black with pink flowers, and the saguaro now has skin that seemed to be some sort of natural metal. The golden barrel can shoot its spines when disturbed. It then turns golden and regrows all its spines before turning back again. If it's disturbed while trying to regrow its missing spines, it'll spray a nasal irritant from any flower it has that causes uncontrollable sneezing fits. As for the saguaro, it has grown twice the size of its normal kind and even wider. It has lost all its spines and now turned a metallic grey. It's made of metal. When testing it, it has the same strength as both military and construction grade metal. In addition, when a piece of cactus was removed, it quickly regenerated the missing piece. However, removing a piece is the hard part, as I had to cut it with a cutting torch. Note: don't drink the water inside. Upon careful study of what I've seen and made, now my theories happen to be right. The radiation of the Singularity Soul causes these plants to develop quirks. It's rare in animals, but in plants it's unheard of. Anyhow, this is unheard of, this is massive, and this could change everything we know about the world and science in general. So does that mean our evolution and the emergence of quirks was all thanks to radiation? If so, it couldn't have been from a single species. There must have been more. A huge vein somewhere. We'll have to figure that out on a later date. When I gave my findings to Egon, I expected him to be excited, but not go into cardiac arrest from the shock. It was a fun day from the paramedics. Anyhow, I'll be taking a break from the plant-based tests and moving on to the animal tests to truly see what the radiation can accomplish. If it can cause evolution of quirks, I have to find out how. I will find out how. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya signing off for now. Chapter 10. Experimentation Log. Subject: Animals. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting on the newest Singularity Soul experiment at the NIP Research Facility. To recap from my last round of tests, In short, I subjected several different plants in the same controlled environment to radiation given off by crystals through empty splinter. In short, I found out that the radiation caused rapid aging and the appearance of quirks, which is a world-shattering piece of information on its own. Anyhow, my next target is to see whether the same thing happens in animals. The reason I test this and not just conclude it, despite the existence of several animals with quirks, is the fact of what happened to the first time I tried it. In short, I used an empty splinter, a different one, on a pigeon that turned into a dodo. Was that the quirk, or did evolution take hold? That's why I'm testing it. On a side note, the one dodo that I showed to Professor Egon has hence been adopted by us and made the honorary facility mascot and pet. We call him Pete. Continuing with my experiments, I have since marked off a few testing rooms and chambers in the animals testing area to accomplish this. Now, I know what you're thinking, but don't worry, we make sure that all the creatures used are not tortured in any way. They live no different lives from house pets. Having said that, I decided to start small and used an order male ant farm. After some words of Professor Egon, he convinced me to do it behind a sealed chamber door lined with thick metal, on the chance they did turn into giant monster ants. With that, I set the splinters beside them and waited. Luckily, I didn't have to wait long, since they all died a few hours later. I can only guess that, like the flowers and their ages, they are unable to withstand the radiation and overage to death. I'll have to use something a bit bigger, so for the next experiment I've decided to use two different subjects, a common pet store goldfish and a koi fish. Both subjects were placed in the same divided aquarium with the splinter in the vicinity. I will report once any changes have been made. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting again. The results have finally been made with the two fish after just 3 days. In short, the pet store goldfish is dead, unsurprisingly, and the koi fish now shimmers when exposed to direct sunlight. Note, these could make good decorations at the entryway for the research facility. From this, I can only conclude that the effects of the radiation are entirely dependent on the size of the creature and not what kind of creature it is. The next round of experiments will be subjected to amphibians and birds. I'll report back as soon as I have everything set up. Okay, I finally managed to get my hands on all necessary animals needed for this test. This time I am using two vastly different kinds of animals, all of varying sizes, amphibians and birds. For amphibians, I am using an axolotl, a giant salamander, and a newt. As for the birds, I am once again using the wild pigeons around Japan, a chicken, a budgie, and a peacock. In addition, I'll be also testing an octopus that was accidentally sent alongside the 3 amphibians. Once again, I have put all the animals in different testing chambers in all the same controlled environments. The amphibians were allowed in the same tank but divided, all except the octopus, who was put in a completely separate tank. I have placed an empty splinter within the vicinity. The birds were all placed in different enclosures in the same testing chamber, divided off for their safety. An empty splinter was placed within the vicinity. I'll report back once any signs of changes are seen. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting some amazing news about the most recent experiments. I don't even know where to start, or even how to put this reporting down into any coherence, but first, I'll just start with how most experiments went before I get into the amazing discovery. I periodically checked on all these creatures once every day. No signs has been made until on the 2nd and 4th day respectively. First, I'll be starting with the amphibians and the octopus. The axolotl has gained the ability to control water and can move freely from its tanks. It's a good thing I checked in on it periodically because I think the radiation was starting to get to it and it was using its newfound quirk to move away from the splinter. Note, make a covered and watertight tank. Then, the giant salamander, surprisingly, has shown no signs of quirk. I'm not sure if it's simply immune to the effects of the radiation, or if some creatures like humans, cannot develop quirks, or it's simply evolutionarily perfect. Either way, it remains the same no matter how much time passes. Note: it's sort of nice to know that some creatures can be quirkless. Next, the newt. It's dead. Surprisingly, however, this isn't due to radiation from the splinter. It was actually due to its own developed quirk. I'm not sure what it was, but it just exploded. Note: study remains to see what happened. Last of all, the octopus. It showed no physical signs except for its brain. The radiation has caused its brain, which normally wraps around its esophagus, to disconnect and become separate in the body, allowing it to swell up to 3 times its normal capacity. This also includes many more wrinkles in the brain. In short, it got smarter. A lot smarter. So smart that it has now a minor form of sentience and sapience. The way I found this out is when it asked me in Morse code to give back the crystal so it could continue growing. I'm both extremely intrigued and extremely scared of what that could mean. For now, I denied its request and placed it into a new aquarium to be studied. Note: learn Morse code. After this are the birds. First, the peacock. Somehow the whole "it hypnotizes with its tail" false fact had came true. When raising and shaking its tail feathers, it induces a slight hypnotic effect so long as eye contact is met consistently. I was fortunate enough that it dropped its tail and ran away as I approached. Note: make hypnotic proof goggles. Then the budgie. It didn't change externally like the peacock, but instead its vocals did. The bird can now mimic any sound it heard perfectly, and at the decimals it was at. Apart from speech, I've tested gunshots, car keys, bells, the bark of a dog, the grunts of Pete, the flicking of a light switch, the buzz of electricity, and the honk of a tuba. I even gave it a rendition of one of Mozart's symphonies, and it copied it perfectly with all the instruments present. My one mistake was allowing it to hear my ringtone, and now it pranks me by making the same noise. I've come to find out its intelligence has grown to that of an American grey parrot. Note: change ringtones. Next, the chicken. It's by far the strangest one yet. Its brain has quadrupled in size. It's so large that it stretches the fins on its head to the point it's nearly translucent. I honestly wonder how it's still able to stand and walk, let alone still be alive. I'm honestly still wondering what happened to its skull if it still has it. As I'm sure you can guess, in addition to having one of the largest brain-to-body sizes in the history of its species and every animal on Earth, it has an equally numerous amount of wrinkles in its brain. This is as smart, if not smarter than most people. Note: she has been able to speak with me through a text-to-speak generator and has formally asked for a job. Last of all is the pigeon. I was most surprised by this since it didn't change into a dodo as I expected. It only gains a quirk similar to that one of the hero hawks. It can shoot, control, reattach its feathers in addition to being able to give off a faint white glow. I'm honestly baffled by this one, so I'll do some more experimenting to see what happens from there. Note: don't let any religious fanatics see it. This is Dr. Izuku. Oh, forget it. This is too important for formalities. I've made a great breakthrough since my last report. I've truly underestimated the power of the Singularity Soul. It's more powerful than I could have imagined. Maybe I should stop gushing and get to the point. Finding that a pigeon was given a quirk instead of being turned into a pigeon made me wonder about something. What did I do differently that caused it to change so drastically? So after a bit, I figured it out and decided to run the same pigeon test, this time with 2 different empty splinters. The first one was the splinter I used to test the plants and animals, and the second one was the one I originally used to turn the pigeon into dodos for money. I placed both in the vicinity of 2 pigeons in different testing chambers, and after a few days, the same thing happened. One changed into a dodo, and the other gained the same quirk as the first test subject. This led me to 2 different discoveries. The first being that any creature or plant of the same type, except for humans, will always have the same quirk. The second thing is the energy fluctuations in the splinter causes different effects. The way I found this out was by taking the splinters and running them under an energy wave reader. I found out that the quirk splinter was positively charged while the evolution splinter was negatively charged, so depending on what frequency it's at and how much it was put into the splinter, effect I found out later depends on what effect it gives us. I wonder if that also translates to whatever the splinter absorbs. Maybe I can even control the frequency of the energy to see what other effects they have. Different experiments for different days. So I tested this once more and used 2 female sheep. I kept them in separate testing chambers with the same controlled environment and both splinters in each room. I'll report back on my findings. Okay, the tests are a full success and have brought up another important piece of information on the radiation effects. These are my full findings on each subject. The sheep that had a quirk splinter did develop a quirk, some form of electrokinesis. It can generate electricity through its wool to do several things. It can release the pent-up energy at will, use it to increase its speed, create a force field, and electricity-charged ions in the air allow it to float and airwalk. It's also gained a taste for sugar and tobacco, not sure why. When sheared and processed into clothes, it had a very tingly feeling to it. When its meat is cooked and eaten, it has the same effect as the clothes, with no abnormal signs. But it's perfectly safe. Note: many of them could cause thunderstorms or power a small town. The sheep that had the evolution splinter did something unexpected. Instead of devolving into another less evolved species of sheep, like a wild one, it instead evolved. Instead of a wild sheep, before humans domesticated them, there stood a much larger, leaner, smarter, and more muscular sheep. I almost thought it was a wolf, or I had gone into the wrong room, but it was the same one. Its legs grew longer with a bigger chest and a body structure like a predator. Its wool was like regular hair. Its eyes gingerly moved somewhat to the front of its face. Its hooves split into 3 toe-like claws. Its horns now grew up before curving and shooting straight out. After briefly observing it, I almost assumed it turned into a carnivore, but after feeding, I found it still be a herbivore. When approached, it acted much more aggressively than normal sheep that would act curious or scared. When the foal was sheared, it acted like hair and came off piece by piece. When the meat was eaten, it was extremely tough and gamey. Note: it reminds me of the old anime my mum and I watched as a kid. I was truly baffled as to how and why this happened, and then I found that the reason. When I gave both sheep a physical exam, I discovered they are both under a lot of stress. I guess the move from an open field to an enclosed lab, coupled with the lack of noise and social interactions between their kind, said it just skyrocket. That's when I realized what the radiation had done. Due to stress, the radiation caused it to evolve to something that could handle stress more easily in a predator-heavy environment. That's why it looks and acts more aggressively and like a predator. So any external force could cause major changes in the subject's change. That's why the pigeon turned into dodo. They are so calm and in a predator-free and food-rich environment that they devolved into something more suitable for such a lifestyle. I can only guess what else it could do. Okay, I have a bit of a dilemma here, or situation. While I was testing and observing the sheep, the semi-intelligent octopus snuck out of its aquarium and stole the quirk splinter. When I finally found where it was when it was feeding time, I had to act fast, but the fastest I could go was 2 hours, since it took me 2 hours to get him out of his tanks and then another hour to pry it out his tentacles. Who knows how long he had it. Luckily, he didn't turn into a giant monster octopus like I thought. He just grew smarter, way smarter. The way I found this out was when I came in the next day. He was sitting at my desk in a glass bowl filled with water and typing at my computer with a text-to-speech. Does he want to work for the facility? I'm not sure why, but I didn't deny him that. I'll have to set something up with him, the chicken, and the professor. He can understand human speech, just can't speak it. Much like the chicken. I guess they'll be my future co-workers. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya signing off for now. Note, they both have given themselves names. The chicken has called herself Dr. Cluck Orpington, and the octopus has called himself Professor Octocephalopod. Chapter 11. Co-workers. Okay, I'm sorry. Run this by me one more time? Egon asked his employees as he took off his glasses to rub his eyes. Sitting in front of the professor were two animals sitting in separate tall chairs. The first was a white leghorn hen with a massive brain. It looked like it would belong to an overly sarcastic portrayal of a super evil genius. The second was a male Pacific giant octopus who looked normal but was holding itself up with its right tentacle. Even its eyes was more expressive. Both animals were hooked up to a large machine that had something connected to their heads. According to Izuku, it was some kind of translator made for them since they couldn't speak. After taking a breath and putting his glasses back on, he laced his fingers, putting his chin on them, and started, "You did experiments on animals?" "Yep," Izuku replied. "You used a chicken and an octopus respectively?" Egon continued. "Yep," Izuku confirmed. "During which they both gained human-level thought and understanding." He motioned to the two animals. "They do," Izuku admitted. "And now they're looking for employment here?" Egon asked while pointing to his desk with both hands. Yes. As if the boy just didn't get through explaining the first time around," clucked Dr. Orpington through the translator. "Hush! It's a lot to take in all at once." Professor Cephalopod barked at her through a machine. Egon looked at Izuku and told him, "I think I should start watching over your experiments." Dr. Orpington squawked and argued, "If anything, you should be giving him more freedom." Why, just in a month and a half, he managed to find out perhaps one of the many secrets to evolution and quirks as a whole. Egon sighs and tells her, "Normally I would be, and I should be, but I just can't get over you two and your desires." "What's so strange?" Professor Cephalopod asked. "You want to work here, for us, at this very facility?" Egon firmly asked. "Were you not clear?" Dr. Orpington asked back, a bit irritated. Egon shakes his head and admits, "I just don't get it." "What is not to get? You need workers, we want to work," Professor Cephalopod argued. "If anything, we crave it," Dr. Orpington excitedly exclaimed. "Yeah, but you're animals," Egon begrudgingly told them. "So are you," stated Professor Cephalopod. Getting a bit irritated, yet still holding his nerves, he argued, "No, well, yes, that's not the problem here, okay? I'm just saying that it seems kinda cruel." "How so?" Dr. Orpington asked. "Look, you're animals, so you don't have rights like we do. You're not like us. We think like you," Professor Cephalopod states. That's different, Egon yells while slamming his hand on his desk, finally losing his cool, causing the two animals and the teen to jump. Calming himself down and leaning back in his chair, he takes a sip of his cold coffee before explaining, "Look, I don't want to say no, but we as a species have had a high intelligence for the past 200,000 years. You two gained it through external means just a couple of days ago. The rules aren't gonna just change for you two right away. Trust me on that." "What are you saying?" inquired Professor Cephalopod. Egon sighs, fearing having to explain this, and tells them, "We brought you here, made you live here, and did experiments that heightened your awareness. We own you. And now you're saying that you want to work for us. How am I supposed to pay you? Shrimp? Corn? Well, two animals with no concepts of money even want with it. To me, it seems more like servitude, animal cruelty even. You'll have to live here, full time, and that just doesn't seem right." "So you're worried about the morality of the situation?" Professor Cephalopod inquired. The two creatures looked at one another, smiling, or something that resembles it. Professor Orpington spoke on their behalf. "You truly are a good man, Professor. Also, not sure if you're aware, but you two also have stupidly short lifespans." Egon admits to them with an uncomfortable expression on his face. "Doctor, you'll only live about 10 years if you're lucky. And Professor, you'll live only half of that. And if you mate, forget it. Plus, both of you are already adults in your respective species. So you don't have much time," he tells them in a serious tone. Izuku spoke out once again and informed him, "Actually, I did some tests, and it turns out that in addition to their intelligence being more human-like, they also have similar lifespans." Egon blinks, his body posture becoming more calm, as he says while pointing at the professor, "Well, that solves that problem, but no sex for you." "I will restrain myself," the professor agreed, doing a mock salute. "As for our payment, food and boarding are nice, but perhaps we can use company funds for our interests from time to time," Dr. Orpington offered. Egon took out a paper and pen from his messy desk. Writing it down, he tells her, "That does sound like a good trade-off, but if you two want to buy something, you'll have to bring it up with me first, and I'll give the red light." "That sounds perfectly fair." She agrees alongside a nod from Professor. Egon then looks up from his writing and tells them, "Just one more thing. Neither of you is a doctor or a professor respectively." "Well, you're not a professor, Dr. Egon." Professor Cephalopod gargles a laugh while vexing him. "Professor rolls off the tongue better." Egon pouts before wiping a hand across his face and telling them, Fine, just do some online courses in your free time." The two agreed, and Egon shakes a wing and the tentacle while saying, "Welcome to the team." Chapter 12. A little big problem. One day in the research facility, Izuku knocked lightly on Egon's door. Egon, hearing the knock and judging by the sound of it, knew that Izuku wasn't going to tell him anything good. So he waited till he came in, and after a minute, the door was slightly cracked open, with Izuku peeking his head inside, looking like a guilty dog. "Hey, Professor." "Yeah?" Egon called back, face deep in paperwork. Izuku slid inside, fidgeting uncomfortably, and said, I figured out how to make the splinters into permanent evolution ones. I also found out that when two creatures of the same or very similar species are brought together in terms of DNA and use that As a catalyst, it will cause the creature to evolve into the provided DNA structure. Almost instantly, his worries dissolved, and he exclaimed in zeal, "That's amazing! How did you figure it out?" Izuku looked away and fidgeted once more. Egon felt his excitement fade and asked, "How did you figure it out?" Izuku looked over to the side, while smiling nervously. Egon sat up and exclaimed, his excitement replaced with worry as he asked firmly, "Izuku, what did you do?" Before he could force himself to answer, the answer pushed itself through the door, and Izuku had to quietly hold it back. Egon was so shocked by what he just saw, he almost passed out right there. After calming himself down, he looked at his coffee mug, poured it out into a nearby plant. "Please tell me the caffeine is getting to me," Egon begged Izuku as Izuku answers with a slow headshake. Izuku put down the mug, takes a deep breath and says, "Okay, from what you've just told me, I have 2 questions. Question number 1. He then explodes, "Where did he get a baby elephant?" And 2, he exclaimed again, more in a self-agonizing way, "How did you get mammoth DNA?" Izuku scratched his head as he holds the baby mammoth by its trunk and then explains, "I called up a paleontology research facility, and they happen to have a lot of mammoth bones and bits they use for carbon dating. I convinced them and they managed to give me one." He then looked away while rubbing his head as the baby sucked his fingers, and he finally explains, "As for how I got the elephant, yes, I bought it off the black market." "You what?" Egon yells so loud that he knocks himself over and he falls to the floor. "I paid out of my own pocket with cash." Izuku tried to reassure him weakly. Egon jumps from the floor and bolts at Izuku. Grabbing his shoulders, he exclaimed to his face, "That is not what I'm angry about. You went on what I can only hope to be an illegal website with a throwaway computer and purchased a near-extinct species of animals. Behind my back. Are you out of your mind?" Izuku tried to open his mouth, but the words got caught as Egon continued his scolding. "What if you've gotten scammed, or hacked, or killed, or something even worse?" Izuku looked away, and Egon forced him to face him as he stated, "Izuku, listen to me, and listen to me carefully. I am all for taking risks and getting messy in the name of science and for the good of its community, but you must know that there is a line that you mustn't cross, and what you did today just showed me that you crossed it." On the verge of tears, Izuku whimpers out, "I'm sorry." Egon pulled away from the frightened boy and told him seriously, "Science, creation and discovery aren't about what you can do, but whether or not you should do it. That's what separates scientists from mad scientists." "I'm sorry," Izuku squeaked out once more, trying to hold it all back. "For your sake, I really hope you are," Egon told him while sitting back in his chair and letting out a stressed breath. "Anyway, at the end of the day, you did bring back an extinct species into the modern era. Something that the greatest minds have failed to do for centuries. For that, I must commemorate you, but we speak nothing of this to the public. They are not ready, and neither are we." Izuku nods in agreement as Egon folds up. "But why did you have to be a mammoth? You couldn't have chosen to revive something a bit less dangerous?" Izuku blinks, then lists off on his fingers. "Would you prefer that I revive the giant killer-toothed tiger, the giant killer sloth, the giant killer rhino, the giant killer bird that runs, the giant killer bird that flies, the giant killer pig, the giant killer hyena, the giant killer lion, the giant killer bear, or the giant killer..." Okay, I get it. You choose the least bad option and the only one You would have easy availability, but don't do this again. Egon cut him off and half yelled. Izuku quickly nods while looking at the ground in shame. Egon then goes to his phone and dials up a number while telling the teen, I'll call Uraka Construction and Co. to make an enclosure for it. Then I'll make arrangements to turn it into a climate-controlled area. I'm placing in full charge of responsibility and care. As he told Izuku this, the baby mammoth began chewing on one of the decorative plants and knocked over a huge stack of papers that did not entertain the professor in the slightest. Yes, sir, Izuku quickly agreed while heading the baby mammoth out of the room while closing the door. Once gone, Egon held the phone against his ear and shoulder while rubbing his temples and saying, That kid needs to stop being so excited and jumping headfirst into things. He's got a head on his shoulders. He should just use it. He is seriously going to hurt himself someday. Chapter 13. A New Discovery. Professor Egon sat at his desk with Professor Orpington sitting across from him as he showed off her newest invention. A proud look on her beak, a rocket launcher of sorts, looked like it came straight out of a cartoon with bright colors and funny chicken stickers. He looked between the hyper-intelligent Burn and the weapon before taking off thick glasses to rub his eyes. Okay, so run this by me again. You made what? Egon asked after putting his glasses back on his face. An egg cannon, the doctor told him with a new, smaller translator that was wrapped around a massive brain. Why? Egon prompted. For shooting eggs, of course, the doctor explained. What purpose does this serve? No purpose. Just fun. Work can't be work all the time, Dr. Orpington told him with a chipper cluck. Okay, but making this doesn't bother you? Egon asked, while cautious and worried tone. Not really, she admitted. You, a chicken making a cannon that shoots eggs? Egon asked while motioning to the device with all his fingers. Egon shook his head, seeing that she wasn't getting what he was implying. So, taking a more forward approach, he states, Okay, so, this is the equivalent of me making a baby cannon. Well, that wouldn't be efficient at all, the doctor said back, making Egon raise an eyebrow, until she followed up saying nonchalantly, Besides, you'd have to wait 9 months to reload. Doctor! Egon half yelled in her in disgust and shock. You're using your unfertilized children as ammunition and blasting them at terminal velocity. Doesn't that bother you? He asked her bluntly. She shook her head and replied, No more than you eating my cooked children does. Egon stopped as he was halfway into his breakfast egg sandwich. Placing it down, he said, Sometimes I forget chickens are psychopaths. Homicidal, cannibalistic omnivores. The doctor said nothing to him in reply, and simply staring, Fine, I'll allow it, but no fertilized ones. Got it? Understood, she agreed while hopping on a strange device. Just before leaving, she nearly bumped into Izuku as he walked in and cordially greeted, Dr. Izuku. Dr. Orpington? Izuku greeted her back before the two went on their ways. Standing in the doorway and knocking on the frame, Izuku asked, Professor, are you busy? No, come in, Izuku, motioning to a seat. Once he sat down, Egon laced his fingers and asked, So, what horrors have you birthed today? Izuku was shocked by the allegations and tried to argue, I didn't. Only for Egon to chuckle. I'm just missing for you. But before you tell me what it is, I have some questions. Izuku sat quietly as Egon took a breath and listed off, "Is it dangerous, alive, sentient, or potentially world-ending?" "No," Izuku answered back. "Did you do anything dirty, underhanded, illegal, or behind my back?" Egon gave him a look. "No," Izuku exclaimed back, a bit of irritation and hurt. Egon sat back and smiled and told him, "All of my concerns have been satisfied. What did you make or do, and don't leave any..." He stopped himself after remembering what he was told last time he asked that, so he backtracked and told him, "On second thought, just give me the main points." Izuku nods before taking out his notebook and exclaiming excitedly, "Okay, so I was doing some tests on the empty splinters and I made a huge discovery." Hearing his excitement and seeing his smile, Egon wanted to jump, but opted to simply ask back in equal excitement, "What is it, baby? What?" "So, you know how you have all those cell samples from every part of your body?" Izuku started. Only for Professor Cephalopod, who was walking by with his new translator on his head and a cup of coffee to overhear the conversation, stop in his tracks, peek his head in, and ask in confusion and concern, "Samples of what now? From where?" Egon shrugged at him and replied, "Why bother spending money on muscles, skin, and brain stem cells when you can get them from a self-made source?" "I was wondering why you were covered in so many injuries and scars," the professor commented back suspiciously while narrowing his eyes and taking a sip. Izuku then interjected in their conversation and continued, "Anyhow, I put them all into a vial with a splinter and you'll never believe what happened." Egon sat there waiting for an answer and finally exclaimed, "Well, don't leave us in suspense. Tell me." "It made a copy of your quirk," Izuku finally admitted, only for Egon to fall right out of his chair. "Oh my god, Professor Egon went into cardiac arrest again!" Izuku yelled in fear. "Again?" yelled Dr. Orpington from down the hall. "I'll get a defibrillator," Professor Cephalopod offered while rolling his eyes. "I'm okay, I just fell off my seat." Egon shot up an arm from behind his desk to calm their worries. Once he stood back up again and breathed, he stated in disbelief, "I don't even know what to say. Are you sure?" Izuku produced a crypto crystal, and from his opposite hand, Izuku produced the same kind of crystal that Egon makes to create splinters. In shock, Egon says nothing except stare until he finally babbles out, "Wait a second, that's my quirk." He then looks at the splinter and asks Izuku, "Is this from..." Izuku nodded before he could finish, and Egon went to sit back in his chair. He pushed back his hair and asked, after absorbing all that in, "What was different from the blood and medicine splinters? I even used some of my blood for the AB plus splinter, and it didn't show any signs of my quirk. DNA, pure DNA, right here," Izuku told him with an excited smile, as he pulled out a vial that had a mixed red and blue color in it. It took a few minutes to digest what he just told him, as he took the vial and looked it over like a child looking through a kaleidoscope. After a bit, the thought finally dawned on him, and he observed aloud once more, "This is a vial filled with my genetic code." Egon jumped from his feet, grabbed Izuku in a hug, and spun him around while stating, "Izuku, this is incredible. You just made and discovered the two greatest things in probable history." Izuku couldn't help but feel happy for this, and had to resist the urge to cry out in joy, but suddenly Egon stopped his reverie and asked him, while still holding him, "But if you use the DNA samples I collected from the whole body to make the one you have, why do you have this?" he asked, while motioning to the vial. Izuku then explained to him, "Well, after I made the splinter with your quirk, I thought, I wonder what happens if you make one with pure DNA that doesn't take the form of anything else in the body. After I figured out how to extract all the DNA, I put it into another splinter. And how about I just show you? He offered while bringing the professor to a small room in the facility. The room itself wasn't anything special. There was almost nothing in it apart from a small table that had a large and ever-growing crystal on it. Every so often when it got too big, a set of robotic arms came down from the ceiling and broke off a huge piece that sucked it into a single corner of the room. In this corner, a machine would take every single shard and cut, shape, and polish it before sending it out down a short conveyor belt and into a box with many others. After looking over the machines and the box full of crystals ready to be made into empty splinters, he made his way to the ever-growing crystal. Inside the very center was a splinter that looked exactly like one Izuku used to demonstrate. Looking at the boy, the man could only say in a low, flabbergasted voice, "Whoa!" It's even more potent than this one since the strain was pure. But why make this one? Egon prompted him. Izuku looked down while shuffling his feet. You already do so much for the facility on top of making every splinter we have. I just thought it would be good to give you a break in at least one regard. And besides, what if you get sick or hurt, and when you die, this place will probably have to shut down? Egon smiles softly at him. Ruffling his hair, he tells him, "Thanks for that, Izuku. You are a good kid with a good heart. Just have to make that head a little less fuzzy," he says while playfully pinching at his nose. Before they could continue with the comfortable silence, a shrill voice squealed, "Dr. Izuku!" Both men rushed outside the main foyer where they saw three things. Professor Cephalopod leaned on a wall and watched something in amusement as he drank his coffee. Dr. Orpington's cart was knocked over, and the doctor was being chased around the room by the baby mammoth, now called Gammoth, in a one-sided game of chase. "Call off your beast at once!" the doctor squealed in urgency as he tried to and failed to flap away. "He's just playing with you," Professor Cephalopod called back teasingly. "I'm an adult weighing in at 13 pounds with hollow bones and a nearly exposed brain. He's a few moments old and already weighs in at 200 pounds. He'll kill me," she crowed at him as Izuku ran up and grabbed Gammoth before he could catch her like a child attempting to catch a pigeon at the park. Once safely secured, the doctor ruffled her feathers and demanded, "Keep that thing on a leash." Otto just bubbled out a laugh and walked off to his office as Egon helped to flip her moving device back up and get out of the foyer while Izuku still had the baby. Once gone, Izuku let go of Gammoth, where he stood by his side. "Izuku," Egon said the boy's name as he walked up to him and said before stopping again, "With this discovery you've made, are you thinking what I'm thinking? I'll make up flyers and posts on social media. I'll also separate a small portion of the facility's money as an incentive for volunteers," Professor Cephalopod said from a bit down the hallway, waving a tentacle inside the foyer. "Thank you, Professor," Egon called back before facing Izuku excitedly. "Now we have a whole new avenue to discover." Chapter 14. Experimental Log. Subject: Quark Splinter. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting once again with a new round of experiments with the Singularity Soul, and more specifically, their splinters. I'll spare the details since I made a different report directly to Professor Egon, but in short, I was able to extract pure DNA and place it into an empty splinter, thus allowing me to copy a quirk. So far, I've only made a copy of Professor Egon's quirk as a method of producing more splinters. I've also found out that much like blood and medical splinters, when activated with a mental cue, I can produce the quirk as if it were my very own. I put a quirk in a bottle in a manner of speech, though this brings up a new thought. Wouldn't putting a pure extract of a person just make a splinter into that said person, just in crystal form? Then why does a person's quirk become the main factor in the splinter? The only theory I could come up with was that the quirk was something entirely different from the rest of the body, something that lies beyond the DNA, and I believe that something is the soul. Our quirks are internally meshed with our souls, or at least fragments of them. So, in essence, I'm either taking a piece or copying a person's soul with this. Though, as you can imagine, that theory has many holes, especially since a singularity soul can cause quirks to emerge, so more tests will have to be done in that regard. Anyhow, after finding and telling this discovery, Professor Egon, with the help of Professor Cephalopod, was able to do a bit of marketing to get volunteers for this experiment. Luckily, the process was easy, and all the volunteers had to do was give their name, age, quirk, and description of it. Surprisingly, we got over several dozen volunteers. Of course, a lot of that came from the 1,000 yen volunteer award. Either way, we have tons of blood samples to work with. The only problem is extracting enough DNA to make a pure quirk splinter. I know what and how to do it, but I don't have it down to a complete science just yet. I'll report back with more results. This is Dr. Midori Izuku reporting once again on the quirk splinter creation process. After 2 painstaking weeks of grinding, I have finally extracted all DNA from each blood sample to infuse in the empty splinter, and in that time I think I have a process down to a science. Now I've just got to make a machine to do it for me. Forgetting about my gripes, during one of my sleepless nights I made an accidental discovery. When placing DNA into one of the vials I was using for the absorption process, I accidentally placed 2 different DNA samples into the same one. 5 days later, and out came a splinter with a perfect combination of both quirks, making it an entirely new one. After looking through my records, I found that both DNA samples I used were from 2 twins with different quirks. After finding this out, I did some more tests, and this is what I discovered. Quirks are just as much as part of our DNA as skin, and as such can be used to mix and match with different or stronger ones. For example, DNA from direct relatives such as twins, siblings, and first cousins can be mixed easily. Samples from parents and children can be mixed, but with far less efficiency, or just simply strengthen the original quirk. Samples made from strangers or 2 people of the same gender have a 0% chance of mixing, except for when the quirks in question are very similar. For example, if one person has a quirk that can produce kerosene gel and another has a quirk that can ignite anything flammable, then the result would be a flame body quirk. As for 2 different quirks making a completely different quirk, like in the case of the twins, one twin can sprout a pair of wings and the other can control the wind. Thus, the result is the ability to make wings of air and control it. As for a quirk being mixed between mother and child, imagine the mother having a quirk that produces chemical compound glycerin, and the child can produce explosions. The result would be the explosion quirk becoming even more powerful than it might be already. From this process, I was, and am, able to make hundreds of new splinters. My only other question is if I can triple the combinations, or even take 4, make 2, then combine those. This will require some more testing. So, for now, Dr. Izuku Midoriya, signing off. Chapter 15. Protection. Thank you for seeing me despite your busy schedule, Professor Egon. Professor Cephalopod thanked his employer as he sat at his seat across his desk. Accompanying him was Dr. Orpington. Sitting at his desk, Egon waved him off and graciously told him, Of course, Professor Cephalopod. Now, what was it you wanted to show me? Accompanying him was Izuku, who was asked by the octopus to join in on the reveal, and Pete, who was eating out of a food bowl by the edge of his office desk. Octo stood in his seat and started to explain. Now, I'm sure you're very aware, the one thing this facility lacks is security. Now, don't get me wrong, cameras, locks, silent alarms, and bulletproof glass are all well and good, but with what we're doing, we need to be creative on how we hide and protect our assets. Catch them with their pants down, if you get my meaning, he told them while pacing back and forth, getting tired of the theatrics. Egon signed and prompted him firmly. Yes, just tell me what you've made. The professor hops off his seat and skittles over to an object covered in a sheet that he had brought in. Grabbing it and ripping it away, he announces, "Presenting the Mew Cutie." Sitting there was an ordinary lockbox made of standard grey metal. The sight of this did not impress either Egon or Izuku, who looked more disappointed and exasperated. A metal lockbox? Egon observed while shifting his glasses down to glance at the professor. It's much more than that. Go ahead, put something in it. Izuku and Egon looked at one another, shrugged, and Izuku picked up an empty food bowl from Pete, bringing the bowl over as the dodo honked in disapproval. The box suddenly sprang open with a mass of teeth and a long tongue snagging it and swallowing it whole. After licking its lid, it burped. Egon sprang from his seat and scooped up Izuku, pulling him out of the perceived danger, while Pete honked in fear and ran under Egon's table. "It's alive!" he yelled, making a realization, and asked Otto in a small voice, "It's alive?" To which Otto nodded. "How did you make this?" Izuku asks as he hides from the living box from behind Egon. "I mutated a cultural taxifolia with human fish alongside several quark splinters that have been made recently by yours truly," he explained with an ego. "What a blowhard," Dr. Orpington commented with an eye roll, upon which a large flesh-like mass with teeth and eyes where they shouldn't be was born with a subconscious similar to a cat. I placed it in that lockbox as a mere temporarily holding it, but it seemed to have bonded and made the box a part of its body. After a few more tests and experiments, the Mimikyu was born," he explained further in excitement and self-pride. Egon looked between the octopus and the box, and back at the octopus. "Okay, but how are we going to use this thing?" Professor Cephalopod smiled with his eyes and told him, "I'm glad you asked. So long as the Mimikyu has a record of your scent, it will be completely docile. Anyone else will be ripped to shreds. It's the perfect tool to keep things that we don't have the best confidence in keeping protected, employing modern security science." "How much can it hold?" Izuku inquired. "As much as the box it inhabits." "Can it change boxes?" "I'm not sure on that. The object it inhabits becomes no different from a shell of a turtle," answered the professor. "How can we get things out of it? Won't it just eat anything that it is given?" Izuku inquired again. The professor then tells him, so long as it isn't organic, the Mimikyu can't digest it, which makes it a great organic waste disposal. It can even safely dispose of radiation. As for how to get things out, I implanted it with a form of suggestive telepathy. So long as you think of the item in question, it'll give it to you. He then walked up to the Mimikyu and said, "Observe." Professor Cephalopod then holds out one of the tentacles and the Mimikyu opens up while using its tongue to place a bag of fresh shrimp, tightly sealed up, into said tentacle. To prove his points further, the professor then opened the new bag and began eating one shrimp after another, much to the mixed amazement and disgust of all parties. "How do we take care of it?" Egon wondered aloud. "It only needs a cup of water every month, a consistent temperature, and something that's considered sunlight. Apart from that, they could go years without a meal. But it does eat meat primarily," Professor Cephalopod explains. Egon sits back at his desk, takes off his glasses, and rubs his eye before breathing heavily. He sits there thinking for a while, before placing the glasses back and lacing his fingers, and tells the octopus, "Okay, Professor, stop whatever you're doing and mass produce these things in different sizes." As he nods, the thought crosses his mind, and just before the meeting ends, he says, "Ah yes, there's one more thing." Grabbing the man's attention, he tells him, "If attempting to mold the enemy to bits doesn't work, they have another defense mechanism." Egon raises an eyebrow, thinking aloud, "From what you've told me, I can only guess that the Mimi in the Mimikyu is for its connection to the Mimic in D&D. But what about the cutie part? There must be other defense mechanisms." Professor Cephalopod nods and waves for him to follow while taking the Mimikyu away in a trolley. Izuku and Egon looked up at one another, shrugged, and followed the invertebrate out. After following, they were taken to a testing chamber where the Mimikyu was placed on the center, and all the doctors and professors were safely standing behind the protective observation glass. Professor Cephalopod brought out a shabby-looking robot, and after getting inside the observation room with them, he used a remote controller to make the robot walk over to the Mimikyu, to which he looked at his co-workers and said with a pompous tone, "Observe." The robot then began to beat on the top of the container. The Mimikyu began to rustle and hiss. When it didn't stop, the Mimikyu jumped back and produced a set of long human legs, kitten heel boots, and fishnet stockings. Professor Cephalopod smiles with his eyes and asks, "Impressive, no?" Egon and Izuku just stood there with their mouths open in shock, while Professor Orbiting just glared at her companions with narrowed eyes. After the initial shock washed over, Egon proclaimed, "Impressive? That's 2 major awards in a box. How in the world is that supposed to be a defense mechanism?" "Just watch," Otto assured him. Just then, the Mimikyu ran up to the robot like a drunk person and turned to its side. From there, it brought up its legs and began to produce a flurry of rapid kicks, so fast its legs couldn't be seen, and the robot didn't get blasted away during the entire exchange until the last one, where he flew to the other end of the testing room. The Mimikyu then got into a low stance and began to spin like a top, closing the distance, and watching the robot in a whirlwind of legs. And finally, the Mimikyu jumped into the air and came down feet first, puncturing a huge hole clean through the robot's metal body with both heels. "Holy!" Egon was about to yell a curse word until Izuku cut him off, saying, "Wow!" "What do you think?" Professor Cephalopod self-assuredly asked the room. Egon had to take a few minutes to process what he saw, taking off his glasses and rubbing his eyes, and after that he said to the octopus, "I think it's crazy and just what we need. Like I said before, you have my permission. Just make sure they don't eat anyone by accident. Professor Cephalopod nods with an eye smile and goes to retrieve his creation, leaving a flabbergasted Izuku and Egon with an exasperated Dr. Cluck with them. Chapter 16. New Hire. Okay, people and animals, I'm sure you all know why I've called you here today, Egon stated while slapping the table in a meeting room that everyone was sitting around. It's your birthday? Izuku guessed. No, Egon replied. It's Christmas? Otto guessed. No, Egon replied more firmly. It's the anniversary of your vasectomy, Cluck asked in a teasing tone. Are you serious? Egon irritatedly asked. You called us here to tone down the crazy things we're making and doing to get the desired results? Egon guessed while fiddling with his fingers, making everyone tense up. No, but that's a good point. So long as you guys aren't doing anything illegal or immoral, or anything that will turn into an end-of-world scenario, I don't see any harm in letting you guys do what you want to do, he told them, making everyone sigh, before he slapped the table again and exclaimed, No! Why I called you here is about our team, or rather, lack of it. We need to hire more people ASAP. We also need organizers and receptionists, and secretary just for you. I'm sure you're just chopping at the bit to do a bit of what we're doing, Cluck says in a tempting tone. Egon sighed, while rubbing his sore neck and saying, Can't argue with that, but we do need more heads. We have many avenues to cover and only 3 minds to work with. And I can only safely say after a lot of things that we've made so far and were able to sell, we're far more financially stable so as to have more employees. Otto clapped his tentacles and proclaimed, Wonderful! Let's set up some lectures at different universities and see who becomes interested. After all, what we do here would seem completely bogus to the unwise, so it's perfect to weed out the weak. I'm in complete agreement with you, Professor, but I'll need you and the doctor to step out on this one. Egon tells the 2 animals, who looked at him incredulously. Izuku and I will take the lead on that, he stated firmly. What? Why? Cluck argued back. The world isn't going to magically be okay with talking animals overnight. It might cause an uproar or something worse, Izuku tells them with a fake musical tone while wiggling his fingers. What about that Netsu fellow? He's a talking animal that's known to the public, Otto argues with a raised eyebrow. Principal Nezu is a whole different kind of worms, Izuku tells him. And one we don't have the time to get into, Egon stated firmly. Seeing their unpleasant expressions after them, Egon sighs and offers, Look, we'll be the ones going to just about every university in Japan, while you 2 will be staying here, looking up any potential employees and set up interviews. The 2 animals thought about it for a while until Otto finally relents and says in agreement, Well, that is better than trekking around in the hot sun all day. Cluck just shrugged. She didn't want to walk all over the country. Egon nods in approval while saying in an exhausted tone, Good to hear. Now let's set everything up and get to it. I seriously need a break. Many failed university lectures later, Egon stomps his way out of the emergency exit of a university auditorium. His face was red with a mix of anger and embarrassment, as he practically foamed at the mouth. Running behind him was Izuku with a huge stack of things in his arms, all things used as demonstrations and charts and graphs for lectures. That was the 20th auditorium we were laughed out of. Is it me? Is it you? Is what we're really doing that unbelievable? From a third person's perspective, it kinda does. At least this one apologized and gave us our money back for wasting our time, Izuku admitted while taking all the objects down and counting a stack of cash he pulled out of his pocket. We've been to every university and college in Japan, and not one promising person or a smidge of interest from those $2 half-brain money-wasting idiot leeches. This is hopeless! Egon yelled while dropping to his knees and yelling into the sky. Maybe we should have brought the professor or doctor with us. Nothing tells the truth like hyper-intelligent talking animals. Maybe, Egon admitted while his face was flat on the ground. Also, we still have one more college. Maybe this one will be a winner, Izuku tried to assure him in a chipper tone. Egon sighed deeply, then laments while giving in. Then let's get it over with, so I can go cry into a tub of ice cream and fried chicken. Later, Egon stood before a now empty auditorium with an expression that could only be referred to as contained anguish. Besides him was Izuku, who felt like a clown for suggesting one more. After calming down a bit, his eye twitched. He broke his pointing stick in frustration. After getting that out of his system, he stated, "Well, I guess that's it. What a piss-up." "It could have been worse." Egon groaned and told him, "Thank you for your optimism, Izuku, but it's not appreciated at the moment." After wiping his hands across his face and making a painful sound, he began to pack his belongings while saying, "Let's go back. I want to put myself into a food-based hangover." "What happens if you infuse the two polarities together? Also, what would happen if you turned the frequency into a baseline instead of a positive or a negative? Would sound waves have any effect on this?" asked a voice behind Egon. Thinking it was Izuku, Egon repressed an urge to growl and told him, "Izuku, I'd love nothing more than to trade theories with you, but right now That wasn't me!" Egon sat up after hearing this and looked into the empty auditorium one last time. He looked closely, narrowing his eyes and putting a hand over them to see better. After scanning the area, he finally came up to one single person left sitting in the now empty hall. "Professor Egon, did you hear me?" Going over to his assistant, Egon mouthed to him, "I think we have a winner." After this, Egon and Izuku invited the only person left to an impromptu interview outside the college's building. There they sat on benches looking across one another on a lone stone table. The person left there was a man in his late 30s wearing typical college attire, with blue eyes and a mild build with a height just under 1.6 meters. His face was angular and his eyes were tired. On his head was not hair, but 5 tube-like attachments that seemed to move on their own accord. 4 of the 5 were very snake-like, but had no features, apart from a mouth in which the teeth were made into lips as opposed to being covered with them. The 5th one was like a tail. Thanks to Izuku, they were able to get a huge chunk of his background for this interview. Thanks to this, Izuku was given a chance to do the interview. After looking it over briefly, Izuku asked him, "So, Mr. Hankayo Suro, am I saying that correctly?" The man nodded. "Well, Mr. Hankayo, I do like what I see so far, though I have a few questions for you, if that's alright." Once again he nods. After flipping a page, Egon inquired, "I can't help but notice 2 things. First off, you're well into your 30s and attending college. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Education should never be based on age, only on those willing to learn. But it also says here that you have over a dozen years in the music industry as a singer and performer. What compelled you to take a drastic shift in your career choice?" Hankayo blows out the air in a stressed manner before explaining, "Where do I start? Well, I'm sure you have no idea who I am, but back when I was a singer, I used to go by the name of 5-Chord Gus." "Oh, I think I've heard of you. You're from Europe if I'm not mistaken." "I know because I heard your renditions of O Mio Bambino Caro." by Puccino, if I'm not mistaken. Egon cuts in with recognition. That's me. I used to sing a lot back in my day, Hankayo confirmed as he continued. As for why I chose to pursue a different career choice, especially at this stage of my life, well, I'm sure you know, but I'll tell everything anyway. I want to be completely transparent with you since you're considering hiring me. The two of them looked at one another, nodding, and Izuku prompted him to continue. Ever since I was young, my quirk, 5 living chords, gave me full control, range, and frequency of my vocals. I was a natural prodigy at singing. My parents used this. From the time it manifested to the point my career ended, my parents used my talent to make bank. Every day was always about how I can improve and how I can get even bigger, he said in an irritated and disgusted tone. After breathing to calm himself, he continues saying, Anyway, as you can guess, that was a lot of undue stress on a developing child, and my mind was hanging on by a thread for my whole life until I finally snapped. I'm not proud of it, but I killed a lot of people on my very last performance day. Several people in the crowd, a few security guards, my manager, my parents. He stops with a shaky breath and wipes a stray tear. After calming down enough to speak correctly, he tells them, None of those people deserve to die, except for my parents and my manager. I'll never deny my feelings on that, he proclaimed boldly, making the 2 men across from him sweat drop. Hankayo coughs and continues with an apology. Sorry. Anyhow, I don't remember a lot of what happened after that, but I managed to get out of legal trouble by settling outside of court. When my head cleared up a bit, I had a recollection of what I did and checked myself into a mental ward. I got out in a year and had to spend the next few figuring out myself. My entire life, my world revolved around my talent for singing, and nothing else. I had to do what most kids have had their whole lives to do. That's when I realized I had a knack for discovery and knowledge, but didn't like going outside, so I decided to become a researcher and enrolled in university. He takes another shaky breath and hugged himself to calm down before babbling, I'll be honest, my only 2 regrets in life were killing all those people during my letdown, during my breakdown, and never helping my 2 older siblings. They were always shunned by my parents, and I was favoured up until the oldest turned 18 and moved out with the middle. I never saw them again. I hope they're happier now than when they were with my parents. God, I missed them so much. I wish I could apologize to them. Hankayo realized what he was saying and doing. He retracted while apologetically stating, I'm sorry, I'm rambling. Izuku waves it off and tells him, No, you needed to get that off your chest. Though, if I may, why come to Japan? Izuku inquired. Hankayo shrugged and tells him, Just needed to get away from everything. A fresh start, you know. Izuku nods, looks to Egon, then back to Hankayo while asking, could you give us the room? Hankayo nods and walks to a different spot, allowing the 2 men to speak in semi-privacy from there. Izuku stands and asks his superior, Professor, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yes, he exclaimed. So you think we should give this guy a chance and hire him? He asks to make sure. Egon, disappointed in him as he admitted, I was thinking we should stop by my favorite American restaurant, get some new cheese fries, but let's do your thing first. Izuku gives him a half-lidded stare, while Egon shoots back, What? I'm hungry. Izuku shakes his head, walks back over to the man who was now making a flower crown. Mr. Hankayo? Izuku stated, making the man stand up. The teen then stuck out his hand and said with a smile, Welcome aboard. Once you've graduated, you have a job waiting for you in the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Lab. Hankayo's face lit up like a Christmas tree, and he exclaimed in an excited voice while shaking his hands hard and fast, "Oh, thank you so much. I'll do my best to make both of you proud. You won't regret this," making the boy and his head tendril shake like crazy. Seeing that Izuku was stuck, Egon broke it up by saying, "Don't thank us yet. You'll also be having a pleasure of running your division." Hunkayo stopped shaking and clutching a nearby tree and asked, looking ready to pass out, My division?" "It can be anything you want," Egon tells him. "Well then," Hunkayo thinks for a minute before offering, "how about the sound division?" The two men looked at one another, shrugged, and Egon said, "If that's what you want." After many thanks and handshakes goodbye, Egon and Izuku began walking away from the college, and once they were seemingly far away enough, Egon turns to Izuku and asks, "Should be worried about the guy who has music-based PTSD making an entire research division solely on the study of sound?" "Let's put a pin in that for now," Izuku tells him with an equally concerned voice. To which Izuku asks, "Should we have told him about his other co-workers?" Egon thinks about it and mentally rejects it, and replies, "Let's cross that bridge when we get to it. Speaking of which, I wonder how they did." Later, at the Neo Icon Phoenix research lab, "You found and set up how many?" Egon exclaimed in shock as he looked over to his two animal employees. "6 in total. That includes your assistant, secretary, and organizer," Professor Cephalopod answered while adding sugar to his coffee in the coffee cart. As Egon stands in shock, Izuku does quick math and corrects him. "Your math is off. It would be 8, not 6. You'll see what I mean at the interviews," Professor Cephalopod says vaguely with a knowing look, making Izuku more concerned than curious. "So, how did your search go?" Dr. Orpington asked while pecking at a loaf of bread. "Like shit," Egon groaned while rolling his eyes. "We did find one." "Wow." Professor Cephalopod resists the urge to chuckle, while Dr. Orpington held nothing back and clucks out loud in laughter. "Hey, don't laugh. We were kicked, laughed at, and chased out of by so many of those uptight universities. We are lucky to just get one." Egon snaps at the two creatures. After sighing in frustration, he states, "Anyhow, let's just hope that these 6 people meet our criteria during interviews. Headhunting is much harder than it looks." Chapter 17. Interview. Over the past 2 weeks, Egon and Izuku were able to interview every last person set up by the professor and doctor. Each person came on a different day, and the interviewer changed from Izuku and Egon when one of them went busy. Rarely was it both, and like before, Egon told Cephalopod and Orpington to take a back seat on this one, much to their dismay. The very first person they interviewed was an older Japanese woman with short black hair, a muscular yet chunky body, and a blue eye with one covered with an eye patch. Today's interviewer was Izuku, who skimmed through her background and her resume. "So, Miss Kobayashi, it says you're 40 years old?" he asked as the woman nodded. "I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I'm not judging you because of your age, just curious why you would be looking for a new job," Izuku assured her, thinking of the worst case scenario with his question. She thought for a minute, then explained, "Well, I felt like I needed a change of pace, and retired life just wasn't cutting it for me. It's more something to keep me busy. As I'm sure you saw, I have several degrees in manufacturing, construction,
and research. Izuku confirmed with a nod and glancing at her resume said, I did. So what exactly did you do for work before this? I was a decorated war veteran, Purple Heart, she told them nonchalantly. War veteran? Izuku exclaimed while nearly falling out of his seat. Cho then took out a few items from her bag and placed them in front of him. The first was a picture of her in full uniform and covered in medals. The next was a Purple Heart certificate. Izuku had to blink several times to ensure he saw this correctly. In a small voice, he said, Oh my goodness! Due to my aid in the Battle of Criss-Crossing by hot-wiring the enemy tank and using it against them, that's where I lost the eye, I was able to bring the battle machine back, take it apart, see how it was made, and draw up schematics for it. She spun her short tail with a nostalgic tone. That's incredible! Izuku exclaimed while pushing his hair back. He then stood up and saluted her while stating, Well, ma'am, allow me to say thank you for your service, and you're hired. Cho stood up with a smile and saluted him back. A few days later, Egon was the interviewer, as the next person came in. A tall, scruffy and scrappy man with pink hair and golden eyes, covered in grease and oils with many tears in his clothing. In short, he did not look ready for an interview. His smile was big and proud, his excitement palpable, his eyes alert, or eye, since he only had one, and the other, with a small portion of his face, was covered up in mechanical replacements. Wary of him already, Egon looked through his background check and resume. After a bit of thought, he broached the topic, asking, Mr. Shishihatsume, it says here you had some problematic behavior with your other workplace. Care to explain? He smiled while proudly pointing a thumb at himself and explaining, Ah, yes. I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I consider myself somewhat of an out-of-the-box genius. Go on. So, I like to do things and test things out others don't or won't do. So, that's what got me in trouble, he continues. I see. He then sighs while shrugging and saying, So they fired me. But whatever I did, I got results, even if they did explode 3 or 10 times. That's also how I replaced one of my eyes. Aha, Egon replied while narrowing his eyes. If you're still not convinced, allow me to show you one of my inventions, he offered while taking something from inside his overalls and placing it on the table. Ta-da! Egon narrowed his eyes as he observed aloud. A toy sci-fi gun? In front of him was what looked like a plastic ray gun with paint and stickers to make it appear appealing to children. Hatsume giggled. That's just to make it appear less threatening. Allow me to demonstrate. He then pointed to the toy at a small potted plant and shot out a beam. A beam came out, grabbed the plant, and pulled it right to his hand. The only thing Egon could say was, Wow. It's a tractor beam, Hatsume said in a sing-song tone before things went wrong. As soon as the plant went to him, several other random objects started to shift before flying at him and attaching to his body alongside Egon, who was pulled right out of his seat. From there, he was pressed front to front with Hatsume, nose to nose in a very awkward position. The two of them looked at one another for a long while before saying with a coy tone, Oh, sir, I didn't know you cared. Turn it off, just turn it off, Egon growled at him. He flicked the off switch and all the attracted items, including Egon, finally fell or broke away. Egon grunts at him and Hatsume chuckles nervously while saying, "It might still have a few bugs." After straightening out his lab coat and fixing his glasses, he tells the man, "If we hire you, then you'll have to be monitored. No interacting with others during work, and be placed in a highly secure room so you don't cause too much destruction." "Sounds perfect to me," Hatsume answered in zeal. After brushing himself off, Egon extends his hand and says, "Well, welcome aboard, Mr. Hatsume. Please don't make me regret this decision," he told them with a flat tone as Hatsume was shaking his hand in excitement. A week after that, the next newcomer came and was interviewed by Izuku. Once again, with a background check and a resume on hand, he looked over everything she had, and he liked what he saw so far. The interviewee was a young woman in her mid-20s with long straight blonde hair, green eyes, a mix of yellow and pink accessories that appeared to be a mix between Japanese and Spanish. She seemed to be very excitable and always had a bright smile on her face the whole time. Before Izuku could say anything, the woman spoke out and told him in an elated tone, "First of all, I'd just like to give you thanks for giving me this opportunity, sir." "Thank you for coming out here, Miss Ayuko Miyazaki," Izuku replied while making sure to pronounce her name correctly. She giggled and waved her hand off while offering, "Oh, please, call me Honey Lemon. All my friends do." "Well, Honey Lemon, I like what I see so far. You have many degrees and credentials to go with it," Izuku complimented her as he looked over her resume. Thank you, I worked really hard to get them," Honey Lemon said back with a proud smile. "I would like to ask, and if you're unsure about my abilities, I brought something with me to show you. Do you have anything made out of metal?" she asked while digging through her enormous shoulder bag. Izuku was a bit unsure, but allowed curiosity to take over, and he went to his comlink, talking over he called into the facility. "Can someone bring me something made of metal we don't need?" He then pushed the speaker again and said firmly, "And not a Mimikyu this time, please." A few minutes later, an in-process robot created by Dr. Orpington walked with a sheet of metal. Once it stood the solid piece up, it left, and Honey Lemon finally found what she was searching for. She jumped up to the metal sheet and began spraying it with something that came out of a pink-colored spray bottle. After several sprays, it left a pink mist hanging all around it. From there, she pulled out another device that electrically charged the air around it, and the mist instantly turned the middle slab pink. "Ta-da!" Honey Lemon proclaimed. "So pink?" Izuku observed while trying not to sound unimpressed. She chuckled excitedly and said in a sing-song tongue, "Here's the best part." She then walked up to the pink metal and touched it with only her index finger. Right away, the sheet seemed to explode into a pink cloud all around them, some of it dusting Izuku's face, hair, and coat. "Whoa!" was the only thing he could say in amazement. "I know, right? Chemical metal embrittlement," Honey Lemon exclaimed in zeal as she took over her pink-colored glasses and tried to brush off her pink outfit. Izuku quickly dusted himself and sticking out his hand, he tells her, "Well, Honey Lemon, you're hired." Honey Lemon squealed in joy and began to rapidly shake Izuku's hand while half yelling, Oh, thank you, 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 thank you. Though she quickly realized how hard and rough she was shaking him, and stopped while apologetically saying, "Oh, I'm sorry." The next day, Egon took up the next interview and was met with a man whose features were hard to pin down, since several parts of him kept changing to different animals. The only constant thing was his green eyes and brown hair. Looking at his record and resume, Egon inquired, "Mr. Anima Genus, it says on your resume that you are a zoologist. Why come to work here?" Genus looked like he was resisting the urge to roll his eyes as he exclaimed, "My previous work had me only studying animals and their environments, behaviors, and nothing else. I wanted to try and find a new way to help animals while adjusting to new environments and bolster population, not dig through rhino dung to study their diet. I thought about changing my career choices for that, and here I am." I understand your frustration. Egon sympathizes with the man before looking and thinking things over before saying, "Well, consider yourself hired." 2 days later, after that, both Izuku and Egon were able to collaborate on the next interview. With the information in hand, the two men sat across from the next potential employee. It was a short, stout woman of African descent. Her skin was colored like soil, and freckles decorated her cheeks, and her hair was a giant bush that was shaped like an afro. Egon was the first to start saying, "Miss Pamela Hollyhock, I'm a bit concerned with what I found about you." She raised her eyebrow, and he continued, "You created a literal monster Venus flytrap, and it ate 3 people. Care to explain that?" She huffed at that, then answered, "Well, honey, back when I worked at the Tokyo Botanical Research Facility, I had told my co-workers not to come into one of the greenhouses for a while, as I was working on a special self-made assignment. Took it up with the whole chain of command and they okayed it. But a couple of yahoos tried to sneak into it to steal it and take the credit. And, well, you can guess what happened after that. So I had to take the blame and got canned. Dang, what a deal breaker. I hate it when companies do nothing to protect their employees from perspective of saving face." Hollyhock nods in reply. Izuku then goes off track and says, "I can't say that those people deserved it, but if you get killed by a stationary plant, then at that point it's natural selection." He looks at Egon and he shrugs nonchalantly. Hollyhock hums and agrees. "I hear ya, honey. I do have one more concern to bring up. Nothing wrong with it, it's just that, well, I'm sure I don't have to tell you that a work environment like this has many dangers, including machinery and chemicals. I wouldn't want you to get hurt." Egon attempted to tell her as nicely as possible. She smiles and with a wave assures him, "Not to worry, sweeties, I can control all living plant life." With a twitch of her head, and her afro shrinks and morphs into long braid-like vines. She then wiggles her index finger, and the potted plant on Egon's desk grows so large and fast that it breaks its pot and sprouts cut white flowers. The two men watches this in awe, before looking at one another in amazement. Then back to her, where Egon proclaimed, "Wow, well, you're hired." On the last day of the 2 weeks, Egon took hold of the last interview and was very confused on what's going on. It was an interview for one person, but there were 3 different jobs. Was one person trying to do 3 jobs? It made no sense, and Professor Cephalopod who set it up was no help in explaining it, just being vague with a knowing and entertaining glance. When he got to his office, he was even more confused. There stood 3 identical people, all females in their 30s, tall, thin, blue eyes, black hair, all wearing the same clothes, and, in fact, they all looked exactly like one another, apart from how they styled their hair. The one on the right had long hair and curls at the ends. The one in the middle had median hair in ringlets. The one on the left had short hair that was swept to the side. All 3 girls, upon seeing Egon, all got up and bowed deeply, saying in scary unison, "Greetings, sir." Egon was taken back, and he didn't know how to reply, which gave the girls more than enough time to introduce themselves. "I'm Morgan," said the girl with the long hair. "I'm Megan," said the girl with the medium hair. "And I'm Millicent," said the girl with the short hair. Egon took note on how all their voices sounded the same, and after adjusting himself to the uncomfortableness, he greeted back while asking, "Nice to meet you girls as well. So you're all looking to become my organizers, secretary and receptionists respectfully?" He then looked down at his hand that held their resume, and he observed aloud, "But you only gave me 1 resume. Why is that?" "We are one person," all 3 answered in unison. Egon raised an eyebrow and asked, "Sorry, what do you mean?" The 3 girls closed their eyes and began to vibrate faster and faster until they became 3 blurry images. The 3 melded into one, and after the vibrating stopped, there stood a beautiful woman, like the all 3 girls before. She had the same face, eyes, and everything, apart from her hair, which was long and straight. The woman bowed in the same voice but with a different tone, greeted, "Hello, sir. My name is Morgan Laffell. My quirk grants me the ability to split my body and consciousness in 3 ways. I've done this so many times up to the point where my other personalities do not like being in one body for too long." Egon blinks a few times and replies, "This makes a lot more sense." After adjusting himself, he tells the woman, "While I understand the fact you are 3 people with 1 body, by law I can only pay you 1 salary." "That was to be expected," Morgan agreed with a nod. Egon looked down over her resume, and after a bit of thought he said, "Well, I like what I see in your resume, so you're hired." Egon looked up from the paper only to see 3 girls as they spoke in unison. "Thank you very much." Egon had to repress the urge to freak out, and instead forcefully blew out air to stay calm, as he muttered, "That's gonna need some getting used to." After 2 weeks had ended, Egon called all the interviews to tender a meeting at a facility. A few days later, on the first official day of work, everyone gathered in the front entry loft, where talk was abuzz in the area as everyone got to know one another. Though the talking quickly subsided when Egon and Izuku walked into the room. Everyone, please gather around." Egon called as everyone present formed a circle around the 2 men. Egon cleared his throat and announced, "As the owner and operator of the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Laboratory, I would like to be the first to say welcome and congratulations. It is a pleasure to have each one of you working with us." Everyone clapped in response, with some of them jumping for joy, whistling or laughing. Egon put his hand out and once again he said, "I expect to see great things and great achievements from all of you. I hope you can make me proud." Yes, sir. Egon clapped his hands and stated, "Great to hear. Now, if you have any questions or concerns regarding anything, please bring it up with me or our Vice President, Dr. Midoriya. He motioned to the small boy beside him, who looked like a frightened dog that just got yelled at for pooping inside the house. No hands went up, much to Izuku's relief. Public speaking was never a skill for him, that is until Hollyhock raised her hand. Izuku gulped and steadied himself as he called out, "Yes?" "How exactly do you run this place? It's huge and has been operating for weeks. How do you do it?" she asked the two men. The two of them looked at one another before smiling as Egon answered, "I'm glad you asked, because I was thinking of a way to tell you all that. Before all of you, we had two others helping us. They'll be your senior co-workers, and, I warn you, they are a bit strange." All the people looked at him confused or like he was crazy, making Egon's sweat drop at seeing them not understand. Izuku tugged on his sleeves and offered, Maybe it would be better if we just show them." Izuku then went over to the front desk phone and pushed the facility speaker, calling out, "Professor Cephalopod and Dr. Orpington, please come to the main foyer." After putting the phone down, they were all struck with the sound of something very fast down the hallway and towards their directions. After finding the source, they all stepped away from the hallway as they heard two voices yelling at each other, both getting closer and closer with each word. "Slow down, you pompous poultry!" Professor Cephalopod screamed in fright. "I can't! Your slimy fishbowl fried my controls!" Dr. Orpington screamed back at him as she attempted to gain control over her cart. "We're gonna crash!" the professor yelled as one of the foyer main walls zoomed into view. "I'm gonna die!" crowed the doctor in terror. Suddenly, the mechanical cart crashed into the wall at top speed with bits of parts, metal, glass, and water flying all over the place as everyone jumped out of the way, covered themselves up, or watched in a mixture of awe and horror. Finally, out of the chaos was a single wheel that rolled out from the wreckage and spun around to stop on the floor in front of them. "What was that?" the Morgana triplets asked in unison. "Your co-workers," Egon drowned. The two animals managed to pull themselves out from the wreckage and stumbled into view. Luckily, it didn't seem like they were hurt, just dazed from the impact. Otto was the first to shake out of his stupor and saw that they were being looked at by all new employees with confusion. Adjusting himself and his translator, he saw his compatriots and tried to get her back into motion. He slapped the doctor's back and stated, "Put yourself back together, Penny Henny. Our new work associates are here and you're making us look bad." "My brain feels like pudding," Chuck replied in a dazed tone with swirls in her eyes. Forgoing trying to help her, he turned around and after clearing his throat, he introduced himself. "Greetings everyone, my name is Professor Otto Cephalopod. It's a pleasure to work with so many intelligent minds. And the half-dead bird you see is my associate, Dr. Cluck Orpington." He motioned to the chicken that was barely able to stand on its legs. Suddenly, Cluck shook herself back to consciousness and exclaimed, "Your associate? I think you mean my associate." Otto rolled his eyes and shot back. "Of course you'd come out of your stupor for a comment like that." "What is that meant to mean?" she yelled while getting into his face. "Why don't you use that big head of yours to figure it out, Chicken Little?" he yelled while pushing her back. She growled and yelled, "My head may be big, but at least my brain is smarter than yours, Squidward." Otto then curled his tentacles in anger and proclaimed, "I hate how his name and species don't correlate at all." As the two of them continued to bicker, everyone else was staring at the two hyper-intelligent animals in a mixture of awe, wonder, and confusion, making Egon slap his face while Izuku smiled and laughed awkwardly. "Talking animals?" Hankayo observed aloud. "Cool!" Honeylemon, Hatsume, and Gina spoke in unison. "I hope you boys didn't make any talking plants?" Hollyhock asked suspiciously. "Not yet," Egon tells her with a sigh, knowing the inevitable. "You could be the first," Izuku jokingly offered. Cho shakes her head and states, "Welp, I've officially seen it all." Hankayo placed a hand on her head and tells her, "I get the feeling you're saying that too soon." As he told her this, Pete walked into the room, attracted to all the commotion, and began to peck mindlessly at the destroyed machine. Cho went to open her mouth, but Hankayo gripped it tightly, making her look at him, where he just solemnly shook his head. Cho understood and just dropped it, allowing everything to play out as it was, in chaos. Chapter 18. Dragon. Egon looked over the large sheet of schematics on his much cleaner desk. It was the map of the whole facility, with detailed outline on all security measures on the premises. Hidden turrets, traps, sensors, Tesla gates, and much more were outlined in the promise of maximum security. After looking it over for quite a while, he fixed his glasses to look up at the happily excited, smiling face of Dr. Cho. He cleared his throat and told her in a nervous tone, "While I do like the schematics you have for an in-facility security system, Dr. Cho, I'm just a bit worried about, how should I say this, extreme and faithful it is. Don't you think it's too much?" Cho raised her eyebrow as she leaned in and shot back. "With what we got and are doing here, I'd say it's almost too little. This is honestly the watered-down version of what I originally thought up." "Holy Christ!" Egon exclaimed as he thought of the ramifications. Watching as Cho sat back to glance at him with a smug look, seeing her point, he told her with a sigh, "Well, I can't argue with that. I'll allow it, and if need be, we'll add later on, but add some non-lethal defense as well. Can't be all gung-ho for every situation." "You may commence construction on it." Dr. Cho nods and rolls up the diagrams before leaving the new automatic sliding doors made by Professor Hatsume. Once she left, the doors stayed open as someone else barged in. Egon, noticing this, looked up from his desk and saw Izuku. He was red in the face, shaking like a leaf, and 2 seconds from crying. Egon sighed lightly to himself and said, "Oh boy." "Yes, Izuku, what have you done this time?" "It was an accident," he finally muttered through shaky breaths. "I thought you were house-trained," Egon replied with raised eyebrow. "Professor." Egon placed up his hands and in a calm tone told him, "I'm just teasing. What's bugging you so badly?" Izuku sniffs back his emotions and steadies his voice, and as he answers, "I was dabbling around with the evolution and quark splinters, and I made something I had no intention of making." Egon, waiting for the rest, prompted firmly. Well, don't leave me in the dark. Izuku walked up to the desk on shaky legs, his emotions just moments from spilling over, as fear gripped his heart at how his boss would react to his newest blunder. And as he reached out into his coat, and brought out a small creature cupped in his hands, showing it to the man reluctantly. Here. Egon looked down at the creature, adjusting his glasses, seeming to be nothing but an oddly coloured lizard. He chuckled at what Izuku was so scared about, and proclaimed, "Is that it? This teeny tiny lizard is all that you made? I was expecting something far more." He trailed off as a small lizard took a mammalian gait, sprouted a set of small wings, and breathed out a puff of smoky fire. "Dangerous?" he said in confusion. He looked at the boy, who was begging to shake and cry, while asking him calmly, "Izuku, did you make a—" The boy broke down into tears, hunching over and covering his face as he wailed, "I didn't mean to. I didn't realize it would happen." Egon was shocked by his reaction to him and almost froze up, but luckily he kept himself together and placed the baby dragon on his desk while he tended to the terrified crying boy. Holding his shoulders, petting his head, he told him, Okay, let's calm down. I'm not mad, just surprised. It's not like you tried to hide this from me until it got out of hand, or did it behind my back, and you have told me it was a complete accident. Just give me the rundown of what's going on." You're not mad?" Izuku looked up with red, puffy eyes. "Just a little surprised, that's all." Izuku sniffles and gets help cleaning his face from Egon as he explains, "Well, after testing and gaining results of the quirk and evolution splinters, I thought, what would happen if both were used on the same creature? No plant I used would work, so I used animals instead, and to minimize any damage I used a small creature that was a baby." He let Izuku breathe and collect himself a bit before he continued, but after a few minutes he gently prompted him. "So I used a fertilized egg case of a gecko, and when it hatched, this came out, and I came to you as soon as I did," he finally finished off. Egon sat on his butt on the floor and breathed a sigh of relief, which was close enough for the baby dragon to climb onto his head, down his face, over his body, and across his lap before climbing into Izuku. The little lizard crawled up to his neck and cuddled into it. Observing the animal, Egon noticed how different it was from most reptiles at a second glance. Apart from the wings and the mammalian gait, it had distinct claws on all four limbs, a head it held upright, 2 stubs for horns, eyes large enough to be seen from both the side and the front, and its skin was a mix between scales and regular skin. Still, it was a normal size for a newly hatched gecko. After he breathed out any stress, he told Izuku in a calm tone, "Okay, good. I know the details. We can work on finding out more pressing things about this new species, like how big it will grow, and what it will eat, what temperament it has, and so forth. After that, we will decide whether or not to keep it or kill it while it's still young and manageable." "No need for that. I have just a solution," a voice called out from the still open doorway. Both men looked over, and together they said, Professor Cephalopod? What do you mean by that? Izuku asks. Me and Professor Genus were collaborating, he started off. That's not good, Egon muttered under his breath. And made this, he finishes while placing a strange splinter at their feet that seemed to change the brightness of itself while changing into many psychedelic colors. Egon held up the strange pulsing crystal and asked, "And this is?" "The splinter does in days what thousands of years of selecting breeding does," the Professor Cephalopod explained vaguely. Huh? Both said at once. The Professor rolls his eyes and explains further. Keep it near any wild thing, it will become as domestic as a dog in just a few days. Well, at least this solves that specific dilemma of this thing turning on us, Izuku stated while admitting to Splinter's strange colors. As the two men were looking at the psychedelic Splinter, Otto tried to make this escape, only for Egon to catch wind of something and shout, "Hold it right there, calamari boy." Egon grabbed the octopus under his eyes and brought him face to face. "What else?" "What do you mean?" Otto asked innocently. Egon squeezed him tight and exclaimed, "Don't what do you mean, me? My IQ may not be half as high as yours, but I wasn't born yesterday. What else did you and Professor Genius make while collaborating?" Giving a nervous laugh and rubbing the back of his head, he admitted, "Ah, yes, about that. I was going to come to you about something else." "What?" Egon growled while squeezing him again. After a moment of contemplation, Cephalopod tells him, "You're gonna have to change Gameth's feeding regime." "Why? To what?" Izuku was the one to inquire, being the main caretaker. "An adult amount," Cephalopod tells him while trying to look away and sweating. Izuku looks at him weirdly. Egon adjusts his grip so the two would speak face to face as Izuku asks further, "She's a baby. She won't be an adult for another decade or so." About that?" Cephalopod laughs nervously. Egon squeezed him again and snarled, "About what?" After tapping his tentacles, he tried to say, "Well..." Before he could answer fully, a loud sound, like a trumpet being amplified through a jet engine, sounded through the now closed doors. Both men looked at one another when the sound stopped, and they ran out of the automatic doors, Professor Cephalopod still in hand. As they ran, the loud sound rang out once more, and they were able to follow it right to the front entry foyer, where they saw something that made their jaws drop. Standing in front of them and eating the decorative plants was a fully grown woolly mammoth, while Dr. Genus tried to get a hold of it. Meanwhile, Megan, who was manning the desk, looked unfazed at the enormous prehistoric creature eating everything around her. After letting this shock and amazement pass by, Egon asked rhetorically, "Professor Cephalopod, why is our baby mammoth calf now a full-grown adult mammoth cow?" "Me and Professor Genus have made several different splinters for population surging, one of which causes any organism to rapidly develop," the professor admitted, only to be squeezed again as he asked in a repressed, angry tone, "And do you try to hide this from me? Why?" "We needed to run some more tests," Otto explained while sweating before he tried to save himself by offering, "On the plus side, we made sure to spay her before doing so."
Egon gave him a half-lidded look as Izuku informed him, "You know that only works on boys, right?" Making the professor turn pale. Egon looked ready to burst the gasket, and even now the fully grown Gameth could sense it and started to walk away. Izuku stepped back with the baby dragon in his hair, and Gina started to hide behind the desk as Megan tried to make herself look busy. But no fury came, and he calmed himself down with an irritated sigh as he stated calmly, "Izuku, you are no longer solely responsible for the care of Gameth. From now on, Professor Cephalopod and Genus will help as well. Understood?" Yes, sir. The octopus and man replied quickly in unison. After placing the octopus on the ground and fixing its hair and glasses, he turned back to the facility and said, "Come along, Izuku. Let's run some tests and diagnostics on our new fire-breathing friend." With that, Izuku filed after him to a testing chamber to run some tests on the new animal, leaving Cephalopod and Genus to try and round up Gameth back into her enclosure. Truly the first of many strange days to come.
Chapter 19. Old Wounds Bite Hard. One day, at the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility, the front entry phone rang for the first time in its entire opening. It only rang once before it was quickly picked up. "Hello, thank you for calling. This is the front desk of the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility. This is Megan speaking. How may I assist you today?" She asked while flipping her hair out of the way of her ear. Some talking was heard from the other end, and she replied, After talking a bit more, Megan said, "One moment, sir. I'll transfer you." She pressed a few buttons and told her other half what was happening, and she answered, "Hello, thank you for calling. This is Millicent, the head of secretary. How may I assist you?" She answers as the voice speaks, and she replies, A bit more talking was heard, and Millicent says, "One moment, sir. I'll see if he's in the office." She puts the person on hold and punches Egon's office phone in. After a few rings, the receiver was picked up. "Yes, Millicent?" Egon answers, "Sir, there is a man on the other line looking for you. Goes by the name Nezu and claims to be the principal of UA." She informed him. Struck with confusion as well as concern, he quickly decides and tells her, "Punch him through." Hanging up on Egon, she punches Nezu back into the line and says, "Hello, sir." Nezu replies, and she tells him, "Yes, he is in the office and is able to speak. I'll put you right through." Nezu says a few things and Millicent says, "Have a nice day, sir." Millicent then transfers him over to Egon. His phone rings and he picks up while answering, "Hello? Professor Egon Cristallo?" Nezu's voice says on the other end. Egon could tell he was the real deal from the many interviews he's heard. He breathes and answers, "Yes? This is Nezu, principal of UA. I hope that I'm not intruding on anything." He introduced himself in an apologetic tone. Waving off the phone, he replies, No, not at all. What can I do for you?" Silence rang out as Nezu finally tells him, with some hesitation in his tone, "You see, I've heard quite a bit about your facilities." Egon raised an eyebrow as he leaned forward and asked, "Really? Man, we haven't even brought out the big stuff yet, or gone public." We already have whispers of reputation. I hope it's good. Nezu nods silently on the other end and answers, yes, yes, all good things. The thing is, I'm in a bit of a pickle. Go on, Egon prompted him, feeling his caution rise again. Nezu clears his throat and explains, here at UA, we have something called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. I'm sure you remember about the awful typhoon that swept by here recently. Egon blows out the air between his lips and complains, how could I not? The storm knocked down every tree we had just planted. I'm sorry to hear about your trees, but the USJ got the worst of it, and requires massive repairs. Nezu continues. More than confused by this point, Egon gets straight to the point and states, I'm not sure I understand where you're getting at. In short, we use that place to teach students rescue work. Unfortunately, we can't, but I recently heard about your facility and had an idea, he told him as Egon raised an eyebrow in suspicion and intrigue. Would you be so kind to allow our first years to practice in your facility? Nezu asked with as much sincerity as he could muster over the phone. This shocked the man, and, with a flabbergasted tone, he told him, though I love nothing more than to help the youth, I also must tell you, we aren't half as big or prepared for handling education of rescue work. I completely understand, which is why I have something else in mind, a treasure hunt, if you will. Nezu explains, making Egon more curious as he continued. The students go around and collect clues on villain activity, find out what's what, and reach the goal, like detective work. Egon, becoming intrigued with the idea, says, that sounds far more realistic for us. And yes, and I was hoping to turn it into a field trip for our students, teaching them the wider world of science and how everything goes into our daily lives. I'm more capable of realizing that our youth is so romanticized by the heroes, they have no respect or ideas about what goes behind the scenes with the creation of suits and gear and such. Nezu explained and asked Egon. Egon thought it over for a moment before saying in agreement, that sounds like a great idea. Oh, but I'll need a list of the students attending so I can make proper arrangement. Of course, please give me a moment and... There, it should have gone through, Nezu says as the sound of typing can be heard. Egon sees an email getting sent over and he wonders how Nezu got his, let alone the number of his facility. That's something he'll have to find out later, as he replies, I see, now let's see. He looks over the long list of containing 40 students, 20 from each of the 2 classes. As he looks over the list, he sees a certain name that sticks out. After shaking his head and scrolls back, he exclaimed, Oh. Is something wrong? Nezu asked. Huh? Egon said in a stupor, realizing he and Nezu were still talking. He then replies in a shaken tone, Oh, nothing's wrong. Could I call you back later? I have to check with my second in command. Nezu's quiet but eventually says back, Of course. Take all the time you need. If I don't hear from you by the end of the week, I'll assume it's a no. Egon repressed the urge to sigh in relief and said before hanging up, Thank you, Principal Nezu. Have a nice day. He slams the phone down, huffs a sigh, leans back with his hands on his face, and quickly stands up. He leaves his office, and after getting into the hallway, he says to himself in stress, Boy oh boy, Izuku's going to freak out when he hears this. It only took a few minutes to get to Izuku's office, though he wished it was a long walk, since he had no idea how to breach the subject. He was feeling more and more stressed, even more than when he asked the most popular girl in school to dance. He made it to the door, breathed deeply, pushed back his hair, and allowed the automatic doors to open as he knocked on the metal while poking his head in. "Izuku, are you busy?" he asked while looking around. There he saw Izuku sitting at his desk with the computer up and the video camera on the mic already plugged in. He turned around and quickly replied, "No, Professor, I'm not. I was about to give my addendum on what's been going on in the laboratory. Gameth, all the new splinters and discoveries, and even a little talk to work here. But that can wait. There's something I have to tell you," he told the boy while walking as he rubbed his hand on the back of his neck. "What is it?" Izuku inquires, feeling curious and a bit worried. Egon breathed deeply with stress while pulling his fingers under his chin and told him, "Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I'll just tell you straight up." This made Izuku more nervous as the man explained. "So, the principal of UA called earlier and asked to use the lab for some hero exercise, and he sent me a list of names to see how many would attend, and, well, this name stood out most of all." Egon opened up his phone to the email that was sent to him, and reluctantly handed it over to Izuku. Izuku was more than confused as he took the device and looked over the list of many different names. Names he didn't recognize in the slightest, except for Uraka. That is until he fell upon the name that Egon dreaded to show him. He had to double back and make sure, and when he did, he freaked out. "Kachan!" Izuku screamed in shock. "Yeah," Egon admitted uncomfortably, rubbing his head. Izuku's head dropped, his face overcast, his shoulders shook, and his hands trembled as ears threatened to spill out. But even so, he managed to say, "I should have known. He's always been amazing at everything. I didn't tell him yes or anything like that yet. I just told him to wait." Egon quickly assured him while waving his hands rapidly. He then took a breath, kneeled to his level, placed a hand on his shoulder, and offered Izuku, "If you're not comfortable with this, I can call him right now and tell him it's off. He won't mind." Izuku wipes away the tears and replies with a quiver in his tone, No, it's okay, really. I'll be fine as long as we don't see each other. I'll just stay in my office all day. That won't be hard." Egon relented, but told him, "If you say so. But, just to be safe, I'll have a guard at your door and have him be monitored. If anything else happens, I'll stop him." "Thank you. I appreciate it, really," Izuku replied while looking away. Egon then wrapped him in a huge hug and squeezed him tightly as he told him, "Of course, anything for my favorite person in the world." Izuku hugged him back and told him before leaving, "I hope this goes well." Egon then got up, walked back through the door, and left, making his return call to the principal, leaving Izuku behind in his office. Turning back to the computer setup and giving his addendum, breathing deeply, Izuku centered himself before turning on the record button and starting his report. Chapter 20. Experimental Log. Subject: New Discoveries. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting once again to give an update on the ongoings at the new Icon Phoenix Research Facility. Well, it's less an experimental log and more of an update report. I haven't been able to do many experiments, and what I do plan to do is in the planning stages. I did make one thing, but I'll get to that later. Okay, I'm rambling now, so I'll get straight to the point. We have been able to hire several new employees here at the facility to help with other avenues of research, all of which are the heads of their divisions. There is Dr. Hankayo Soro, the head of the Sound Division, Professor Kobayashi Cho, head of the Defense and Armaments Division, Dr. Shishi Hatsume, the head of the Robotics and Machine Division, Dr. Pamela Hollyhock, head of the Botanical Division, Dr. Anima Genus, head of the Creature Division, Professor Aiko Miyazaki, or as she liked to be called, Honey Lemon, the head of the Chemical Division, and finally, the Morgana triplets. They aren't doctors or professors, but instead act as the much-needed helpers for Professor Egon. We have a lot of bases covered, and I'm glad for that. It's only been a week, and much of it has been done already. For instance, Professor Hatsume has already decked out the entire facility with the state-of-the-art devices, such as automatic doors, finger and eye scanners, a speedier internet and network. He's even started construction on a unit of different robots. They're for things like defense, cleaning, tours, and so much more. Mostly grunt work that would take up too much time. I even heard rumors that Professor Cho was going to outfit the facility with military-grade defense weapons and other such things, which we will need in the long run. Dr. Hollyhock is having a field day in the greenhouses. She's made so much stuff that I can't recall it all at once. Honey Lemon is having a great time without any restrictions on materials, and has made plans and lots of discoveries that she couldn't before. Unlike Hatsume, who had blown up a time or 10, she has things set in place. I'm sure nothing unexpected will happen, or, at the least, minimal damages. The triplets have cut Professor Egon's work by 3/4, so I'm sure he'll finally be able to start work on the experiments. And finally, Dr. Hankayo, who had the most success so far. He's managed to turn one of the splinters' frequency into a baseline that's from both the positive and negative charges. We're not sure what the baseline frequency does, but we'll find out. He's also discovered that any splinter's frequency can be altered by sound waves. He can turn a positive into a negative and vice versa, which brought up topics of the main vein. He and I crossed minds and theorized that when the Singularity Soul was subject to tectonic movements, the frequency it produced also changed, affecting both evolution on Earth as well as the first quirks. But it's unlikely that such a small fragment could affect the whole planet. So, plans have been made to go to the same dig site to see if we can retrieve more. Speaking of collaborations between divisions, Professor Cephalopod and Genus have done the same and quite a bit more. They initially tried to hide it from Professor Egon. This didn't go so well, and he was not happy. Anyways, like I said, they've done quite a lot. First off, they somehow managed to make splinters that do some of the craziest things. The goal is to help the endangered and near extinction animals. Instead of making splinters that copy DNA or some kind of gas or liquid, they're able to create them by the mixing of several kinds of quirks and exposing them to vibration therapy via Dr. Hankayo, though most are still in testing. As for what they have, the list is such: the Little Lady Splinter, This causes any female creature with a working set of reproductive organs to become pregnant with a biological clone of herself. The rough and rowdy splinter, this one causes any creature, male or female, to go into its natural mating cycle, even if it isn't that time of year. The calm and cool splinter, this one causes creatures to instantly become acclimated to any new environment. It's put in new environments that it is put in and shows no signs of stress. This allows animals like rhinos and pandas to mate more easily. Growth spurt. This one increases the potency of the singularity soul's natural ability to cause minor organisms to rapidly age. This causes animals that would take years or even decades to fully mature to do so overnight. This one has been tested. Unfortunately, it wasn't smartly used on the right subject, and now Gameth is a full-grown adult, all before I could find anything about a specific ancient diet. The good boy. This one causes any animal that is not already domesticated to become as sociable and willing as a dog. Once again, used on Gameth and one other. The scramble mixer. This one brushes away the problem of inbreeding in the case of one or two individuals left in a species. When proximity, the subject's DNA will become instantly scrambled to the point they are biologically unrelated, thus allowing siblings and parents to mate in times of crisis. Note, I didn't name any of the splinters. All this talking of animals bring me to my next point. In the little time I did have when not worrying about other things, I was able to do some testing with both the evolution and quirk splinters. I had wondered what would happen when both were exposed at the same time, so I started my experiments with plants as they would be the most easy to get under control. However, that didn't work, as no matter what plant I tried, in any state of development or any kind, they would simply die. I guess the radiation was too much, so I decided to use an animal, and for safety I used the smallest one that could handle both radiations simultaneously as a baby. After acquiring the gecko egg, I placed it in the incubator and kept both splinters close. About 5 days later, it hatched into something I didn't expect in the least. In short, it became a dragon. I was scared shitless at the thought of what Egon would say, or how he would act, but I knew that hiding it would be worse. So, on the verge of tears and a breakdown, I reluctantly showed him, and to my surprise, he only just got surprised. Guess I was overthinking it all, but my previous experiences with stuff like this says otherwise. Then again, I did take a lot of unnecessary risks, which is why he acted that way so many times, and I didn't hide it from him, just went straight to him once I realized what it was. Sorry, I'm rambling again. Anyhow, after using the good boy splinter on it, we now have no issues with the dragon making a meal of us when it's older. He's so friendly now, but he was always like that with me. I guess he imprinted on me? On a side note, we've decided to call him Torchwick, and we're not sure if he's a he at all. Speaking of Torchwick, we ran some tests to see what he was about. There's a lot to cover, but the main thing we focused on was his growth rate, and it's fast. It's only been 2 days since his birth. It is strange even as he sits on my shoulder as I record this. Note, he ate several of the new animals with quirks, including the budgie that had a sound mimic quirk, the hypnotic peacock, and the glowing pigeon. Luckily, the shimmering koi fish, hydrokinetic axolotl, Giant Salamander, and Pete were all spared. Torchwick also learned quite fast not to mess with Professor Cephalopod or Dr. Orpington when they slapped and nearly pecked him to death. On a different note, I found out why the experimental newt exploded during its quirk awakening. It performed some kind of self-destructive asexual reproduction. When exposed to enough stress, i.e. the radiation from splinters, it explodes and from its body expelled hundreds of tiny eggs that grew into full-grown newts with the same quirk. Now we have dozens of these things and have to walk on eggshells to make sure they don't cause a chain reaction of birthing. Knowing this, Professor Cephalopod and Genus want to recreate the quirk in their animal population project, but the idea was quickly shut down and forbidden by Professor Cephalopod, who said it was far too cruel, and I agreed. Note: keep Torchwick away from the newts. And now, the final point I must bring up comes from earlier today. Just before I started this new recording, Egon told me that UA wants to come here for reasons, and then he showed me a list of all the students attending. Amongst them was Ka-chan. I won't lie, I thought my heart would stop at seeing that name. I didn't expect it, but I really shouldn't be surprised. Ka-chan was amazing. He always wanted to be a hero and shoot for UA. I guess he did in the end. I thought I was over all of this, wanting to be a hero and everything about Ka-chan, but after seeing his name, it all just came back to me. The anger, the jealousy, the hate, the desire, the sadness. I thought I was better, or at least numb, but I guess I never was. I'm scared of what could happen to me. If I see him, I don't know what could happen. I never want to see him again, ever. Is it maybe too late to tell Egon to take it all back? Maybe. But it's only for one day. I don't have to interact with him. I can get through this, right? After all, it's not like All Might will be joining as well. That would just be a whole new can of worms. Report end. Chapter 21. A Group of Trouble. Whoa! This place is huge, Kirishima exclaimed while looking at the huge building before them. Before him, alongside the entirety of Class 1A and 1B, was the newly constructed marvel that was the Neo Icon Phoenix research facility. Tall white walls made of stone, windows so large they became a wall, decorative plants, 2 above-ground streams that had inner connections with one another, 2 large man-made ponds that house a plethora of koi fish that shimmered as they swam in the light, and a sign on the overhead archway that led into the front of the building with a massive doorway. On the sign was the facility's name and its mascot, a dodo bird. Apart from the 2 classes and their respective homerooms, chaperoning them was President Mike and the principal of UA himself, Nezu. It looks like a college, Jiro pointed out. Most laboratories double as universities, Ida informed her. Looks kinda plain, Sarah stated unimpressed. That's the point, Mina side-checked him. As they all admired the building, the heckler of 1B, Monoma, came to the class and began to jeer at them, as he usually did at any chance he gets. Ha! Of course you lowly 1A welts can't understand the majesty and simplicity of such a structure. If you need a dictionary to expand your minuscule minds, I'll be happy to. He began to vex until their class president, Kendo, came up from behind and karate chopped him on the back of the neck, causing him to black out. "Shut up, Monoma," Kendo scolded him while slinging him over her shoulder and walking away with him, and she said, "We're no better." Pony just started crying and asked if this place was Auschwitz, whatever that is. Monoma tried to squeak out something, but couldn't through his half-conscious state. As Monet watched this unfold, Urako, who just got off the bus, said something that caught all their interest. "I know this place. My parents' construction business built it," she stated nonchalantly. Before anyone could inquire, Principal Nazu grabbed their attention. All right, settle down," he called out, making everyone go quiet as he instructed. Now, I want you all to be respectful and well behaved. Professor Cristallo has been gracious enough to allow access to his building, so you are to listen to him and his staff as if they were teachers of UA. Yes, sir. Principal Nazu, Momo called out while raising her hand. "Why are we all made to sign waivers before coming here? And why wear these wristbands?" while pointing to the metallic devices on each hand. "Professor Cristallo does a lot of top-secret work that the public is not supposed to know about. So, what you see here today, you are not allowed to speak a word of it until they have gone public. As for the wristbands, they act as tractors in case any of you get lost while wandering the building," Nezu explained. "That's also why we confiscated your phones for the time being," Vlad King told them as he and Racerhead held small bags filled with the teens' phones. Mina blew a raspberry and, with a wave of her hand, stated nonchalantly, "Oh, come on, Sensei. Don't you think you might be overreacting a little bit? We're not children." All the adults stared at the pink girl with half-lit expressions of exasperations. All apart from Nezu, who was smiling with his hands together as he told her, "Miss Hashiro, the day you got into UA, you made over 37 posts about the school with varying pictures in one day." "It was 38, she argued back in a pout. "My point still stands," Nezu declared. "I do understand how the veil must be kept, but what is it that the darkness is truly shrouding? It's not like the public is smart enough to understand half the fancy science stuff that goes on here," Tokiyami interjected with logic. How about I show you?" A voice called out as all heads turned to the front of the building, where they saw Egon riding on the tusks of Gameth as she trumpeted loudly. "Welcome, students of UA, to the Neo-Icon Phoenix Research Facility." Egon welcomed the students as Mammoth carefully walked down the steps and lowered the man. "NIP? Nip? You call this place Nip?" Kaminari stated aloud. Egon looks at the teen with an expression mixed with disbelief and flabbergasted. Mixed between disbelief and flabbergast, as he replies bluntly, "I stroll in on an extinct animal and that's what you take away from this?" "Holy shit, it's a woolly mammoth!" shouted someone from the large crowd. Egon snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "That's the reaction I was looking for, and yes, she is." Now I understand the waiver, Mama says to her friend as they nod without taking their eyes off the mammoth. Egon pets the huge animal's trunk as he rumbles with happiness and says, "This here is Gammoth, one of our first experiments, and no, I will not tell you how we did it. I don't know if I feel comfortable being in a place like this, seeing as they have no respect for life and try playing God, especially by creating that." Ibarra stated aloud with displeasure. "Well, it's bound to happen eventually, little missy. We're just the first to do it. We're just the first to do so, and if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be. No one's forcing you," Egon offers. Ibarra looks ready to accept the offer until Monoma seemingly manages to sway her decision, making her stay. Watching the teen stare at Gammoth in silence for a long, uncomfortable amount of time, he exclaimed, "Well, don't just stand there gawking with your mouths agape in awe. Get in here, you little heroes. Have a nasty villain plan to stop." But many clues were left at the scene of crimes. So, you better find them and figure out what they're up to before it's too late. Monoma, on point as usual, goes to the front, stands before Egon and loudly proclaims, while laughing, "No need to fret, Professor Egon, for the glory of Class 1B will outshine and show up 1A, and then you and your lab will see without a doubt how much better we are at overachieving any task given." Egon blinks at the boy with proud sparkles around him, not noticing Kendo marching her way up to chop him down again, only for the man to state coldly, "Wow, I've never cared about anything less in my entire life." Monoma appeared to freeze up and shatter on the spot, while Kendo halts in her tracks. Everyone stared in shock at his response as Egon's smile shifted into an amused expression, to which Monoma falls to pieces right in front of him. One person from the crowd whistled and then said in a low tone, "Savage." Kendo picks up the broken boy and Egon wishes for all of them to come inside. The teens do so, unnervingly quiet, as Gammoth moves away from the steps to drink from the shimmering fish pond, as all the teens move past the professor with a hurried step. Nezu walks up to him and strikes up a conversation. My, when you called me back that day and told me you'd do some unusual things here, I didn't think you'd meant this," he told him with an impressed tone while looking over the extinct animal. "Is it wise to be showing this to teenagers?" Aizawa asked in a monotone yet serious tone. "Hey, if I'm gonna make an impression, it might as well be a splash. And besides, the public's gonna come to learn of what we're doing soon," Egon argues back with a nonchalant shrug. "Though, if you think the mammoth is surprising, just wait till you meet the chicken and octopus," he says vaguely with a wink of his eye, making the three men and animal all look at one another in confusion. As the teachers were looking at one another, the students were walking by. Egon caught sight of Bakugo, and once his back was turned, glared at him with every ounce of fury in his blood, before returning to his natural expression. However, this glare didn't go unnoticed, and Kirishima almost froze up in fear at the sight of this, but pushed through, walking normally. Once out of earshot, ran up to Bakugo and said, "Whoa, Bakubro, did you see that?" he asked in a panicked tone. "See what, shitty hair?" Bakugo asked back in an irritated voice. "That professor dude, he just glared at you so hard and cold, I swear you would have been frozen solid or fire would shoot from his eyes," he explained while looking pale as his body shook from fear. If looks could kill, Kaminari said, who also saw the glare and shivered violently, stating, "You would have been everywhere." Bakugo raised his eyebrow and looked back at the professor, only to see him casually conversing with other adults. Bakugo didn't notice anything at all, but he would keep his guard up, just to be safe. From there, the teens were led inside to a massive building that looked like something straight out of the movies. Long hallways with automatic doors revealed rooms with bubbling chemicals, blinking lights, sparkling machines, groves of plants and animal subjects, and so much more. The main entrance was the most interesting due to its size and large fish tank that held several dozen species, including some smaller sharks. After gawking at the amazingness, the front desk that was being operated by Millicent welcomed them warmly and then gave them instructions on what to do. Giving each group of 4 a scrap of evidence, they were to go around, find more evidence, and then piece it together to find out one of the 5 villains' dastardly plans. The team took the evidence and scattered like bugs to find more clues. All of them ran from room to room and checked everywhere they could, but mostly got distracted by everything they saw. They were able to talk to all the staff to find out more or be given a hint. Then they got even more distracted when one group found Pete and began to chase him until a while later a herd of teens was chasing a single dodo to get a look at it. While this was happening, Nezu, Present Mike, Eraserhead, Vlad King, and Egon all went to the employee break room to chat and relax. It was quite a shock for the adults when a chicken with a large brain and a walking octopus strolled in and began to talk. Nezu was a little annoyed about Egon making them, but he assured their newfound intelligence was accidental. From there, the 3 animals began to talk with one another until Nezu's sadistic human hate boner started to rear its head and scared off the only other talking animals in the world, only for Egon to get a text from them saying they don't want to interact with Nezu unless it's necessary, which the professor told the principal, much to his dismay. Meanwhile, Izuku was hidden away in his office behind the door that was locked from the outside. All signs that this was his office were taken down from the outside, and warning signs were put in its place. The teen tried his best to keep busy with paperwork, but they went far quicker than expected, and when he finished, they were already there. So, he just sat bored in his office and took down notes on future projects and theories, but that too was getting old. So, he decided to call someone for an update. Picking up his phone and dialing number, he was greeted by the sound of cluttering and jumbled energy as the phone on the other line was thrown about. Soon after, he was given multiple hellos of trying to keep it together. Rolling his eyes, Izuku said, "Professor Genius, how's Torchwood going?" Collecting himself, the professor looked into the window of the enclosure and answered, "Oh, he's doing just fine. He's acclimating to his new paddock quite well, and is eating well too. No stress or anything, but... Izuku repeated, holding back a bit, and the professor finally admitted, "We may have to build something bigger very shortly." Izuku felt surprised by this and inquired, "That padlock should be more than big enough for him." Genius looked into the enclosure once more and saw the dragon and munching on his meal. He answered back, "Sure, but he's only 2 weeks old, and already he's the size of a pony. We feed him geese, but soon that'll go to pigs and then cows." As he said that, the little dragon polished off his meal with a large burp. Izuku sighs while rubbing his face and tells him before hanging up, "Let's collaborate on that later. I gotta go." Turning away from the phone, he turned on the security feed of the building and watched as all the young heroes ran around and worked together, or at least tried to. It put a smile on his face to know that even though he wasn't a hero, he could still help them. Then the feed switched over to a familiar face, and a wellspring of emotions burst out. Quickly turning the computer off, He spun around in his chair and placed his hand over his face. Breathing deeply several times, he attempted to calm himself down. After a bit, he finally got to the point where he could speak and talk to himself. "Calm down, Izuku, calm down. It's just for one day, one. He doesn't know you're here. It'll be fine. The door is locked. No one is allowed in. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen." He tried to assure himself, but failed. Then he nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard the sound of someone trying to enter. He stayed quiet, waited for them to leave. From his end, he could hear what was happening on the other side. "Hey, this door is locked," Mina stated as she tried to get the automatic door to open. Bakugo pushed past her, attempted to open it, but failed. Open it, failed, and began to bang on it while yelling, "Hey, open up!" On top of the door, the PA speaker blared to life, and the voice of Hatsume called to tell them, "Sorry kid, no can do." "Why the fuck not?" Bakugo shouted at the box while everyone else was looking around to try to find the voice. "There's a lot of dangerous chemicals in there, highly explosive chemicals," Hatsume explained. "And?" Bakugo argued back. Already tired of this, he sighs and affirms, "Do I have to spell it out for you? Look, it's off limits to everyone, okay? Several rooms are in fact off limits to use to several of you with problematic quirks." "Problematic?" Bakugo shouted back, looking ready to find a speaker. Rolling his eyes on the other end, Hatsume tells them in no uncertain terms, "We didn't leave any clues in these rooms, so go look elsewhere." When he heard them leave, Izuku let out a breath he had been holding in. After relaxing in his chair, his stomach complained loudly. After rubbing it, he sighed and looked at the time. It was only a little past noon. "Man, am I hungry. And the cafeteria's serving katsudon," Izuku complained aloud while spinning around in his chair. He thought about what to do and then realized the simplest solution. He took out his phone and sent out a text. "Izuku, hey Egon, I'm super hungry. Can you grab me something?" Egon, "Love to, but I'm kinda busy. Let me text the others and see what they're up to. Give me a minute." Okay, everyone is busy and can't be pulled away from what they're doing. Izuku, "What about the robots?" Egon, "Apparently they've all been shut down by the proxy of needing a software update." Izuku, "Shoot." Egon, "Let me check something." Okay, so Bakubrat is on the other end of the facility. You could probably sneak to the cafeteria, grab your food, and head right back. Izuku, "Okay." Izuku sighs as he gets up from his chair, walks to the door, places his hand for it to read, and when it opens, he peeks out with his head before saying when all was clear, "Here goes nothing." Meanwhile, with Team Bakugo, the group consisted of an explosive boy, a pink queen, a red adorable strong boy, and an ADHD Pichu. As they all were sitting on the floor and trying to make sense of the clues they managed to put together. However, after a very long time of mixing and matching, they couldn't connect even two of the dots, much to the group's annoyance. "Ugh, I can't understand this. It makes no sense. I thought finding clues to a villain's plan would be easy," Mina complained aloud while slamming her hands on the floor. Kirishima sighs and tells her, "It really is. This ain't a comic strip. Maybe we're not looking at it correctly. It's clues, not a set of instructions," Kaminari offered while shuffling them around before arranging them into some kind of picture. As the three of them discussed and brainstormed, Bakugo, who was standing off to the side, looked over at their compiled evidence before saying, "Wait a second." The other three teens stopped and looked at his sudden inclusion. Kirishima asked, What? What? Do you see something?" Bakugo goes over, takes the clues, and arranges them for a bit. Then after he finishes, his eyes widen as he yells, "It's fake!" "It is?" Kaminari inquired. A red herring. They're sending us off in the wrong direction on purpose. It's going to... Bakugo begins to tell them before suddenly turning tail and blasting off down the hallway, leading to the evidence being blown off all over. Bakugo, wait! Mina yells for him as her voice is snuffed out by his explosions. This leads the other two to wonder what had gotten into him, what he found out, and try to reclaim their clues. Meanwhile, in the employee lounge, Egon was pouring himself another cup of coffee when his phone rang. Picking it up, he answered, "Yes? Sir, we have an issue. That Bakugo child is suddenly making a mad dash and heading for the cafeteria." Millicent tells him from the other end. Egon spit out his coffee and yells, "What? I'll call Izuku now," leading the other adults to look at him strangely. Meanwhile, standing in the cafeteria with a piping hot bowl of his favorite dish in his hand, taking a moment to admire the smell, he holds the food over his nose and breathes deeply. "Ah, sweet, sweet Katsudon, come to me," he says dreamily while breathing out. Taking a pair of chopsticks, he says, "Just one bite before I go." Just before he could bring the tender pork to his mouth, his phone rings and breaks him out of his trance. He sighs and picks up the phone while answering. "Hey, Professor. Izuku, where are you?" Egon says in a hurried voice. A bit confused by his tone, Izuku replied, "In the cafeteria. Get out of there now." Freaked out now, Izuku freezes up from his raised tone and questions back in fear, "What? Why?" However, his question is soon answered when Bakugo comes barreling through the cafeteria door while saying to himself, "I can cut through here and..." Bakugo freezes up at seeing Izuku, and so does the boy. The two of them stood there and stared at one another for a long while in heavy silence, neither making a move nor speaking. Both were unsure if what they saw were real. "Izuku, Izuku!" Egon begins to call him, hearing no reply, until he finally figured it out and asked, "He's there right now, isn't he?" The only thing Izuku could do was make a yes sound through the phone. "Deku?" Egon stated in an unusually calm and confused tone. "Ka-chan?" Izuku says back, not knowing what to say or do. Then Bakugo tightened his fists. As his face grows red, a tack mark bulges on his head, and his face twists into a scowl. Then, with a primal roar, he shouts, "Deku!" Without hesitation or any thought, Izuku takes his bowl of katsudon, chucks it right at him, landing a direct hit, only to watch as the bowl of food falls off his face and leaves behind his contents, thus leading to an even angrier Bakugo to be left stewing where he stood. Izuku gulped and whispers, "Uh-oh." Bakugo roars like an animal, and Izuku takes off with him in hot pursuit. Normally, Bakugo would easily catch up to him, but two factors were at play, slowing him down enough for Izuku to keep ahead. First, they were in an enclosed space, making it hard to control the direction of his explosive without the force of it kicking him back into a wall. And second, Izuku knew this place. It was his place, so he knew what place looked like a continuation and what was a dead end, and what spots had a turn you wouldn't see right away. As Izuku ran for his life, he heard Egon calling out to him, "Izuku, what's going on?" Egon practically yelled before hearing the explosions. "He's after me!" Izuku yelled back, already out of breath. "What? Get to your office!" Egon commands him, and he heard before the line goes dead, "Deku, stop running!" As the heroes were wondering what had gotten into Egon, all of a sudden he turned on his heels and made a mad dash for the door. Though, in the process, he ended up barreling straight through Vlad King, causing him to fall and break one of the and break one of the break room tables, and accidentally stepping on top of Nezu as he raced out of the door and into the hallways. As he barreled through the groups of young heroes, he quickly typed in his phone and put it up to his ear. A few rings later, Cho answered. "Yes, sir?" "Cho, I need you to activate the fence system. That Baku brat is after Izuku," Egon exclaimed to her. A brief silence, and Cho replied, "Shit." "What?" "I'm running a system diagnostics on the whole facility. I can't do anything on my end," Cho told him. "Shit." Egon cursed while pocketing his phone and running as hard as he could. He knew he couldn't fight someone with previous practice and now hero training with their quirk, but he would damn well try no matter what the outcome was. He just had to make it to him before he got to Izuku. Then he got a call. Picking it up, he heard ragged breathing before the sound of Izuku's voice. "I made it," Izuku panted out breathlessly. "Good. Now just stay there until we can..." Egon tries to tell him with some relief until he heard an explosion. "Open this fucking door, you shitty nerd! You got some explaining to do!" He heard Bakugo yell aloud, enough for the phone to pick it up. "Leave me alone!" Izuku yells through his door. There was a long silence for a while until Bakugo exploded. "Don't tell me what to do, you quirkless bastard!" With that, 1, 2, and 3 explosions hit the door, causing it to shake and bend inwards. Izuku almost froze up in terror, but managed to say over the phone, "He's attacking the door. He's gonna break it down." "What? He wouldn't," Egon stated before hearing another explosion that nearly caved it in. "I take it back. Of course he would," Egon exclaimed. "What do I do?" Izuku asked him in a hurried and frightened voice. Egon thought fast, then told him, "Go out the back door and run to padlock number 5. "What? But that's where Torchwick is," Izuku told him as another explosion hit the door. "I am very aware of that," Egon told him as he barreled through a door through a group of 1B students. "I don't like Kachan, but I don't want to kill him," Izuku exclaimed as he stood by the door, ready to push the button. "Torchwick is too small to kill a person, for now. Plus, his fire isn't anything that bad. It's just enough to set him off," Egon tries to assure him. "What do you mean?" Izuku questions as the door begins to gain singe marks. "That guy is covered in a nitroglycerin compound, right? And Torchwick can only ignite things." "But," Izuku tried to argue, "and he's resistant to explosives, right?" Egon asks rhetorically. Izuku thinks for a moment, then realizes what he says and exclaimed, "You want to blow him up with his own quirk?" Egon groans and tells him, "Just till he's unconscious, or gives up in the presence of a dragon. Plus, Torchwick listens to you like a dog, so there will be no death." Izuku watches at the door is only one more blast away from caving in, so he gulps, presses the door button and says, "Okay." Izuku escaped as he pressed the lockdown button on the other end and ran for the padlocks. As he heard the door locks bolt down tight, he heard his front door finally give in and fly into his office. Bakugo stormed into the now empty office and screamed, "Deku!" Meanwhile, Egon hung up on the phone and put it into his pocket as he continued to run through the facility, this time heading to the padlocks. On his mad dash, he nearly crashed into Professor Genius. As he ran, the doctor said, "Ah, Professor Egon, can I..." But he rushed past him as he exclaimed, "Not now, Anima. I have to get to Torchwick's enclosure in paddock 5. Genius raised an eyebrow as he ran past and yelled to him, "Paddock 5? Torchwick isn't in paddock 5 anymore." Egon screeched to a halt. With his face red and breathless, he asked, "Wait, what?" Genius nods and exclaims, "Yes, we moved him earlier today to padlock 3, since we underestimated how big he was gonna get." Egon grabs him and half yelled, "He's on paddock 3? Then what's in paddock 5? Meanwhile, Izuku had finally made his way back to paddock 5 and was leaning on the control panel as he attempted to catch his breath. In many ways, he didn't like his more sedimentary lifestyle, since he went from a string bean to the pole it climbed up on. He was even more of a wimp than he was before, and he has to admit it. Once he could breathe enough to speak, he took a moment to look at the huge metal door that held back a potentially world-ending creature if allowed to escape. He sighed, wondering if he could go through with this. Sure, Bakugo was out for blood, and Torchwick was still small, but he didn't want to end his whole career before it started. Did he want to take drastic measures for his safety? Then he heard the sound of Bakugo's explosions and his anger-filled voice, and decided then it was the right idea. Bakugo, who finally caught up, kneeled after exhausting his quirk to catch up. He stood up, a wicked expression of frustration on his face as he growled like an animal. Deku! Finding his nerve for a second as he backed towards the control panel. What do you want, Kachan? And just leave me alone. I said you have some explaining to do, you piece of shit nerd. He yelled at him. Izuku dropped his head and Bakugo smiled at his weakness. Then Izuku brought up his head and half shouted at him, I don't owe you anything. Bakugo furrowed his brow, gritted his teeth, breathed in a ragged breath, and yelled out a war cry before racing towards him. Izuku did hesitate when he saw this, and slammed the emergency open button, and the gates opened in seconds. Izuku waited for the young dragon to come barreling out, but stopped for a moment when he found himself feeling cold. Just before he could question this, Bakugo was upon him and had jumped into the air to come down on him. Izuku almost freaked out, but the attacking blonde was swept away by a pair of tusks that slammed into him so hard he fell to the opposite wall. Izuku was confused, since he didn't want to see what hit him first. Then he heard the trumpeting sound of Gameth as she walked out of her enclosure, stood between the two teens. Izuku was shocked and confused, but happy to be safe nonetheless. However, Bakugo stood up, nearly having the wind knocked out of him, and wondering what the world hit him. But before he could see it, he was hit once again, and by that, Gameth grabbed him by the leg and slammed him onto the ground a few times before throwing his unconscious form. Gameth looked ready to finish him off as he charged at him, but Izuku jumped in front of her. No, Gameth, no! Stop! He commanded the animal with her arm raised out, making the creature stop its attack. Once she was fully stopped, Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Gameth placed her trunk all over his face to make sure he was unharmed. He stroked her trunk, looked at the unconscious boy while grimacing. Chapter 22. Last Confrontation. We are so sorry for what happened, truly, Nezu exclaimed while bowing on the floor with the other heroes as all three of them attempted to make Bakugo bow, all before a very angry-looking Egon. Next to him, in a smaller seat, was Izuku, who was trying to look away from them, while Egon looked down on them with a repressed expression of rage. The result of all the drama was 2 destroyed doors, damaged walls, a wrecked office, and a battered-up Bakugo. Egon drummed his fingers on the desk and he asked, "Oh, just what exactly are you sorry for, The destruction of my property, or the harassment and attempted assault of my employee, who just happens to be the vice president of NIP? All of it. We're really sorry." President Mike told him. "No, I'm not!" Bakugo yelled while ripping his head up, only to have it slammed back down into the floor by the three adults. Egon glared at the teen and told him, "Just so you know, I'm about 2 nerves away from making a police report and having your self-entitled ass arrested for what you've done. I have cameras everywhere in this facility. Do you think you'll get away with this? Then try me." "Shut up!" Bakugo yelled back in defiance. "Is that all you can do? Scream, curse, and attack? You're not a person. You're just a wild animal. Though I shouldn't say that since that's an insult to wild animals," Egon yelled at him. "Why you?" Bakugo tried to defy him again, only to have his face smashed into the ground, all while Eraserhead hissed, "Bakugo, shut up!" "We are truly sorry for his behavior," Vlad King apologized again. Egon then stood up, put one foot on his desk, and pointed a finger at the boy, exclaimed, "I don't want to hear an apology from you. I want him to show he's remorseful for his actions and beg for my forgiveness. But so far, I can't see him capable of such things." Bakugo growled as he tightened his fists, shot up to his feet, and demanded back, "I won't say shit until I get some damn answers." Egon groaned in aggravation as he sat back in his seat and rubbed his temples, and listed off, "Oh, for God's sake, a wolverine can kill an adult moose, the color of the universe is called cosmic latte, apples, peaches, and raspberries are all members of the—" "No, not those answers! I'm talking about him! I want answers from him!" he yelled while pointing at Izuku, who was trying to stay out of it. The two of them looked at one another, then Egon looked back at the irritated teen, and then replied, "Well, since you two have history, I can see that you would, but that's entirely up to him. After all, no one owes you anything." All eyes were on Izuku as he looked down at the desk. He thought it over a bit, tightened his hand, and told them, "Fine, I'll hear you out, but keep it civil. One more outburst and I'm getting the elephant again." Before Bakugo could go off and do anything else, Eraserhead pulled him close and whispered, "If you mess this up, it'll be your fault. I'm warning you now, we won't help you." Bakugo surprisingly calmed down as he sat on his chair by the desk with his anger under control. Once everyone else was seated and things were as calm as they could be, Bakugo asked in an aggressive tone, "How the fuck did you get to this position?" "Yeah, I'm a bit curious about that myself. Why is a 16-year-old working as... Why is a 16-year-old working for a 30-year-old adult and as a vice president?" President Mike interjected while narrowing his eyes and leaning right into Egon's face. Egon twisted the man's nose hard, making him back up, and Vlad King asked seriously, "Is this even legal?" Egon sighs and assures them, "Yes, it's legal. Izuku has every possible credential he could need to work for me legally. On that note, he's the main reason this place could even be made at all. I might run things, but he's the real brains." "We're gonna need to see some proof of these credentials," Eraserhead stated. Egon sighs and makes a hand motion to Izuku. The teen leaves the room and comes back a few minutes later and sets a framed degree before them. All the adults look down and their eyes widened in shock. "Whoa, an honorary degree!" President Mike exclaimed. "It's legitimate if you weren't sure," Egon told them with a smile. Bakugo was the most surprised of them all as the wheels began turning in his head. Once he finally figured it out, he looked at Izuku and asked, "Is this what you were doing all along?" Izuku looked away and refused to elaborate, feeling as though he didn't deserve confirmation from him. Except for Egon, who stated, "That's right, bucko. In your last several months of schools, while you're stomping around acting like the big man you think you were, Izuku was working his ass off to get certified and work with me to get this place off the ground. And all right under your nose," he told him while booping his nose. "You little..." Bakugo began to raise his voice. "Bakugo!" Egon loudly warned him, causing Bakugo to clam up. "Seriously, kid, what's your deal anyway? Sure, he managed to accomplish all this under your nose in such a short time, but why is that such a problem for you? President Mike asked the angry teen. Because someone like him shouldn't be able to accomplish this ever, especially with what he has, or rather doesn't. Bakugo finally exploded while pointing a convicting finger at the green teen. Egon raised an eyebrow and asked, "You really are an angry little shit, aren't you? Nothing in life will ever make you happy, and you'll just be bitter till the end." To which Bakugo growled at him. "Are you talking about his quirk? Is that what this whole thing is about?" President Mike asked aloud, trying to figure out the reason, and upon seeing the teen's strange expression at his guess, he asked, "Don't tell me you're under the notion that a quirk should match the job they do? I mean, what's wrong with it? Is it something useless like, I don't know, a crystal creation quirk?" At that moment, Egon, who was holding his coffee mug, broke it into several fragments as crystals began to grow out of his palm. Seeing this, President Mike turned down his insensitive joke and said in a small, shameful voice, "Oh, sorry," earning him a cold-eyed glare from Egon's strange eyes. "Mike, go stand in that corner," Eraserhead told him, making the man stand up and walk face first into the nearest corner of the room. Egon sighed to regain himself, and told them, "That was my favorite mug. We'll pay for a new one to replace it," Nezu offered. "It's the last thing made by my late mother," Egon replied in an unamused tone. "Oh, then we really can't," Nezu stated, while trying to hide his nerve in his voice. "Mike, stand harder," Eraserhead shouted as the DJ hero pushed himself harder into the corner. Vlad King sighed and asked Bakugo, getting back on track, "You think he can't do and accomplish all that you see because of his quirk?" "I don't think so. I know so. And it's not because of his quirk. It's because he doesn't have one. He's a quirkless loser," Bakugo exposed with a proud shit-eating smile to all of them, making the adults turn their heads to stare at Izuku. The teen turned his gaze away, feeling embarrassed and making the blonde teen smile at seeing his old weakness, only for the adults to feel a sense of dread. As they saw the repressed anger of Egon, who was drumming his finger on his crossed arms, the adults forced Bakugo to sit back down, turned their eyes from the green teen. "Some hero you're training here," Egon told them in a displeasing hum. He then turned his eye to Bakugo and asked, "What exactly does his quirklessness have to do with anything, You realize that quirks are more recent in human history than you think, and people without them created the modern world that you take for granted?" He groaned in anger as he rubbed his head and stared at him while stating, "People like you are the whole reason we as a species haven't evolved past violent monkeys." But Bakugo wasn't paying attention to him. Instead, he was directly staring at Izuku, who was still looking away. Their eyes met for a moment, but Izuku looked away with a sour expression, which caused Bakugo to explode once more and yell, "I knew all this time you were looking down on me, weren't you? Admit it." "Bakugo!" Eraserhead tried to stop him. Egon finally loses his temper and commanded, "That's it, Mimikyu, capture mode." Without a moment to spare, the large box behind them opened up, shot out a long sticky tongue which wrapped around the teen and caused him to get pulled into it before anyone could blink. The box snapped shut, licked its lid, and burped. Everyone stood in shocked silence at what they saw and didn't dare to move or speak, until President Mike did and screamed, "What the fuck? You killed him!" After getting the ringing out of his ears, Egon assured him and explained, "Calm down, he's not dead, just imprisoned. It's no different than stuffing him in a locker." "That thing is alive? It had teeth and everything. How is he not dead?" Vlad King exclaimed, looking ready to fight the box. He'd only be dead if he was there for an hour," Egon told them nonchalantly. "An hour?" exclaimed. "Then he'd be nothing but bones in another 3, Egon explained once more. But bones?" Mike stammers out in fear. "If you're gonna continue to repeat everything I say, then we'll be here all day," Egon tells him, already fed up with the gag. After he goes silent, Egon sighs and commands Mimikiri, eject. The box listens and regurgitates the blonde teen into the floor, causing it to cough a bit before returning back to normal. Bakugo lays in a heap on the floor in shock and a seemingly unresponsive state. As Vlad King and Eraserhead go to collect him, Egon leans towards Nezu and tells him, "Listen, Nezu, I don't have the time or patience to deal with things legally, so I'm gonna make it real simple for you. Go collect yourself, your students, and that half-wit, egotistical future villain you're training and gearing up to legally kill, and get the hell out of my laboratory." Nezu bows before him again and says apologetically, "We understand. We'll compensate you for the damages. Again, we're very sorry." Egon turns away to speak to Izuku as the heroes scrape Bakugo off the floor and make their way out of the office. However, the already open automatic door slides shut in their face. Taking a moment to wait, thinking it was a sensor or timer, they realized it wasn't, which Pres Mike brought up and stated, "Professor Egon, you've made your point. We're going." "What?" Egon asks while turning around in his seat. "You can unlock the door now," President Mike told him nicely. Egon got up from his seat, marched up to the door, and stated irritatedly, "It's not." When he realized the door wouldn't open, he dropped off by saying, "Locked?" He then tried several methods of getting it open, but when it didn't, he had to use the manual security code to get it open. When it finally did. Scratching his head, he said, confused, "I didn't do this." But before they could question why this happened, red lights filled the room with a loud siren, striking their ears. "Warning, warning," sounded off a pre-recorded voice over the speaker. What's that?" Vlad King asked, over the loud sirens. "The security system. Something has set it off," Egon shouted as well while entering the manual shutdown code. Once the alarm stopped blaring loud enough to split your skull, Egon took the mic for the PA system and announced, "Attention everyone, please make your way calmly to the auditorium. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill." After a few minutes, everyone in the lab had made their way into the huge empty auditorium. With the pro heroes and a slimy Bakugo, they were all talking very loudly over one another in a full-blown panic. The pro heroes and the staff of the lab were trying to get the young heroes under control, but that only seemed to make them panic even more, until the echoes made the already empty place even louder than before. At this point, Egon jumped into the stage with Izuku to attempt to grab their attention. "Everyone! Everyone! Everyone!" He tried to shout over them only to get tired of this and yelled as loud as he could, "Quiet!" When that didn't work, a gunshot rang through the area, causing everyone to shut up and duck their heads for cover. When they looked up, they saw Hatsum holding a shotgun in the air with a hole in the roof of the auditorium. Cho yanked the gun from his hand and glared at the smiling man. Izuku was the one to speak and cleared his voice while saying, "Thank you, Hatsume." The pink-haired man smiled while giving a thumbs up to Izuku. Izuku told the crowd, "Now then, I know you're very confused as to what is happening, and trust us, we have everything under control. It was just a slight malfunction in the system, so there's no need to panic." The two owners of the auditorium were then befuddled by the sight of the crowd looking not at them, but in their direction. The two of them looked at one another, then behind them, where they saw a small black hole begging to grow. The two of them backed away from it, and off the stage, where the pro-heroes joined them in defense. "Professor, is this part of your security system?" Erase had asked him. "I was going to ask if it was from you guys," Egon prompted back. A few moments later, the black hole expanded tenfold with glowing yellow eyes. Then a man covered in severed hands, greasy grey hair, red eyes, a scratched-up neck, and shaggy black clothes emerged from it, alongside a whole arm of other weirdly dressed people and a huge monster. The monster was built like a mountain, wearing ripped pants, black skin, an exposed brain, a yellow beak, and unblinking eyes. The black hole was the last to show himself as a human-like figure, with a head that moved like a flame, yellow eyes, and wearing a bartender suit. The person overhead glared at them and said in a crackling voice, "Hello, heroes!" "Villains!" exclaimed one of the young heroes, making the pros step in front of them and ready for a fight. Chapter 23. When Villains Attack, Part 1. The hand villain, who was called Tamura by the mist villain, scratched at his neck and chuckled in a raspy tone, while saying, "So good to see all of you here in one place. That sure makes our job much easier." "What do you want?" Eraserhead demanded. "And who are you?" the Lad King also demanded. Tamura tilted his head and told them, "Us? We're the League of Villains, and we're here for All Might." This time it was Egon to speak, as he walked up a bit to expose himself and informed him, "Hey, handyman, if you haven't noticed, we don't have a 7-foot-tall, blonde, Japanese wannabe American otaku stomping around. Why do you think he was here anyway?" "According to our sources, All Might was supposed to be here today," the Mistman, who was known as Kurigiri, answered politely. Egon rolled his eyes whilst waving the statement and exclaiming, "Bologna! If he was gonna be here, I would have been informed." "Actually," Nezu said in a small tone. Egon snapped his neck to him and asked in a serious tone, "Are you joking?" Nezu shook his head, and Egon held him up by the collar and shaked him while yelling, "You low-grade back-alley science experiment! Why didn't you tell me that All Might, of all people, was gonna be here today?" "Would you believe me if I said it slipped my mind?" Nezu answered as he was violently shook, as the other pros tried to stop the mad scientist. Hey, why are you angry? Are you scared that you didn't make this place pretty for his arrival?" President Mike tried to jokingly wear off the current aura. "More like warn someone of it," Egon grumbles. "What?" President Mike answers back. "Nothing," Egon quickly says. "Hey!" Tamura shouted. All heads turned back to the confused villains, and Egon states while dropping Nezu, "Oh yeah, you're still here?" After adjusting himself, he tells the villains, "Well, listen, whatever your name is, since All Might isn't here, that means you can leave, right? I mean, you went fishing for a whale and got guppies. What could you possibly gain harming 3 pro heroes who aren't even that popular or liked. "Hey!" President Mike shouted. A bunch of snot-nosed teenagers who haven't even experienced sex. "Hey!" one of the teens yelled, and a couple of no-name scientists. "Hey!" Professor Genus yelled, only to get smacked upside the head by one of Professor Cephalopod's tentacles. "Shut up! He is trying to save us," he hissed at his companion in a low tone. "More than you think," Tomura stated boldly. "Explain," Egon offered, looking intrigued. "What is he doing?" one of the teens asked. "Buying time," Izuku whispered to them. "Even if we can't kill the simpler piece, we can still make our name known to every person in Japan, and your deaths will do just that," Tomura stated with sinister intent. Egon put on a confused expression by this statement and dissected it. "But none of us are relevant. If anything, you'll be seen as a bunch of psychos and possible pedophiles. Killing the symbol of peace? Now that is a way to send a message. And have your name whispered with fear. Us though? Really?" he asked while looking around at them. Tomura scratched his neck in thought before saying, "Can't believe I'm saying this, but you might have a point." "Holy shit, it's working?" Orpington whispered excitedly. "So you'll leave?" Egon prompted Tomura, who then shook his head with a cocky smile and said, "Nah," as the other villains started to close in with sinister smiles. Egon sighed at this and said, "Welp, I tried. Security, activate command overrides, initiate all kill modes, 000001000, kill initiate." The villain stopped, looked around for whatever was supposed to happen, but when nothing did, Tomura chuckled and said, "We've knocked out your security system before coming here. You're trapped. Shoot," Egon said in a calm tone. Then the floor opened up around the crowd and Egon shouted, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, what the hell?" "Divide and conquer" was the last thing Egon heard the villain say before all went black. Chapter 24 When Villains Attack, Part 2. Egon was grabbed by the sensation of falling, overtaking his body and senses, but the sensation quickly stopped as soon as it came, when he landed on his butt a moment later. After shaking his head and rubbing it, he said to himself, "Well, that was unusual. Kinda felt like swimming in air." The voice of Izuku chimed. Egon whipped his head and exclaimed, "Izuku!" Izuku smiled wide at seeing him, exclaiming, "Egon!" The two embraced each other, as Egon stated in a relieved tone, "Oh, I'm so glad you're alright." We're here too," a voice said to the two of them, jumping to their feet and wearing themselves in the direction of the perceived danger. They relaxed when there wasn't any danger. "Oh, Nezu, and you," Egon stated while pointing to the principal and Bakugo. Egon then quickly looked around and asked, "Wait, where's the other 3? Everyone looked around, but there was no sign of Eraserhead, Blood King, or Present Mike anywhere. The nerves settled in again as some of them assumed the worst, which was also confirmed by Nezu. They must be still at the auditorium, he thought aloud. "Where are we?" Bakugo asked, looking around. "Back in my office?" Egon trailed off while realizing where they were. Then a thought shot through his head, and he exclaimed, "Hold on, where'd everyone else go?" Egon immediately ripped out his phone and dialed a group call. Putting it on the speaker, he called, "Attention, attention, roll call." Very quickly, everyone picked up and answered back with a "here," to which Egon and Izuku sighed in relief. Oh, thank the gods. Where's everyone? Egon asked, trying to hide his fear and desperation. I'm back in my wing with Professor Cephalopod, Genus replied. I'm back in mine too, Hollyhock confirmed. Mine too, said Hankayo. Me too, said Hatsume. Me three, Honeylemon said in a shaky tone. I'm here in my wing with Dr. Orpington, Cho told him. We're safe as well. We got transported to the storage house with several students, the Morgana triplets told him in unison. That nitwit villain sent us to our respective areas, Cluck laughed. Which means we still have the advantage, Otto exclaimed while slapping his tentacles. At least we know that all the students are all safe, Nezu sighs in relief. Izuku nods, grateful that the kids were safe and accounted for. He then took a more serious tone and said, Okay everyone, we're in dire time with security against us and the doors locked down. I am officially initiating all-kill protocol. Defend yourself by whatever means necessary. Yes, sir. Everyone replied back. Sir? Cho inquired. Yes, Cho, Egon replied. As it turns out, the security system isn't down, she told him, making everyone listening raise their eyebrows. I think those clowns tried to hack us, but it was around the time I was doing a diagnostics. We're still in control. Just have to wait, she explained, the smile on her face being felt through her words. Egon fist-pumped and exclaimed, Sweet! But we're still in lockdown, she followed up. He deflated and asked, Not sweet. How long before the diagnosis is finished? After a few seconds of silence and typing from Cho, she answered affirmatively, 5 minutes. Everyone, hold out for 5 minutes, Egon commands. Yes, sir. They all answer back as he disconnects from the line. Egon and Izuku then open a hidden panel in the room. From there, they both entered individual codes for scanning their eyes and fingerprints. Nezu and Bakugo looked on in confusion over what they were doing, wondering what else was hidden in the walls. So, what are we gonna do? Bakugo asked calmly, more confused by the two scientists. Try and get out, or help the heroes, Izuku answered as he spoke through the voice recognizer. How are we going to do that? Nezu prompted. The two of them then took out keys from their sleeves, plugged them in, looked at one another and nodded. They both turned the keys at the same time, causing green lights to flash, and something else to open up in the wall. Egon reached in and took out two objects that looked like collars, and Izuku took out a small rack holding several splinters. Egon put it on before putting Izuku's on as the teen hooked several splinters around the collar, making the mouse and blonde teen look at one another in confusion. Even Nezu shrugged when Bakugo asked with his expression. Once secured, Egon answered, Something that was also put in your waivers. Creature Division. Just before the teens could buckle down for help to arrive, a black portal opened out, and then came several dozen villains into the science wing and began to surround the young heroes and two scientists, all of them smiling sinisterly like hungry lions cornering an injured gazelle. Nowhere to run, little heroes, one of the villains vexed. Otto, what do we do? We're trapped and have no way of defending ourselves. I have an idea, just let me cook, Otto whispered to him with a wink, before putting on the theatrics, exclaiming like an old movie star, Oh, you're right, villains! We're so trapped, and weak, and at your mercy, but can you at least let an old octopus have one last request? The villains chuffed and asked, What is it? How is that octopus talking? Another villain pointed out. Can I dry my eyes and blow my nose one last time? Otto asked, putting waterworks and blinking his big eyes. "If that's all then, sure, go ahead." The villains agreed as Otto reached out for a box of tissues, and then the villains putting on a thinking face and realized aloud, "Wait, octopuses don't have noses." Suddenly the villain was hit in the face hard by a tentacle. The blow was so hard and decisive that the villain was sent flying back to the wall where they passed out. "And neither do you, sucker," Otto exclaimed as he retracted his extended limb. "How'd he do that?" one of the other villains asked in awe. "Like this," Otto exclaimed while punching him in the face, and did the same thing as the first one. But then more tentacles began to grow from his body and started to suck the villains with a flurry of blows. The villains began to grow panicked, and some tried to run away in the chaos. However, one villain stood firm and reignited their disposition as they claimed, "Calm down, you guys. It's just one fish with a bunch of legs. It's not like he's gigantic or something." The villains trailed off as he watched the small octopus transform into a little behemoth. "You were saying?" Otto asked him before letting out a roar and started to grab villains and crush them in his powerful grip. Unbeknownst to any of them, the professor had 4 splinters wrapped around one tentacle behind himself. A splinter that allows for the stretching of limbs, a splinter that allows for the growth of additional limbs, a splinter that gives gigantification, and a splinter that gives a form of hyper-regeneration. As the octopus monster took on the villains with seeming ease, our young heroes looked on with a mix of shock, awe, and horror. "Could he always do that?" one of them asked the professor, to which he casually shook his head and answered, "No." "Plant division. End of the line, Green Thumbs," a villain exclaimed in a devilish tone as they cornered the kids and the female scientist like hungry lions cornering a gazelle. Hollyhock glared at them and stated, "That's what I should be saying to all of you." She then thrusted hands and every planet in the greenhouse started to move before quickly attacking all of them. Vines grabbed and strangled, buds and pods spat spore, poison needles and goop. Plants that had teeth began to snap them up, plants that hypnotized, and plants that shot elements and explosions. The villains screamed in shock and fright as Hollyhock concentrated on keeping them back. "What the hell? The plants are alive!" one villain screamed before getting caught in vines and being shoved into the toothy maw of a carnivorous plant. Sound division. "Ungoliant! Ungoliant! Where are you?" Hunko exclaimed as he practically turned his office inside out, only for him to instantly relax as he stated while hunching over in a corner, "Oh, there you are. I was so worried." "Who's Ungoliant? Your sister, girlfriend, daughter?" the student asked as the man turned around with a cupped hand happily and proudly revealing a spider no bigger than the head of a pin, to which the students freaked out and tried to swat at it, yelling, "Ah, spider!" Before the students could swat at the tiny thing, one of Hankoyo's head tubes whipped out and bit him on the nose. Hankoyo turned away, protecting the spider, and exclaimed, "Don't hurt her. She's just a jumping spider. She's harmless to humans, and helps keep me sane." He said the last bit with a slight unhinged expression. Another student who saw this trailed off uncomfortably. "You stay in your terrarium where you're safe, okay? I love you," he told the little spider while placing it inside a environment that was far too big for it, giving her a little kiss before closing it. He then turned back to the kids and stated seriously, "Okay, kids, now stay behind me. No matter what happens, you need to stay safe." Before he could finish, one of the doors busted in and a dozen villains poured in, while one of them said, "Trapped like rats." Hankayo stood in front of the teams, arms spread to protect them. He then stood before them with his chest out and declared, "Okay, listen up, you villains. You can turn tail and leave, or stay and suffer." All the villains began to laugh at his declaration. One of them asked vexingly, "Ha, what are you gonna do, Hankayo sighs as he closes his eyes and reaches into his pocket, taking out a splinter as he says, "I don't like using my quirk, since it reminds me of my past. But you freaks have left me with no choice." One of the head tubes, the one that looked like a tail, curled up over his head, where it split open at the tip onto something that looked like a microphone from the early 1920s. He breathed deep as his other head tubes moved to the top of his head and opened its mouth. Hankayo then produced a high A note with such hypersonic power behind it. Not only did it send villains away in a shockwave, it also caused their ears and organs to burst while the skin was pulled off their bodies, leaving them bloody messes along the wall. Hankayo gasped and coughed hard, falling to his knees as the teens, now releasing their ears, surrounded him in worry. "I didn't know your quirk could do that," one of them said. "It can't," Hankayo told him while wiping his mouth. Robotics and Machine Division. "Any last words, String Bean?" the female villain asked rhetorically, as she and a bunch of other villains cornered Hatsume and several students. The pink-haired man fixed his goggles and stated with a smile, "Yes, actually, could you hold off your attack for another 30 seconds? The female villain raised an eyebrow and asked, 30 seconds? What's happening in 30 seconds? "Oh, just the update I've done on the robots," Hatsume told her with a knowing wiggle in his finger. "Robots?" she questions, wondering what he was talking about. Then a loud ding sounded off in the room they were in, like that of a toaster, and Hatsume excitedly shook his hands while exclaiming, "Oh, they're done, wait right there." He then ran off and pressed a button on the wall near a strange door. It opened up to reveal darkness. Within, red eyes glowed one by one. Within a few seconds, a horde of robots came out in 2 single-file lines with arms raised out in a threatening display. "What the hell?" the female villain shouted as they were filling out like a tidal wave. "Robots, commence Operation Swarm. Go," Hatsume commanded. The robots turned their unmoving, cold, emotionless eyes and began to march towards the intruders with murderous intent. Very quickly, the villains found themselves with the shoe on the other end of the foot. "Crap, there's so many!" one villain shouted before getting swarmed and torn limb from limb. The female villain was doing better as she managed to take down robots by the handful. Realizing something, she exclaimed, "But they're so weak, we can take them." Hatsume smiled at her comment and stayed back while rocking on his heels. "You know, I wasn't going to bring it out yet, since it was only 50% completed. But since you think you can take out my army, I guess I'll just do it anyway. It needs a field run." He then ran through the same doorway that the robots came flooding out of, and a large garage door next to it opened up to reveal Hatsume standing much taller and making a lot of unnatural sounds. When he came out, he was sitting inside a clunky suit that looked like something from Mad Max. As the hunking behemoth of iron stepped out, the villains lost their edge. "He has a mech!" One one of them yelled as a giant fist of iron came down on them. Chemical Division. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away! Honey Lemon screamed as she blasted the onslaught of villains with a giant ray gun that shot out streams of green acidic liquid, leaving a trail of death and screaming as villains began to melt to nothing. Defense and Armaments Division. We need backup! Call the boss! A villain screamed as they ducked for cover with another villain that was trying to fiddle with a radio. I'm trying, the other villain yelled back in a panic just before his head was blown off his shoulders. The villain screamed but steadied himself and grabbed the radio as more gunshots were heard. After fiddling with it for a bit, he finally got a connection as he watched a brave soul attempt to run headlong into the fray, only to be gunned down a few seconds later. Boss, are you there? Say something! The villains yelled through a speaker. What is it? Tomura's scraggly voice answered back. We need help, he begged. Sounding annoyed, he shot back. It's just a one-eyed woman and some brats. They can't be that hard. Shaking his head, he exclaimed. It's not the kids, it's her. She's dropping us left, right and center. You said this would be easy. She's quirkless. How are you having trouble? Tomura yelled, enough for all to hear. But the villain's head was blown off right at the moment when Cho yelled the answer. I have a shotgun. And I have an egg cannon. Say goodbye to your necks. Cluck laughed as she used her machine to hold and fire her invention. The two of them worked in tandem to quickly shift the tide of battle in their favor, with all the villains cowering at a single woman and chicken armed with nothing but firearms. Storehouse. What the hell is this shit made out of? Open up this force field right now, the villain demanded as they pounded on the force field made by the Morgana triplets. And let you in? Morgan asked rhetorically. Fat chance, Millicent scoffed. How about this instead? Megan offered as a piece of the force field broke apart and slammed into the villains in the form of a tendril of darkness, sending him into the wall and knocking him unconscious. Another villain growled and proclaimed, You can't hold this wall forever. You'll drop it, or we'll break it. We don't have to hold it forever, Morgana started. Just have to buy time, Megan continues. Then you see the surprise we have. Millicent finishes with a wry smile. Auditorium. Tomura nearly broke the radio he was holding in his hand, resisting the urge to use all 5 of his fingers. He was trying to get in contact with his last few groups after the last one went dead, only for his irritation to grow as he got almost nothing back. Throwing the device on the ground as the battle raged on behind him, he yelled, What the fuck is going on? Is everything alright, young master? Kurogiri asked him. I have no fucking idea. I can't get in contact with any of our team, and the ones I can are either static or just screaming. How in the hell are we getting creamed? Tomura asked after realizing what happened to the others. Kurogiri pats his shoulder comfortingly and tells him, Not to worry, even if we lose all our help, we only need normal, and the heroes won't last much longer. As he says this, they both look out into the large room where the 3 heroes were fighting against the hulking Nomu, and not doing so well. Things were looking good for the scientists, but not for much longer. Chapter 25. When Villains Attack, Part 3. Just before Izuku, Egon, Nezu, and Bakugo could leave, a black portal opened in front of their door, and several villains came out all at once. As they all backed away, one of them strutted up to them with an evil smile while looking dead at Nezu. Well, the principal of UA. Ready to die like what you did to my whole life? He yelled while turning his hands into metal-spiked maces. The others looked at Nezu, wondering what he was talking about, but Egon took this a different way and stated, "Hey, we're here too." Oh yes, how could I forget about the two brats and the nerd? The villain vexed with a smile. Egon and Izuku scowled at this, and they both shouted, "I'll show you who's the nerd." Egon then shot lasers from his eyes and blasted the one in front. Izuku then ripped Egon's desk off the floor and threw it at the rest, pinning them under the large metal object. They, alongside the gobstruck heroes, ran out of the door with ease. Once they were out, Izuku broke the mechanics on the other end, and Egon welded it shut with his laser vision. The two of them wiped their brow and sighed in relief once their job was done. This left the two heroes in shock and confusion about what they saw. They stared for so long that the two scientists noticed and asked why they were staring. "I thought you had a crystal quirk," Nezu stated. "I thought you were quirkless," Bakugo exclaimed. "You're right on both accounts," Izuku confirmed. "Then how did you do that?" Nezu asked, baffled. Izuku looked at Egon, who nodded and then told them, "Well, since you signed the waiver, we can tell you they're called splinters, and they hold an energy source that can mimic and replicate anything they come in contact with, including quirks." Curious and struck by an overwhelming sense of intrigue, Nezu inquired, "How do you figure that out?" Izuku put a finger on his lips and answered, "Trade secret." "Less talk and more running. That door won't hold them forever," Egon told them as he waved down a hallway. As the four of them ran down the hallway, hoping no more villains were out patrolling, Nezu asked, "So, what's the plan here? Get to the security office, try to force the doors open, or call for help?" Egon told him. "And if that doesn't work," Nezu answered back, "we pull out all the stops, including the dragon." Egon explains as Izuku nods. The two heroes stop in their track, causing the two scientists to come skidding to a halt as they look back and see the two surprised heroes, saying in unison, "You have a dragon?" It took them several seconds of running before they could get to the corner where the security office was, and, unfortunately, it was guarded by two villains. Luckily, this wasn't a problem, especially as Bakugo, who wanted to go out and attack them, though didn't get the chance, as the two scientists casually walked out in front of them with zero hesitation. When the villains saw this, they tried to attack the seemingly harmless scientists. They were met with the biggest shock of their lives. Egon breathed out a torrent of cold air that froze the villains solid, while the second one was caught up in some sort of space-time pocket and turned into some abstract artwork, unable to move and freaking out. The two scientists patted themselves off as they gave the thumbs up to the two heroes, who just looked on in a mixture of impressed, shocked, and furious on Bakugo's end. Once inside, Egon went to the nearest keyboard and started typing faster than the human eye could keep up. It only took a minute before results started to show as the scientist slammed on the keyboard wall, cursing. Shit, he hissed. "I assume those are good curses?" Nezu asked hopefully. Egon graphed and told him, "You and I wish. The security system may still be in our control, but they have us trapped in with communications down." "So what now?" Izuku asked. "We fight, stupid nerds." Bakugo countered while punching his fists. Egon raised an eyebrow and shot back with sass. Oh really? Two scientists with no fighting experience, a smart mouse, and an uncontrollable hero in training up against I don't know how many villains, their two mysterious leaders, and that giant monster. Yeah, we'll win. Bakugo growled, then looked at Izuku's neck, reaching out for one of the splinters and demanding, "Then give me one of those splinter things." "No!" Izuku rejected and pulled away, much to Bakugo's surprise. "First off, they're called splinters. Second, they're our property. Third, they're hard to make. And finally, I don't trust you," Izuku firmly told him. Bakugo was hit into another stunned silence for the second time by Izuku, and just like the last one, he had no idea how to react. So he just stood there with his mouth agape. Whilst this went down, Nezu turned his eyes to the security monitor and stated, "I see, they even took out the cameras. I hope your staff is doing okay." This statement sent a shiver up the professor's spine as he realized he hadn't checked in on them and whipped out his phone to do a group call. Once on the speakers, he announced, "Attention, attention, is everyone okay?" "Not really. Otto is on his last arm," Gina told him with a nervous tone. "I'm losing my voice," Hankoyu squeaked out. "I'm out of robots and my mech suit has shut down," Hatsume stated with a displeased tone. "I'm all out of juice," Honey Lemon screamed. "I'm out of ammo, but I won't stop fighting," Cho exclaimed before she started to shout a war cry and run. "Our force field is almost done for," the triplets told him with feverish fear. As Egon and Izuku heard this all hope seemed to vanish. The sound of fighting and the workers struggling to hold on sent chills down their backs. They couldn't do anything at this point. It was hopeless. They were trapped in their facility with no contact, and overrun by criminals with a monster that could do who knows what. On top of that, they had a bunch of kids to try and protect. What could they do? In the moment of conflict, emotions, and thoughts, all Izuku could do was fall to his knees and cry. Egon wasn't much better as his knees locked together and he covered his mouth in shock. Tears flowed like two rivers down his face. Was this the end? Chapter 26 When Villains Attack Part 4 Nezu took action right away as he punched into the PA system and announced, "Attention, all students of UA, this is your principal speaking. I am officially giving all of you the freedom to use your quirks. Use them to protect yourself and the brave men and women trying their best to protect you. Show them what real heroes are made out of." Egon and Izuku looked up at the small creature on top of the stool and held the mic like he was their savior. He smiled down at the two of them, and Egon said to him, "Nezu, thank you. It's what a hero would do." As Egon helped Izuku to his feet, he apologetically told the little creature, "And I'm sorry for being so angry with you." Nezu looked off to the side at first, as he confirmed for him, "You did have the right, in several situations. But please, dry your eyes. Your people need you," he exclaimed. Egon wipes his face and says, "You're right. Now we need a plan of action." "I've got one," Izuku tells them after drying off his face. Bakugo snickered at this and said, "What? Are you gonna cry at the villains so hard that they drown in your tears?" This earned him a smack on the back of the head by Egon, who immediately apologized to Nezu. "Sorry, Nezu. I should have asked you first." No. If you didn't, then I would have, Nezu assured him with a wave of his paw. Is the peanut gallery done talking? Izuku asked with his hands on his hip. When everyone went silent to stare at this statement, he said, Yes. As I was saying, Principal Nezu, how good are you with hacking machines? Better than you'd expect, he answered with a chuckle. Then, you stay here, try to hack the communications. We have to get in contact with the outside world. He told them while taking out a splinter off his collar and handing it over to him. Take this splinter. It holds a force field quirk. Keep a hand or paw on it at all times. It has a mental activation. Once it's up, it won't go down unless you say so, he exclaimed as Nezu nodded. Bakugo. Izuku turned to the blonde teen who stood there in shock at being called by his name. You're our avenger. Anyone who gets in our way, you do what you do best, Izuku told him as he grunted and looked away. Egon, we need to get to the creature division and then the chemical division. Once we have Gammoth and Honeylemon, we can bust out of here, he told the man who nodded back with his fists, clenched and expression ready to go. Izuku then looked to the exit door, struck a pose while pointing, and exclaimed, Let's go stop some villains. Creature division. After getting past the initial shock of seeing a real-life kraken, it was much easier to take him down than expected. Having many arms didn't mean he was tougher, just that he could grab more, and they were very soft and squishy. In addition, being bigger just made him a bigger target, and soon he was out of limbs, leaving him a stump and black and blue. With no more fight left in him, Otto shrunk back down and backed off with what was left of his limbs. Looks like the octopus ran out of his limbs, one of the villains croaked as they pushed away a giant tentacle. Otto, who only had one limb left, tried to shake a splinter, but nothing happened. In his head, he commented, Crap, the hyper-regeneration quirk isn't working. I knew it was unfinished. Now, all that's left is... Ah! One of the villains yelled as he was blasted in the face by blood. All eyes turned to Anima, who turned his head into a thorny dragon. He sighed and stated, Well, that's all I got. When the villains got back, he was nailed in the face, this time by ink. All eyes turned to Otto as he added, Same here. As the first villains, who got money shot twice, wiped their face with a furious glare, the other remaining villains followed behind as they surrounded the octopus and the scientists. The two of them backed away until they were cornered and held one another in their arms. Goodbye, Otto. It was an honor working with you, Genus told his partner. My only regret is not dying after having sex once, proclaimed Cephalopod. What? Genus said, forgetting the situation for a moment. As the villains closed in on them, the one who got splashed twice was hit in the face yet again, but this time by a laser beam, and knocked them out. When the other villains looked over, they saw Aoyama standing with his naval laser glittering. You keep away from those kind scientists, he demanded flamboyantly. One of the other villains, lost in his surprise, proclaimed, What, do you kids think you have a chance against us? Don't make me laugh. Then it was Awais who told them, We may be kids, but we're also heroes, and heroes always stand up against those who try to harm the peace and innocence. Plant vision. Once all the plants had something to grab, munch on, or ran out of ammo, it was all a matter of pushing past or cutting them down. Hollyhock had done her best with what she had, and mentally drained herself to exhaustion as she sat on her knees, sweating buckets. The villains closed in, and one of them said, while ripping a plant out by the roots, "Once we get through with you, lady, we'll burn and weed-whack all your stupid plants." But before they could try anything on the woman, a bramble of vines shot out from the ground, snagging several of the villains and wrapped them up, or trapping them against the roof, where Ibara came out and proclaimed, "But you'll have to whack all of us first. That's to say, you have the roots to do it." Hollyhock smiled up at the holy girl and said, "I like you already, honey." Hankayo fell to his hands and knees as he coughed violently and spat blood. He had used his underused quirk with the help of a splinter to the point he ruptured his vocal cords, and now he was helpless to the remaining villains that cornered him. "Lost your voice already, Five-Hot Gus?" the villains asked as Hankayo glared at his old name while his head tubes hissed and snapped at him. The villains shrugged and stated, "Too bad, I almost wanted encore." Before anything could happen, the villains was struck in the head by a punch from Kirishima, who exclaimed, "No encore, but how about a new song?" "One we like to call," his clone Tetsu added in with a punch, before the two of them got the villains at the same time and yelled, "Beat it!" Robotics Division. I wish I had longer to live. I have so many mental notes on how to improve my machines. Hatsume sulked as he was wrapped and slowly being crushed by the female villain and her hair. The female laughed as she boasted, "Oh, too bad for you. Looks like your only ride now is the one to hell." Then Kaminari came in from the side and flicked through her hair and freed the doctor. He quickly pulled back by Zero and was safely deposited. Uraka came up and began to untie him. "Don't worry, Dr. H. Metal is weak, but the flesh is stronger. And today we'll show you just that," she told him as she and the other students stood in her defense. Chemical Division. Come on, come on, come on, come on! There's still more of them!" Honey Lemon yelled at her giant squirt gun, and she slammed her fists on it while rapidly moving her sights from it and the villains closing in. "All that juice there, sweetie?" One of the villains vexed as the others laughed, only to be hit in the body and feet by acid and some kind of glue. "But I'm not," Mina proclaimed. "And neither am I," Bondo added as the two of them stood back to back in a superhero pose. Weapons Division. During her all-out shootout with the villains, Cho quickly ran out of ammo but didn't stop the fight. She used the shotgun as a bat and began to club every villain in sight before that broke over someone with a stone body quirk. She then took out two katanas and began to be seen like a trained samurai, slicing and dicing everyone who tried to go after her. Cho was a force of nature in every aspect. Her body was a weapon. From her hands to her feet, she finally met her match in an electric quirk user that managed to damage her significantly and knock her sword from her grasp. But even as she was bear-hugged and electrocuted, she took the hairpin out from her hair and stabbed him multiple times. Once he let go, she stabbed him in the eye before hitting his jugular. Unfortunately, this left her in a critical state as she fell to her face and was only able to shift her head enough to see up. There she saw one of the remaining villains looking down at her with an angry expression. Dr. Orpington was only slightly better, since she became vulnerable once her egg cannon ran out and her self-controlled armchair was destroyed before she hid for cover behind the teens. "Damn it, you're one tough bitch, huh?" he commented while cracking his neck as she just stayed on the ground and breathed heavily. The villains, having a snide smile, said, "But not tough enough." She growled, and with what breath she had left, cursed, "Screw your head and the neck it rode in on." The villains kicked Cho on her head and grunted, "Guess we'll have to teach her some manners." "Yeah, lesson 1, if you want to fight, make it fair," shouted Kendo as she hit the villain away. "Lesson 2, seriously rethink your life choices," Juzo exclaimed as he came from the ground and hooked his legs onto the floor. "Lesson 3, don't fuck with heroes, no matter who they are." Sato glared at the villains while punching his fists. Storehouse. "The barrier's almost down. Keep pushing," a villain yelled as they and several other heroes attacked the breaking barrier with different speeds. The Morgana triplets were sweating bullets at this point, as they could barely hold it together when finally they spoke to the teens. "Hey kids, listen closely," Megan spoke. "We're about to break, so we need you to do something for us," Millicent told them. "We only got one trick left, to protect us and yourself as best as you can," Morgan asked them with a single tear running down her face. The teens then watched in awe as the three women merged into one long-haired woman with unnatural beauty as she told them, "I'm counting on you." She then breathed as her eyes turned back and spoke, "Power word, kill." With that word spoken, the barrier was reabsorbed into her hands, where she pushed it out into a beam of darkness that took the form of a grim reaper which ran towards the villains, and any that was hit by it fell to the floor dead. When the reapers dissipated, Morgana fell to the floor unconscious. The remaining villains came out of their hiding spots, and one of them commented, "What a witch." "Yes, but the only ones getting burned at the stake is you," Mortimer told them as he stood before them with half his body on fire and the other half covered in ice. The battle rages on. Chapter 27 When Villains Attack, Part 5. "Die!" Bakugo shouted as he blasted the villain in the face as a group of 3 ran through the facility. Izuku huffed and puffed as he tried to keep up with his more physically fit guard. Even Egon was faster than him due to his crazy long legs. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said with stress, "I hope we can get to the creature division in time." The final door came in the building, and Bakugo blasted down a welded shut blast door that ended up crushing 5 villains behind it. They ran through and got to the areas where the scientists and hero students were giving a signal. They came to a garage door that Egon threw up and called, "Please tell me you're all alive." Behind the door was Professor Cephalopod and Genus alongside the children safe and sound, with a bunch of dead or unconscious villains. "Don't worry, Professor Egon, we're good, and all thanks to these young heroes," Genus told him while motioning to the young heroes who looked scraped up. "Maybe for you, but I'm still missing all my damn limbs," Cephalopod angrily shouted as his limbs were bandaged up. "They'll grow back," Genus tried to assure him with a nervous smile. "In several months," he shot back. Egon sighed in relief and proclaimed, "Oh, thank the gods. We have to get to the paddocks, then to the chemical division," he told them straight after. The professor looked at one another and asked, "Chemical division? What's in the padlocks?" one of the students asked. "Oh, you'll see," Izuku answered vaguely as he ran off to a different part of the wing. Soon, the other heroes joined him as he crossed through an open garage door that entered another empty oval-shaped room with another garage door in it. There, they found the young scientist pushing buttons on a console directly next to it. Before any of them could ask what he was doing, green lights showed and the garage doors raised while releasing a cold breeze into the room that made everyone shiver. Then Gameth strolled out of her room and trumpeted to announce her arrival. All the teens stood back from the huge creature as it walked out, completely ignoring the kids. Izuku then quickly walked in front of the animal and its eyes locked down on him. Gameth raised her trunk and used it to stroke and feel the boy's face, making him stroke it back in return. As they're having this moment, no one noticed how Bakugo was trying to put as much distance between him and the animal as possible, and Gameth was keeping an eye on the teen, grumbling as he moved away. "I forgot about the woolly mammoth," Juzo started nonchalantly. "I can't believe you did." Manga shot back at him, his head turned into a question mark and an exclamation point. But before Izuku and Gameth could enjoy the moment, he got a call, and picking it up, he heard the hasty voice of Egon exclaiming, "Izuku, he's coming your way. Brace yourself." Izuku's eyes widened, and Jiro asked, "Who's coming?" Suddenly, the sound of something running at max speed and hitting every possible thing along the way was heard down the open doorway, and people started to move to the side with an impending sense of doom. "Torchwick," Izuku drones out as a pony-sized dragon came barreling through the hall and straight towards Izuku. He stood firm and grounded with his hands as he shouted, "Calm down, boy. Stay. Heal. Don't." But he didn't get another chance to speak as the dragon leaped at him from 20 feet away and knocked him to the ground. "Do this," he groaned out in pain as the dragon kicked his face. While Torchwick was attacking Izuku with love, everyone was standing around him in shock at what they saw until one person stated the obvious and asked, "Is that a freaking dragon?" "Yeah, he is," Izuku answered while trying to push his face away. "How, when, why?" Ida asked in that order. "Science, 2 weeks ago, and discovery," Izuku answered in the same order as Gameth pulled the dragon off him. Before he could question more, Izuku put his hand and proclaimed, "No more questions. We have to get to the chemical division." Getting to the next division wing was far easier since not only did they have a small army on their side, but they also had Gameth, who only had to stick in the front and bulldoze down anyone who was bold or stupid enough to try and get in her way. Izuku, surprisingly enough, was the one next to Gameth, and the first one to enter the wing and get to Honeylemon's signal. He threw open the locker door with his super strength. Izuku called out, "Honeylemon, are you?" Before he could finish, Honeylemon came right out in front of him and wrapped him in a hug while exclaiming, "Alive? Yes, I'm so glad to see you, Izuku." She then realized what she was doing and put him down while fixing herself and acting more formal. "Oh, I mean Dr. Midoriya." "Doctor?" everyone asked upon hearing this. "Doctor," Izuku confirmed before getting on track and saying seriously, "But we don't have time for any explanation. Honey Lemon, we need your skills." She then stood straight and, with a mock salute, replied, "You can count on me. What do you need?" "I need something that can either destroy or weaken reinforced concrete," he told her specifically. Honey Lemon clapped her hands and ran off while saying, "I have just the thing. Wait a second." While this was happening, a small group of students with Professor Egon were trying to break out of the facility through a wall with the help of Gameth, who was having no such luck. Not even Torchwick's fire breath did anything but blacken the wall. "Come on, can't you break through one wall?" Tokagage yelled at the animal who glared at her. "She's an animal, not a wrecking ball. Give her some credit," Coda told her off, even if she was stressed. "Have no fear, Professor Honeylemon is here with the solution," the peppy professor said as she came into the room with several small golf-sized gel balls of strange colour. The woman then proceeded to throw the gel ball at the walls, where they expanded twice their splash radius and bubbled like some sort of chemical before changing colours twice. Once the solution appeared to stop, Honeylemon commanded, "Alright, Gameth, now charge!" Gameth trumpeted widely and charged at the wall. This time it broke all the way through. The wall crumbled like paper, and Gameth trumpeted triumphantly. "Everyone, go, 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 go!" Egon commands as all the young heroes and scientists rush out of the new hole in the wall. Egon picks up his phone, dials a number, and says when the other end is picked up, "Nezu, we just got the students out. How are you doing?" "I just managed to punch through whatever it was that was blocking communications. I've sent out several distress calls. Backup should arrive soon, and it looks like there's just a few minutes left in your security system reboot," Nezu reported. "Thank goodness," Egon breathed a sigh of relief. "I also got the security cameras up and running, and I hate to say it, but things are not looking good for our heroes." This made Professor's hair stand on end. In all the excitement of escaping and getting the kids out, he forgot about the heroes, the villain's leader, and that monster. "That monster is far stronger than we thought. I think they're on their last ropes," Nezu admitted. "I hope help gets here sooner rather than later. I'll have Izuku send." Egon begins to tell him his plan before trailing off. Nezu notices the one-way silence and says, "Professor?" Egon looks around for a bit and then asks the dissipating crowds, "Where's Izuku and Torchwick?" "Oh no, don't tell me," he says while looking towards the inside of the building. Gameth also seemed to realize what happened, and she turned tail and charged back inside. Egon, who dropped his phone with Nezu still on the line, ran up after the mammoth and called out, "Gameth, wait!" Chapter 28 When Villains Attack, Part 6. The heroes had done all they could in the fight against the Nomu, but it still wasn't enough. That thing was faster, stronger, and more durable than either of them, and worst of all, it could heal. Their quirks almost did nothing to the monster, and any damage done was nothing. Pretty soon, they were overtaken and beaten down badly. Eraserhead had his face smashed in and his spine nearly crushed. Professor Mike had his leg broken and his neck chopped so hard it damaged his vocals. Vlad King took a blow to the head hard enough to knock him clean out. So The heroes lay on the ground in a heap of themselves, with monsters slowly sulking towards them, ready to finish the job. President Mike, with still working arms, crawled over to the downed Eraserhead and told him, "Shota, I hate to say it, but this looks like the end." Eraserhead, barely lifting his head to look at the oncoming monster, and replied, "I think you might be right." Soon they saw the monster stop, go low, and dash towards them. "It was great to fight alongside you," Mike told his friend while closing his eyes. "You as well," Eraserhead agreed while also looking away. However, their imminent demise did not come, and instead they were met with a strong whipping wind hitting their faces. When they opened their eyes, they saw the Nomu trapped behind what looked to be a wall of wind. Confused as to who their savior was, they were drawn to the sound of someone yelling at the monster. "Leave them alone!" a young voice yelled at the beast as they saw the determined face of Izuku holding out his hand. Ignoring the wall of wind and the monster for the moment, Eraserhead lifted his head and yelled as loud as he could, "What are you doing here, kid? Get out of here!" "And leave you to die? No thanks!" Izuku shot back as he used the wall to push the Nomu back, but the creature tried to dig in his feet to keep it from sliding, which Izuku changed up to forming spikes of wind that pierced his body, causing it to be pushed away from the helpless heroes. Izuku then sprouted a pair of wings made of wind and flew just as fast right in between the monster and the heroes. "It's our job. It's what we're prepared for," President Mike tried to argue with him, but Izuku wasn't having any of it, as he shot back while arguing, "Just because you could die doesn't mean you should." Izuku saw how the Nomu broke through the wind spikes, and after healing its wounds, tried to run towards them once more, but Izuku used a space-bending quirk and turned the monster into an abstract artwork. Normally, this quirk would cause anyone to become completely immobile from the shock, but the creature started moving outside of the bubble. Izuku realized the monster was very mindless and wasn't affected by the quirk, knowing it was more of an illusionary mental attack. The two heroes looked at the boy in shock, and President Mike exclaimed with his damaged voice, "Whoa, I thought you were quirkless. Where'd all that come from?" Izuku then erected a wall made of stone around them as the Nomu was starting to come out of the space bubble. Once the defense was made, he turned back and complained, "Can we discuss this after we take down the giant monster? I hate to tell you this, kid, but none of us are in any shape to stand, let alone fight," Eraserhead told him. "Wasn't talking about you," Izuku corrected him. Before either of them could ask what he meant, they heard a high-pitched screeching noise coming from above. Looking up, they saw something with blood-orange-red wings flying in circles around the auditorium. The creature circled a few more times before finally hovering in the air while screeching, "Is that a—" Eraserhead began to ask. "Dragon!" Tamara shouted in shock. Torchwick breathed a hefty stream of fire down the two villains, and Kurogiri opened a portal to divert its flow. However, he brought it down too fast, and both had to dodge when the pony-sized lizard swooped down on them with claws and teeth ready. Torchwick doubled around after his first attack and shot several fireballs at the two villains, causing them to dodge and move further away from one another. "What the hell kind of science lab is this place?" Tomura exclaimed as he swatted at his shirt that was starting to smoke. "One where we truly underestimated them," Kurogiri inferred while swatting the suit of his outfit. "How? This place was newly built and just starting. How could our sources so far from what it was?" Tomura stressed. "In all fairness, we did do it last minute when UA decided to come here instead of the USJ," Kurogiri told him making Tomorrow growl. But he didn't have time to stew in anger, as Torchwick came down and blasted the two villains with a smokescreen. Tomorrow attempted to suss out Kurogiri in the smoke, but even though it was one spray, it was thick. It was so thick, it was like walking through a mist on a new moon. Then he saw a pair of glowing eyes in the dark and walked to them, only for the eyes to flash a set of teeth and jump on him. Despite his unhealthy-looking physique, Tomorrow was surprisingly fast and strong. However, now wasn't one of the times for him to show it. Despite Torchwick being smaller than the man, he was far stronger than most humans and had the man pinned down with his claws as he dug his fangs into his throat. Torchwick had him in such a position where Tomorrow could only kick his legs, but he couldn't even make a sound. Torchwick was doing what all predators do and choking out their prey before eating it. Tomorrow attempted to bring up his hand to use his quirk, but every time he did, the claws would only sink deeper. Tomorrow was starting to black out, and he could see his whole life flashing before his eyes, and it was horrible. Before everything went out and he was devoured by the animal, a gunshot rang out and Torchwick let go of the villain. He stretched out in pain as he stumbled off his body, and Tomorrow gasped for air. He looked over and saw the dragon with a bullet wound on his shoulder, and looked to the other side to see Kurogiri with a gun in hand, pointing it at the small creature. Torchwick walked to the man and screeched. Kurogiri pointed his gun again, but this time, when he fired another bullet, Torchwick evaporated it alongside the portal the Mist Man attempted to put up in defense, setting the man ablaze for a moment. But it was only for a moment, as Tomorrow rolled over and slapped his hand on the animal's flank, causing it to decay to the point where its ribcage and organs were all exposed. Torchwick falls to the ground, appearing dead. Tomorrow, getting up, walked back over to the Mist Man as he managed to put the fire out before it can engross him further, only for the two of them to watch as the seemingly dead body of Torchwick rise and the wound begin to rapidly heal. Tomorrow growled at this and looked back over to the Nomu, expecting several corpses to be strung about. Instead, he sees the Nomu trying to break through the many layers of the stone walls that are easily replaced and added on by Izuku to keep it at bay. "Enough of this crap, I'm gonna get rid of that kid myself," Tomorrow proclaimed while stomping over the monster and team. Meanwhile, the Nomu had just broken through the last stone wall and came upon the sight of nothing. No matter where it looked, the other side of the ever-growing stone walls was nothing. It was like the heroes just disappeared. However, that was only half true. The heroes and Izuku did disappear, only from sight, not the spot. In truth, the young man and the pros had turned completely invisible, and the mindless creature didn't seem to know or understand this as it just stood there and looked around. But its attention was caught when Tomorrow announced, "Nomu, get that flying lizard." The Nomu obeyed its command and turned tail to run after the regenerated dragonling. Tomorrow, who saw the trick being played out, ran and tackled Izuku, causing the invisibility to drop. Before he could use his quirk on the teen, Izuku turned into smoke, slipping right out from him while rising into the air. After reforming and sprouting wings of the wind, Izuku used the wind to create blades of it, while throwing them down on all the villains and monster. Kurogiri opened portals to avoid them, while Tomorrow dodged with every ounce of speed he had, yet he was still getting nicked, while the Nomu took everything head-on and grew back whatever was sliced or removed. Izuku saw this happen and wanted to try something else, but didn't get the chance as Tomura appeared from the portal above and drop-kicked him back to the ground. The villain went to grab him with his hand, but only managed to grab and decay his coat before Izuku turned around, grabbed his hand, and using his super strength, threw the man away. Izuku then grabbed and ripped up a huge section of seats in the auditorium and threw it at the villain. Kurogiri opened another portal and allowed seats to fly straight through. Izuku then creates a tornado around the villains to trap them while he tries to subdue the monsters, running after the creature and with all his strength sending a punch right into its back. Much to his surprise, his fist was absorbed into the body before sending him flying back like a trampoline. Izuku realized that the physical attacks wouldn't work any better than the mental, so he'd have to try something else, and fast. He saw the monster's exposed brain and started to craft wind into blades once more, aiming for the weak spot. However, he didn't get a chance as Tomura was upon him again, and the two of them got locked into a game of cat and mouse. Meanwhile, Torchic was completely healed, and even pushed out the bullet out of the wound from its side. After cracking its neck, it saw the huge creature barreling at him. He tried to deter it with a shriek, but it didn't even flinch at his display of aggression, so he took to the air, though he didn't get far as his tail was grabbed by the monster. That was the wrong thing to do, as Torchic set it ablaze with fire. The Nomu grabbed at its face to ward off the fire, freeing Torchic and allowing it to take to the ceiling above, where he flew in circles and began to pepper him with fireballs. The Nomu's vision returned, and it turned its back against the onslaught of fire. The creature looked back, seeing the small dragon, and jumped towards it. The monster grabbed the dragon and threw it to the ground, where it landed on top of him, causing it to cry out in pain from its broken ribs. The Nomu grabbed the dragon's head and tried to crush it while Torchic fought back and breathed fire, but it did very little. He was still so young, and his fire wasn't anything to scream about. The little creature had to do something, otherwise this thing could kill him. Suddenly, something stored in the little animal's soul, and something like a small flame that was engulfed into something akin to the feeling of a wildfire that blazed within him, and with a newfound sense of fire and vigor, Torchic expelled the blast of fire so hot and powerful that it melted the monster's hand clear off its face, and much of the arm attached. Torchic used its superheated fangs to rip off the Nomu's foot from its body, and used its surprisingly long tail to whip at its head, stunning it and causing it to fall over. Once Torchic was back up on his feet, he rammed the downed animal in its head with its horns, before grabbing it by the back, lifting it into the air as far as he could before dropping it down. The Nomu bounced like it was a ball before Torchic came down on it, returning the previous favor and setting its back on fire with a wave of flames. The small creature then took the monster's good leg in its teeth and threw it towards the stage, where the Nomu got caught in the curtains, thus allowing the dragon to breathe a stream of fire and set the drapes on with the monster caught in it. Torchic thought he had defeated its foe until another gunshot was heard and the dragon felt something hit the back of its head. He scratched the area and pulled out a bullet. Turning around to see Kurogiri, he wasted no time in shooting a fireball at the Mr. Man. As usual, Kurogiri tried to put up a portal for the flaming ball to pass through, but instead, it burned through the portal and hit him dead on. Kurogiri screamed as he was set on fire and desperately tried to roll himself out. Tortwick saw this, licked his lips, and got low like a stalking predator. He could take out the Mist Man before calcifying the other man that was quickly overtaking Izuku, though he didn't get the chance. The Nomu, now mostly healed, jumped out of its flaming prison, tackled the dragon, and tried to crush it with his hands. Tortwick countered by biting down on its exposed brain and getting ready to fire. But Nomu learned from its old mistake and grabbed the dragon's neck and chest. Torchwood countered again by clawing its face and arms while stabbing him in the neck with its tail. Meanwhile, Izuku was not doing so well against a far more experienced villain. Even with several quirks at his disposal, Izuku still had no experience in fighting and was trying to hit him with whatever he had. It had gotten to the point that Izuku was flying around the villain, doing everything in his power to touch him, leading to a mid-air tussle where Izuku was using his super strength to either hold back or snap the villain's bone. He was even trying to hypnotize him, but that didn't seem to work. Eventually, he slammed into a wall and the villain pushed off against it and sent Izuku falling to the ground where they both took a nosedive. After crashing, Tomura was back upon Izuku and was trying to rot him away, but Izuku used his super strength to hold him back and break his bones. Was starting to lose his focus in all the chaos. Yet, having his bones broken didn't seem to deter Tomura as he saw the look of desperation and fear on the teen's face as he continued to press down despite his wrists about to snap like glow sticks. He growled down at the teen with malicious intent while asking, "Any last words?" Izuku's expression changed for a moment to calm, and with a smile on his face he replied, "Flame on." Izuku felt something sticky and cold hit his wrists as they were being held back, but didn't have time to question it, as suddenly the teen himself was engulfed in flames. Tomura screamed as he was set ablaze, and Izuku used the opportunity to punch him in the face and sending his burning body flying. "Young master!" Kurogiri cried out as he rushed to his ward. "Put me out! Put me out! Put me out!" Tomura cried out in desperation as he tried to wipe the fire from his body. The Mistman quickly produced a fire extinguisher from a portal and put the young man out before laying him down on the ground in exhaustion and pain. Kurogiri leaned down and felt the Tomura's body. Feeling something sticky on him, he realized what it was and observed aloud, "Kerosene gel." He then stood up, looked towards Izuku with his pistol, and told him, "I hope you realize I have to kill you now." "Not if we have anything to say about it," a voice yelled at him as a sound of heavy fast footsteps ran towards them. When the two villains looked in the direction of the new voice, there, barreling through the destroyed auditorium, was Egon on the back of a charging and angry-looking Gammoth. The villains didn't have time to comment, as Gammoth was upon them and using a tusk to send them flying off in opposite directions. When they crashed into the other side, the mammoth continued her charging, and once she was upon them again, she raised her back legs and brought her front one down. Kurogiri warped away while Tomura rolled, though this didn't deter her as she relentlessly went after the one she could see. Then, using her forelimb, she held down Tomura, wrapped her trunk around his neck, and began to pull. Tomura could only flail like a fish as the ancient elephant attempted to pull him apart. But he survived this as Kurogiri remanifested and shot her in the side. Thanks to her woolly coat and thick skin and a layer of fat, the bullet did very little damage, and only pissed her off even more. Grumbling at the mist man, she let her foot off the young man and used him like a flail to smack him right into the mist man, sending him and Tomura flying away as she trumpeted angrily. After collecting himself, catching his breath, and shaking off the previous feeling of nearly being pulled apart, Tomura commented in anguish, "Now a woolly mammoth? What the fuck is this place?" Egon, who jumped off Gameth a while ago, saw Torchwick struggling against the Nomu, and said to the elephant, "Gameth, go help Torchwick." Gameth, looking at the monster, grumbled and charged at it, while Egon pointed an angry finger to Izuku while telling him, "You and I will talk later." Izuku sighs in distress and replies, "I know." Gameth charged at full speed towards the monster, and it had no time to react as a huge animal rammed into it, causing it to fly off and release Torchwick. Gameth then held the monster down, grabbed one of its limbs with her trunk, and pulled until the limb came off. When the monster showed no signs of being affected by the limb ripping or being dead, she kept pulling off limbs until she finally got to the head. By then, the Nomu regrew its first arm and grabbed its trunk. After ripping it off its neck, its other limbs grew back, and it stood up before taking Gameth by the trunk, swinging her around and throwing her to the side. After doing this, Torchwick surprised the monster and tried to chew off his brain, but the Nomu caught him before any damage could be made. Gameth got back to her feet after being thrown and saw Torchwick fighting the Nomu again. She charged once more, but this time the monster saw her and threw at the dragon, with its fist colliding with the tusk, and they both cancelled each other out. Despite her strength and size, she was far slower than the Nomu, and its punches broke through her defense with ease, leaving her to flail about as she tried to swat at it. Torchwick aided and distracted the creature by attacking the part of its back it would reach, which gave Gameth more than enough time to swing herself towards the monster and slam it with her tusks. But the blow was shot right back at her with its bouncy skin. Changing tactics, she raised her hind legs and brought her forelimbs down. However, Nomu caught them. Gameth weighed tons and was putting all her weight into rushing attacks, but the Nomu was far stronger than her weight and was starting to push her back until Torchwick came to its chest and breathed a hole right through its torso, weakening the monster and allowing her to crush the monster under her foot. Unlike last time, the Nomu's body didn't bounce it back, but only absorbed it for a moment before starting to cave in from the constant pressure. Gameth put all her weight into flattening the monster, while Torchwick blew fire in its face, making the monster cover up with its still free hands. Meanwhile, the villains were in a losing battle with the two scientists. Their only defense was Kurogiri's portals, as the two men hit them with a plethora of quirks. Using the space bubble quirk, Izuku would destroy the defense, while Egon would shoot either lasers or breathe fire. Kurogiri would put up new portals just as fast when blades of wind came to their way and bolts of lightning from Egon. Kurogiri would try to use the gun every chance he got, but Izuku would put up a stone wall, and when it felt like they could change position again, thanks to their invisibility, the cycle started again. If the things for the villains didn't look bleak before, then their chances slipped further when Egon called for the Mimicuties to attack. Before they knew it, the villains were beset by a whole horde of lockboxes with major awards and teeth. Luckily, this is the one thing that Tomura could do in the long-range shootout, and managed to take out every Mimikyu that got close enough, but still got nicked or bit here and there. In a calm panic, Kyugi informed him, "Young master, we must retreat. You're in no shape to continue fighting, and All Might isn't here yet. We can use Nomu another day." "No, not until one of them is dead," Tomura agreed while gritting his teeth. Tomura looked over at his monster only to see it getting manhandled by the two animals. Even though the monster had gotten back to its feet, it was knocked in its brain by a seat wrapped in the trunk of the Gammoth, before getting grabbed by Torchwick and getting flown headfirst into a wall as more fire was breathed out on it. "You were saying, young master?" Kyugi inquired. Tomura gripped and rocked to the ground in frustration before exclaiming, "I wanted no more to kill the heroes at least." Kyogiri obliged this request and commanded the monster, "Nomu, dispose of the heroes." Just as the Nomu was crawling out of the rubble, a voice called over the PA system, "Oh, you'll be doing no such thing." "The rat," Tomura growled. He announced excitedly, "Because the security system is back online." Boy, did that feel longer than 5 minutes. A small chuckle was heard as he stated with a dark tone, "Which means..." "Warning, all kill protocols have been engaged, and all non-registered vital records will be eliminated," the security system announced. "I would say it was nice to know you, but... well, you know," Nezu told them as several miniguns descended from the ceiling and pointed at the villains and their monsters. "Dance, you vile monkeys, dance! Ha ha ha!" Nezu cackled wildly. "Sometimes I forget he's a high-functioning sociopath," Egon stressed with a sweat drop as Izuku stood there in uncomfortable silence. Without a moment to spare, the guns began to fire on all chambers at them with fatal intent. Kirigiri acted fast and wrapped his form around Tomura in a protective shield, causing the bullets to pass straight through harmlessly. The Nomu, on the other hand, was peppered with so much firepower that its bouncy skin broke within seconds, and holes opened up all over its body, turning it from monster to Swiss cheese in seconds. Gammoth then grabbed the stunned monster by the foot and threw it into a Tesla gate, where it was shocked with several thousand joules of energy before getting flung out by the power and straight into Torchwick's mouth, where he grabbed its brain and bit a huge chunk off, only for the guns to pepper it even more to the point the systems detected no more life, which caused it to turn back to the villains to subject them to bullet hell. "Welp, there goes your monster," Nezu chuckled in a vexing tone. Without another word of argument, Kyogiri engulfed himself around Tomura and began to teleport him, where the young man angrily declared, "This isn't the last time you'll see of me. Mark my word, I'll be back again, and I'll tear you and this place to nothing." With that, the two villains vanished. The security system stopped, no longer sensing the intruders. Chapter 9. Aftermath. "I am here," All Might announced while striking a pose as he jumped into a crowd of heroes and law officials surrounding the nymph facility. "You're late," Nezu stated next to the huge man who landed just inches from accidentally stepping on him. "What? Late?" All Might exclaimed in surprise while looking down at the mouse. "Yes, All Might, late. The villains are dealt with and the day is saved. Mostly," Aizawa told him as he lay in the stretcher with an EMT tending to his wounds. All Might looked around at the area, seeing that President Mike, Eraserhead, and Vlad King were in severe states of injury, with all being tended to by an ENT. No doubt they were in a huge battle, and so he inquired, "All thanks to you three, right?" Nezu shook his head and exclaimed, "Not this time. It was a great deal thanks to the scientists and staff of NIP and the students of classes 1A and 1B. "That's surprising, but wonderful to hear," All Might exclaimed in zeal. If I may interject," a voice called out in between their conversation. Nezu then walked up to the man and motioned with his paw. "Ah, All Might, this is Professor Egon Cristallo, the head researcher and owner of NIP. Egon nods and says with a bit of malice, "Principal Nezu failed to mention you'd come today. But putting that aside, why were you late? You could have been great help." All Might taps his fingertips together and starts, "Well, where should I start?" Egon slaps his face while looking away and waving his hand as he tells him, "On second thought, never mind." "I hope nothing too bad happened?" All Might asks in a concerned tone. Egon raised his eyebrow and listed off, "You mean apart from being invaded, hacked, trapped, attacked, and having the ballpark range of $1 million in damages due to the attack alongside injuries accrued by my staff?" All Might felt awkward now as he could almost taste the man's irritation, and trying to change the subject he asked while looking ready, "Well, anyways, where are the villains?" President Mike shivered in a mix of disgust and fear. "Everywhere." All Might was confused by his reaction and the vague answer until he saw what he meant. A few hundred yards away, All Might could see a crime scene clean crew go in and out of the building with body bag after body bag, adding toe tags, writing down information, taking pictures of the cadavers, and so forth. All Might saw it was bad, but it couldn't be as bad as President Mike was saying, until he overheard an officer say that they had about 200 dead villains in total to report about, and that was just a ballpark estimation since many more hadn't been found, couldn't be identified, and one of them was found inside a plant with teeth. All Might gulped as he tried to find a new escape plan, and seeing the two groups of UA students being questioned, he asked, "I think I'll just go that way." Once All Might had dashed off in a fake attempt of concern, Nezu sighed and turned to Egon to tell him, "Well, Professor Egon, I can't help feel I owe you an apology." Egon was taken aback and shocked by this statement and countered, "I mean, you did apologize for your out-of-control student, which I'm not forgiving you for, but I don't think I'm owed more. If it weren't for me, these villains wouldn't have come out and put your facility, and more importantly, your employees, in danger. I am truly sorry. We'll pay for everything," he told him while bowing his head. Egon waved his hands rapidly and said with a mix of stress and nervousness, "Nezu, please don't apologize for that. It's not your fault. No one could have known or expected something like this. And besides, I should be the one thanking you for allowing your students to fight in our defense. We'd probably be dead if not." He then calmed down at seeing the mouse still bowing, only to tell him, "And please don't worry about paying for everything. I only expect what Bakugo broke. Anything you give, I'll accept as a donation." Nezu raised his head with a smile and told him, "Thank you, Professor. I hope we can rebuild our relationship in the coming future." Egon smiled back, but told him in a serious tone, "I wouldn't mind. Just keep that kid on a tight leash and away from my lab until he has a major attitude adjustment." Nezu chuckles dryly, while sweat drops, agreeing with his demand. Egon then walked away from the mouse and back to the facility where Izuku was sitting on the steps as he was questioned by the police. Once he was certain no one could hear him, he moved to Eraserhead as the EMT finished with him, and the tired man asked him, "Did you find out anything?" Nezu nods and tells him in a serious tone, "Lots and lots. Your sources were right, Eraser. Something is going on here, and it's strange to say the least. I'm not sure how they're doing it, but it has something to do with those splinters. I mean, quirks in a crystal? That's new to me." "Should I keep an eye on them?" Eraserhead offers. Nezu nods and says, "Please do. I feel as though they have good intentions, but if they turn bad, we'll have to do something drastic." Eraserhead sighs and stresses, "I hope it doesn't come to that. I don't know how anyone is going to take on a highly secure facility, an army of robots, a dragon, a woolly mammoth, quirks in a bottle, 2 animals on the same intelligence level as you, and whatever else they got cooking up in there." To which Nezu silently nods, while thinking up all the worst scenarios. "And is that everything?" the officer asked as he took down the final note from Egon and Izuku. "Yes, sir, that's everything we can tell, and what's on the video feed we gave you," Izuku affirmed. "So, what about this dead monster? Where is it?" the officer asked while lifting the brim of his hat to look around and inside the building. "Good question. Pretty sure the villains made off with it after they made their escape. We don't even have recordings of it disappearing on the tape. Trust me, we reviewed it after seeing it vanish." "Well, that sure is a predicament," the officer sighs while noting it down. "I'm sorry about what happened to your facility, and I hope you're able to rebuild it quickly. Have a nice day, sirs," he tells them while tipping his hat before walking away. Izuku and Egon waved off the officer, and once he was out of earshot, Egon turned to Izuku and congratulated him. "Good thinking with the invisibility splinter, Izuku. After seeing that thing in action, I'm really curious on how it ticks." Izuku smiles at the praise given until Egon follows up. "Now, just one thing remains. Where did you put the invisible giant dead creature?" Izuku opens his mouth to answer, then Shoots opens his eyes and goes silent and pale, which is more than enough of an answer for Egon, who sucks air between his teeth and laments, "Oh boy, this is gonna be fun." Chapter 30. Experimental Log. Top Secret. Autopsy. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting on a highly classified experiment with Professor Egon Cristallo and Professor Otto Cephalopod. For reference, a few days ago, we attacked the legal villains when the head hero class of UA came by. We survived, obviously, but we managed to kill and hide the body of the monster they called the Nomu. After turning it invisible to hide it, we simultaneously lost it, and then found it again within the stomach of a particularly large Mimikyu. Now, we are starting an autopsy and dissection of the creature to find out its workings. Begin. By looking at the cadaver, we can't immediately tell if it's human or not, although it has an upright posture and hands with opposable digits. It could very well be just some kind of animal mutated with human DNA. Professor Cephalopod has taken several blood and tissue samples to Dr. Orpington to determine the exact creature it is. Several things about this cadaver sticks out. The first being its massive height and muscle mass. This thing is nearly as tall as All Might himself, and he is one of the tallest people in Japan. And, just as, if not more so, muscular than he is. I have never seen larger muscles on anything that doesn't have it as a quirk or through use of drugs. These muscles are so big, I'm surprised the creature was able to move in the first place. Yet it could run with such grace and turn on a dime. Going back to its height to body composition ratio, the only other person taller than this thing is the hero Fatgum, with his quirk fat absorption. But his height is natural, and his body fat is far less dense than regular fat, making it easier for him to walk, move, and fight. The cadaver probably has some sort of hidden mechanic in its body similar to it. The second thing that sticks out right away is its brain. Although heavily damaged in the fight, its cranium was non-existent, allowing it to be exposed. Not clear, not some kind of thin, transparent film, not even invisible, just exposed right to the nasal bone. The whole reason for the skull is to protect the extremely fragile brain, which is the main function of the whole body of any complex creature. The fact that something so important was exposed to the outside world makes me think it's not important for the creature's survival, despite it having many wrinkles in it allowing for intelligent thought. It did not show any sort of intelligence and took orders when directly given, like a trained animal or AI. The other surprising thing was its eyes, which seemed to be hooked directly into the brain. What purpose this serves, or even if it could see, is unknown. The third thing that sticks out is its skin, charcoal black. It's not hard or tough or anything. It's quite soft and squishy, almost like jello when touched, which explains why it was able to take blows but not cuts. We had to stop Professor Cephalopod from playing with it midway through the observation process, though I will admit it is quite fun. It's like playing with pudding. Then, the final thing that sticks out is its pants, which leads us to believe it was human in the first place. After all, why put clothing on an animal? Humans are the only one with a sense of shame. So after pulling them down, we were surprised to see they had no male genitalia whatsoever. In fact, it had no genitalias at all. I guess during its transformation, it lost them, or they got removed, but no signs of scar tissue could be seen, so surgery is ruled out. With the observation portion out of the way, now we move on to the actual autopsy and dissection. Carefully removing what was left of the brain, we find it has the same amount of wrinkles, shape, size, and color as a normal human brain. The eyes hooked right into the optical center have shown no signs of surgical meddling, meaning that the eyes being so close to the brain tells it's a result of a quirk. Seeing how close the distance is, now we can assess the creature had excellent vision that could also process fast-moving images quickly. Well, we'll send off the brain for more in-depth testing of its intrinsic signals and how they move. Moving down, we find the lower jaw is, or was, completely intact with a full set of human teeth over a large beak, a normal thing for those with an avian quirk. But why have this feature at all? Perhaps it's vestigial like the genitals and brain? Either way, upon cutting into it, we find the vocals to be extremely damaged, almost as if they had been inflamed and then constricted, not allowing for any intelligent speech and being limited to grunts and roars. From here, we open the creature's body cavity, and boy, is it a mess. Its lungs and heart have been inflamed with massive proportions, which is needed for a creature of its size. In addition of having a second heart, it has no stomach, liver, pancreas, or gallbladder, and in place is a single organ that I can only guess is to keep it sustained. It only has just shy of 2 intestines, both large and small, no reproductive organs, no rectum, no anus. Honestly, this thing is just a mess. After cutting it open further, we discovered that its bones are entirely made of metal. That explains how something so big and heavy could hold itself up. The metal is unique, and nothing has been seen even amongst quirks like it. We attempt to cut into it with several methods, but only got success after using plasma cutters and found it was metal all the way through, allowing for the support of such a huge body and showing it had a very unusual metabolic needs. Next, we took a look at the muscle composition, and it's amazing. The muscles are like that of an 8-fold metal samurai sword, muscles stacked on top of one another, making them huge. It explains its superhuman strength and how it was able to withstand the crushing weight of a 6-ton mammoth several times. Its ligaments were in the same category as its muscles, but were far more flexible, allowing for easy movement. After this, we assumed that our dissection of the creature was complete until we saw some parts of his body regenerating. We almost assumed it was still alive, but after evacuating the room and putting heavy firearms next to it, making sure if it got up it wouldn't gain, we were safe to say it wasn't alive. After checking its unbeating heart and brainless head, we concluded that it's almost definitely dead. So, after calming down, we saw how the body was repairing itself, but ever so slowly. Even in death, the thing's regeneration is amazing. We didn't think it would be able to self-resurrect, but just to be sure we didn't have a starfish case on our hands, we separated the creatures into many parts. After this, we took several skin, muscle, and bone samples for further study while we burnt the rest. With that, this ends our dissection of the cadaver. Note: fire destroys the regeneration process. This is Dr. McDory again, coming to report for more news on the cadaver, and honestly, I'm terrified and sickened to try and talk about it. After sending the blood, flesh, and brain to Orpington to be further studied, we found out several things about the creature. 1. That this thing was definitely human, and no doubt about it. 2. Whatever was happening to it, this person was still alive. And 3. The person's mind was still in there, buried deep away. How you figure this out was thanks to Doctor testing all its parts. Apparently, she made a machine that, when hooked up to any amount of brain matter, so long as it's intact and not damaged to the point of being considered chopped meat, it can actively read and recreate images or thoughts of a person. I heard the recordings, despite Egon's warnings, and I wish I had listened. The person was still in there, buried deep behind who knows what, and was in pain the whole time, begging to stop or just to kill them. These screams, God, those screams are gonna haunt me. Nothing like what you see and hear in the movies, not even close. But I can't feel bad now. What's done is done, and I hope they're at peace. And, at the very least, I can be assured knowing there is nothing that can be done for them. No reset button, no cure, just the release of death. Okay, I'm rambling, but in essence, the reason for this is the cadaver's quirk, or rather, many quirks. It had so many in its body, but I'm not talking like 2 or 3, I'm talking like dozens. It had so many and had been mutated so far that death was the only humane thing to do. In order, it had the following quirks we designated by name: bird person, soft and stress, muscles, big and wide, super organ, W heel, metal bones, mind null, and super punch out. Bird person, an avian quirk that I assume was supposed to give the power of flight but only manifested as a bird's beak. Soft and stretch. This one allows the body to stretch and absorb blows like they're nothing, nearly making the body similar to rubber. Muscles. This gives the increased muscle mass that stacks on top of one another but no superhuman strength. Big and wide. Makes a person taller and wider at the shoulders. Super organ makes certain organs far larger in the body and changes certain parts to compensate for it. W Heal grants super speed regeneration and natural cooling system that prevents the body from catching fire from rapid cell generation. Metal Bones makes bones into metal. Mind Null makes the mind blank to the point of being immune to mental attacks and pain, and acts separately for the action of the body, or allows for implanted control. Super Punch Out. This gives the super strength factor for the increase in the muscles. After this, I started wondering why this creature was made with such a specific set of quirks. It couldn't have been just coincidence, and it wasn't. That's when I realized that this thing was designed to kill All Might, and it makes sense. The height to not be at a size disadvantage, the super strength to go against his own, and all other things to accommodate it, the skin to absorb blows, the super regeneration for any damage done, and the attempted avian quirk. All Might specifically has trouble with foes who can fly. This thing was made to be an All Might killer. Luckily, they didn't count on us, Gammoth, or Tortwick. We still have the skin and muscles for further testing, and Otto has requested to make a splinter of the cadaver's quirk. Egon greenlit this project, curious if it could even be done, or we would have to separate all the other quirks into separate splinters. Well, we will find out soon enough. However, there's only one question remaining. Where did the League get that thing, and who made it all? End of log. Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. This recording was made very late. I mean, this is meant to be released after the second video of the Wine and Dine, but I haven't even got started editing on that, and I really need to do that. Things are getting hectic in uni, so I might need to take a quick break just to stock up on videos and give them enough time for me to go through my uni work. But luckily the assignments are spread out more thin this sem, so it should be fine. But I'll make sure to update you guys if I am taking a break via posts. The Wine and Dine in Spite is doing really, really well. It's currently sitting on 53 views, and it's the first chapter only. There is going to be 3 other parts, but by the time this is released, the second chapter should be released, and I really should do the chapter 7 of the Long Night in the Valley, but I've kind of been getting distracted with side quests, so I'll get onto that. Anyway guys, I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye!